Chapter 20. However, Xia Lian said, although what you read is unofficial history, the Banyu kingdom does exist. San Lang said, oh? At this time, Nan Feng finally finished drawing layers of arrays on the ground. He stood up and said, done. When do we leave? Xia Lian quickly packed a bag and went to the door. Now. He placed his hand on the door and said, with the heavenly official's blessing, nothing is forbidden. He gently pushed. When he opened the door, the hillside and village were no longer there. In their place was an empty street. Although the street was wide, there were very few people. Only 1 or 2 people could be seen after a long time. It wasn't because the sky was dark, but because the northwest was sparsely populated. Adding to the fact that it was close to the Gobi Desert, even if it was daytime, there probably wouldn't be many people on the road. Xia Lian walked out of the house and closed the door behind him. When he looked back, he didn't come from Pu Chestnut Temple. Behind him was clearly a small inn. This step took him thousands of miles away. This was the magic of the length contraction technique. A few passers-by passed by and looked at them warily. At this time, he heard San Lang say from behind him, according to ancient records, when the moon sets, walk in the direction of the North Star and you will see the Banyu kingdom. Brother, look. He pointed to the sky. The Big Dipper. Xia Lian looked up and smiled. The Big Dipper is so bright. San Lang came to his side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Glancing at him, he also raised his head and said with a smile, yes. For some reason, the night sky in the northwest seems brighter than in the central plains. Xia Lian expressed his agreement. While they were discussing the night sky and stars with a serious face, the 2 young heavenly officials behind them were simply unimaginable. Nan Feng said, why is he here? San Lang said innocently, oh, I saw that this Chimen Dun Jia is very magical, so I came to take a look. Nan Feng said angrily, take a look? Do you think we went to play? Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Forget it. He didn't eat your rations. I should have brought enough. San Lang, follow me closely. Don't get lost. San Lang said obediently, okay. Is this a matter of whose rations we eat? Sigh, Nan Feng, it's late at night and everyone's asleep. Get down to business, get down to business. Don't worry so much. Come on, let's go. The 4 of them followed the Big Dipper's guidance and headed north. After walking for a night, the towns and greenery along the way gradually became sparse, and the sand and stones on the road gradually increased. When they were no longer stepping on mud, they finally entered the Gobi Desert. Although he could travel 1,000 miles in a single step, the further the distance, the greater the consumption of magic power. After using it this time, Nan Feng would not be able to use it again for at least a few hours. Moreover, since Nan Feng had already used up a wave of Fa Li, Xia Lian wouldn't let Fu Yao use it again for the sake of preserving his combat strength. Just in case, there had to be someone with abundant Fa Li. In the desert, the temperature difference between day and night was huge. It was still alright when it was cold to the bone at night, but it was a completely different feeling in the day. The sky here was extremely clean and the clouds were sparse. However, the sunlight was also extremely fierce. As the group walked, it felt more and more like they were entering a huge steamer. Steam rose from the earth's core, as if walking for a day could steam a living person. Xia Lian relied on the direction of the wind and the vegetation at the foot of the rocks to determine the direction. Worried that someone wouldn't be able to keep up, he would look back every once in a while. It went without saying that Nan Feng and Fu Yao weren't ordinary people, but San Lang made him laugh. The scorching sun shone brightly in the sky. The young man took off his red outer robe and lazily used it to block the sun. His lazy expression carried a hint of weariness. His skin was fair and his hair was pitch black. With the red robe covering his face, his brows and eyes were even more stunning. Xia Lian took off his bamboo hat and put it on San Lang's head. I'll lend this to you. San Lang was taken aback. After a while, he smiled and said, "No need." He then handed the bamboo hat back to him. Xia Lian didn't continue to refuse. Since he didn't need it, he didn't force the issue. "If you need it, you can find me again." He adjusted the bamboo hat and continued forward. After walking for a while, the group saw a small gray building in the yellow sand ahead. As they got closer, it seemed to be an inn that had been abandoned for many years. Xia Lian raised his head to look at the sky, calculating that it was already past noon, and it would soon be the evening. He was afraid that it would be the hottest and most difficult time of the day. Furthermore, they had already walked the entire night, so it was time to rest. Thus, he led the other three into the building. Seeing a square table in the building, they sat around it. Xia Lian took out a water bottle from the simple luggage on his back and handed it to San Lang. "Want some?" San Lang nodded and took it. He took a sip. Only then did Xia Lian take it back to drink. He tilted his head back and swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Waves of coolness flowed through his throat. He felt extremely carefree. San Lang stood to the side with one hand supporting his cheek. He seemed to be staring but not staring. After a while, he suddenly said, "Anything else?" Xia Lian wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. It was slightly moist. He nodded and handed the water bottle over again. San Lang was about to take it when a hand brushed aside Xia Lian's hand that was holding the water bottle. Fu Yao said, "Wait." Everyone looked at him. Fu Yao slowly took out another water bottle from his sleeve and placed it on the table. He pushed it over and said, "I have one here too. Please." Xia Lian knew what was going on with one look. With Fu Yao's temperament, how could he be willing to share the same water bottle with someone else? He remembered that they said they wanted to test him again last night. Then the water in this water bottle definitely wasn't normal water. It must be the revealing water. If an ordinary person drank this kind of secret medicine, they would be completely fine. But if they weren't human and drank it, they would reveal their true form under the effect of the medicine. Since they wanted to test whether this young man was absolute, then this water bottle of revealing water must be quite powerful. San Lang laughed and said, "Big brother and I will drink from the same water bottle." Nan Feng and Fu Yao both glanced at Xia Lian. Xia Lian thought to himself, "Why are you guys looking at me?" Fu Yao coldly said, "He's almost finished his water. You don't have to be polite." San Lang said, "Is that so? Then the two of you first." The two of them didn't make a sound. After a while, Fu Yao spoke again, "You're the guest. You first." Although he still spoke with a refined manner, Xia Lian felt that this sentence was squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. San Lang also made a "please" gesture and said, "You're the attendants. You first. Otherwise, it'll be very embarrassing." Xia Lian listened to them put on an act, and finally began to move. The three of them were separated by a table and secretly exerted force on the pitiful water bottle, pushing it back and forth. Xia Lian only felt that the faintly trembling broken table under his hands was probably going to die prematurely. He shook his head. After a few back and forth in secret, Fu Yao finally couldn't restrain himself. He sneered and said, "Since you're not willing to drink this water, could it be that you're feeling guilty?" San Lang laughed and said, "You're being so unfriendly and refusing to drink first. Isn't it more like you're feeling guilty? Could it be that you've poisoned the water?" Fu Yao said, "You can ask the one beside you if the water is poisoned." San Lang then asked Xia Lian, "Big brother, is the water poisoned?" Fu Yao's question was very cunning. The revealing water was naturally not poison. For ordinary people, drinking it was no different from drinking water. Xia Lian could only answer, "It's not poisoned." But before he could finish, Nan Feng and Fu Yao stared at him fiercely. San Lang actually let go of his hand and said, "Fine." He picked up the water bottle and shook it in his hand. He said, "Since you say it's not poisoned, then I'll drink it." After saying this, he smiled and drank it in one gulp. Xie Lian didn't expect him to be so straightforward and was slightly startled. Nan Feng and Fu Yao were also startled. Then, they immediately went on full alert. Unexpectedly, after San Lang finished drinking the revealing water, he shook the bottle and said, "It doesn't taste that good." Then, he casually tossed the water bottle away. With a clang, the water bottle smashed to pieces on the ground. Seeing that Xie Lian was still completely fine even after drinking the revealing water, Fu Yao was bewildered for a moment. After a moment, he indifferently said, "It's just water. Wouldn't it taste the same? What difference could there be?" San Lang took the water bottle by Xie Lian's elbow and said, "Of course it's not the same. This one tastes a lot better." Seeing this, Xie Lian couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't care what the result was. He didn't care about his so-called identity or goal. Therefore, this chaotic fight, aside from being interesting, was meaningless to him. He originally thought that it would end here. Unexpectedly, with a clang, Nan Feng placed a sword on the table. At first glance, Nan Feng's imposing manner made one think that he was going to kill someone on the spot to silence them. Xie Lian was speechless for a moment before asking, "What are you doing?" Nan Feng lowered his voice and said, "The place we're going to is dangerous. I'm giving this little brother a sharp sword to protect himself." Xie Lian lowered his head and looked at the sword. The scabbard was simple and unadorned, as if it had been honed for many years. It wasn't an ordinary item. His heart trembled. Holding his forehead, he turned to the side and thought to himself, "It's actually Red Mirror." This sword's name was Red Mirror. This was a treasured sword. Although it couldn't subdue demons and demons, no demon or ghost could escape its magical mirror. As long as it wasn't a human object, once it was pulled out, its blade would slowly turn red, as if it was filled with blood. Moreover, the blood-red blade would reflect the original appearance of the person who pulled it out. Regardless of whether you were fierce or merciless, no one would be spared. Youngsters would always have a particular liking for treasured swords and precious horses. San Lang let out a sound of "oh." Seemingly interested, he said, "Let me see." With one hand holding the blade and the other holding the hilt, he slowly pulled it out. Nan Feng and Fu Yao's 4 eyes closely followed his movements. That sword was 3 inches out of its scabbard, its blade bright as snow. After a while, San Lang chuckled and said, "Gidge, could it be that these 2 servants of yours are joking with me?" Xie Lian coughed lightly and turned around. He said, "San Lang, I've said it before. They're not servants." After saying this, he turned around again. Nan Feng coldly said, "Who's joking with you?" San Lang laughed and said, "How can a broken sword defend itself?" After he finished speaking, he sheathed the sword and threw it on the table. Hearing this, Nan Feng's eyebrows trembled. He suddenly grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. With a clang, a sharp and cold, broken sword appeared in his hand. The blade of the red mirror had actually been broken from 3 inches down. Nan Feng's expression slightly changed. He then tipped the scabbard over. With a series of clanking sounds, the remaining blade in the scabbard had all been broken into several small, sharp, snow-white pieces. It was true that the red mirror could distinguish all kinds of demons and ghosts. There had never been anything that could escape its discerning eyes. However, it had also never been heard of anything that could break it into several pieces through the scabbard. Nan Feng and Fu Yao both pointed at San Lang and said, "You." San Lang laughed twice and leaned back. His black boots rested on the table and he picked up a piece of the red mirror and played with it in his hand. He said, "I don't think you guys would purposely give me a broken sword to defend myself. Perhaps you accidentally broke it on the way. Don't worry, I can defend myself without a sword. As for the sword, you guys can keep it for yourselves." On the other hand, Xie Lian was completely unable to look directly at that sword. Speaking of which, this strange sword, Red Mirror, was originally a part of Jun Wu's collection. When Xie Lian first ascended, he went to the Divine Martial Hall to play and saw it there. He felt that although this sword wasn't very practical, it was still interesting, so Junwoo gave it to him. Later on, he was demoted. For a period of time, life was really difficult and he couldn't carry on. Thus, he had Feng Xian pawn this strange sword. Yes, pawn. After pawning it, the money earned was enough for the master and follower to eat a few good meals. After that, there was nothing else. At that time, Xie Lian had pawned too many things. Thus, he simply forgot all about it. Otherwise, his heart would drip blood every time he thought about it. Thinking about it, it could be that after Feng Xian ascended, he remembered this matter and really couldn't bear to see the strange sword of the generation, the Red Mirror, wander in the mortal world. Thus, he went down to the mortal world to find the sword, sharpen it, polish it, and place it in Nanyang Hall. Then, it was taken down by Nan Feng. In short, Xie Lian felt a dull pain at the sight of this sword. He could only avert his gaze. He felt the three of them quarreling again. Shaking his head, he carefully observed the weather outside. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid there will be a sandstorm in a while. If we continue to walk today, I wonder if we can find shelter along the way. At this time, on the golden sand outside the house, two figures suddenly flashed past. Xie Lian immediately sat up. The two figures, one in black and one in white, didn't seem to be in a hurry. One could even say they were calm. However, their feet seemed to be treading on the wind and clouds, moving extremely fast. The figure in black was tall and slender. The figure in white was a female Taoist priest. She carried a long sword on her back and held a horsetail whisk in her arm. The figure in black didn't even turn his head. The female Taoist priest in white, on the other hand, glanced back and smiled as she passed by the small building. This smile was like their figures, disappearing in a flash. However, for some reason, it gave off a strange and treacherous feeling. Xie Lian had been staring outside the whole time and just happened to catch this scene. The other three people in the small building could only vaguely see their backs. For the time being, they couldn't pay attention to anything else. Nan Feng suddenly stood up and asked, "Who are those people?" Xie Lian also stood up and said, "I don't know. But they definitely aren't ordinary people." After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, "You guys don't play around for now. I think the wind is getting stronger. Let's hurry up and walk as far as we can." Fortunately, although this group of people would be in chaos from time to time, they still steeled their hearts to do what they needed to do. At that moment, they no longer argued and collected the red mirror fragments before leaving the small building. The four of them walked against the wind for a while. This time, they walked for about 4 hours. However, the distance they walked was far less than what they could walk in the previous 4 hours. The sandstorm was much stronger than before. The gale carried the sand and smashed into their bodies, causing their exposed heads, faces, and arms to ache faintly. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. Their ears whistled as the yellow sand covered the sky and covered the earth, making it hard to see clearly. Xie Lian pressed down on his bamboo hat and said, "This sandstorm is really strange." For a long time, no one answered. Xie Lian thought to himself, could it be that they've all fallen behind? When he turned around to look, he saw that the three people were clearly still following them. However, it was as if they hadn't heard him speak just now. As it turned out, the sandstorm was too strong. Once he opened his mouth, even his voice was blown away. Nan Feng and Fu Yao naturally didn't need him to worry about them. They walked steadily against the sandstorm with a murderous aura around them. Meanwhile, San Lang had been following 5 steps behind him, walking at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. Amidst the yellow sand that filled the sky, that youth's expression was without a ripple. He walked with his hands behind his back, his red clothes and black hair fluttering in the wind. It was as if he couldn't feel the attack of the sandstorm at all. He was completely unmoved and didn't even blink. Xie Lian's face was already hurting from the sand. Seeing him act so indifferent, he was truly worried. He said to him, "Be careful of the sand getting into your eyes and clothes." After thinking about it again, he realized that San Lang couldn't hear what he said. Xia Lian directly walked over and helped him tighten his collar, wrapping it tightly so that the wind and sand wouldn't get in. San Lang was startled again. At this time, the other two people also caught up. The four of them were relatively close, so they could finally hear each other's voices. Xia Lian said, "Everyone, be careful. This sandstorm came too suddenly. Something's not right. I'm afraid it's a demonic wind with evil energy." Fu Yao said, "It's just that the wind and sand are a bit stronger, that's all. Apart from that, what else could it be?" Xia Lian shook his head and said, "The sandstorm is fine. I'm just afraid that there's something else in the sand." Right at this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew the bamboo hat on Xia Lian's head into the air. Once the bamboo hat flew away, it would completely disappear into the boundless yellow sand. However, San Lang's reaction was surprisingly quick. With a raise of his hand, he caught the bamboo hat that was about to fly into the sky and handed it back to Xia Lian. Xia Lian thanked him. As he fastened the bamboo hat, he said, "It's best if we find a place to hide for now." However, Fu Yao didn't agree. If there really is something wrong with this sandstorm, then its goal is to stop us from moving forward. The more this is the case, the more we should move forward. Hearing this, before Xia Lian could say anything, San Lang was the first to laugh out loud. Fu Yao raised his head and coldly said, "What are you laughing at?" San Lang crossed his arms and giggled. "Purposely going against others, does it give you a sense of satisfaction that you're a maverick?" Xia Lian had previously felt that although this youth was always laughing, it was often difficult to tell whether he was sincere or not. He would even pretend to be flattering and ridiculing the other party. But this time, anyone could see that this smile of his didn't carry even the slightest bit of good intentions. Fu Yao's gaze suddenly turned cold. Xia Lian raised his hand and said, "You guys stop first. If you have anything to say, say it later. When the wind is really strong, it's also very frightening." Fu Yao said, "Can it even blow people up into the sky?" Xia Lian said, "Yes, what you said is very possible." Before he finished speaking, the people in front of him suddenly disappeared. In reality, the one who disappeared wasn't them, but him. This sandstorm had actually wrapped him up and carried him into the sky. Tornado! Xia Lian spun in midair. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Ruoxi. Grab something solid and reliable." Ruoxi flew out with a whooshing sound. In the next moment, Xia Lian felt the end of the white silk sink, as if it had wrapped around something and pulled him. With great difficulty, Xia Lian stabilized himself in midair. When he lowered his head to look, he saw that he had actually been brought to a place at least 10 feet above the ground by the violent wind. Right now, he was like a kite that was only being pulled by a thread, his heart tied to the ground. Amidst the yellow sand that assaulted his face, he grabbed onto Ruoxi while doing his best to see what Ruoxi had grabbed onto. As he looked and looked, he finally made out a red silhouette. The other end of Ruoxi's white silk seemed to be wrapped around the wrist of a red-cloaked youth. Chapter 21. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to ask Ruoxi to quickly catch another one, he felt the white silk around his wrist suddenly loosen. He cursed inwardly. This sudden feeling was not because Ruoxi's other end had been released, but because something even more terrifying had happened. Sure enough, the red shadow on the ground suddenly got a lot closer to him. Not long after. It was within his reach. San Lang had also been drawn into the storm. Xia Lian shouted at him, "Don't panic." As soon as he opened his mouth, he ate another mouthful of sand. But now, as he ate, he got used to it. Although he shouted for San Lang not to panic, in reality, he also didn't think San Lang would panic. As expected. After the youth was sucked into the air, Ruoxia quickly put him away. The distance between the two of them narrowed. Xia Lian could clearly see that there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face. If he was given a book, he would immediately be able to read in the sand and dust. Xia Lian even suspected that he had been swept up on purpose. Ruo Xia circled their waists a few times. After tying them together, Xia Lian hugged San Lang. He added, "Go again. Don't arrest anyone this time." And so, Ruo Xia flew out once more. This time, the ones he grabbed were Nan Feng and Fu Yao. Xia Lian was both physically and mentally exhausted. He turned to Ruo Xia and said, "I told you not to capture people. This people I'm talking about doesn't refer to people in the narrow sense of the word." "Fine." He shouted towards the people below, Nan Feng, Fu Yao. "Hold on. You must hold on." On the ground, Nan Feng and Fu Yao naturally wanted to hold on. The two of them stood in place, but the sandstorm was too fierce and too violent. Not long after, two more black shadows were also swept into the tornado. This time, the four of them spun rapidly in the air. In the dark yellow sky, the tornado was like a crooked pillar of sand that supported the sky, and the white silk and the four silhouettes spun ceaselessly in this sand pillar, spinning faster and faster, rising higher and higher. Xia Lian crazily ate the sand as he roared, "Why are you guys up here too?" All they could see was sand, and all they could hear was wind. They had no choice but to shout at each other as loudly as they could. Fu Yao spat as he ate the sand, "Then I'll have to ask you, silly white silk. What's wrong with it?" Xia Lian grabbed the silly white silk with both hands and said helplessly, "Ruoxi, oh Ruoxi, the four of us are relying on you now. This time, you must not grab the wrong one. Go!" With a solemn and stirring mood, he let go again. Nan Feng roared, "Don't count on this thing. Think of something else." At this moment, Xia Lian felt his hand tighten again, and his spirits rose as he said, "Wait, give it another chance. We caught him again." Fu Yao also roared, "Don't trap another passerby. Let me go." Needless to say, Xia Lian was also extremely worried about this. He tugged at Ruoxi, but the other end didn't budge at all. Only then did he relax and said, "No. That head is very heavy and very stable." He then said, "Withdraw." Against the frenzied tornado, Ruo Xia quickly pulled back. The four figures quickly distanced themselves from the wind pillar. Gradually, Xia Lian could clearly see a semicircular black silhouette in the middle of the yellow sand. The silhouette was huge, about the size of a small temple. The other end of Ruo Xia's hook was precisely this thing. When they got closer to the ground, he finally saw it clearly. It was an enormous rock. In this degree of sandstorm, this sandstone was like a solid and silent fortress. It was undoubtedly an excellent shelter from the wind. On their way here, they clearly hadn't seen this kind of rock. They really didn't know how far that strange tornado had brought them. As soon as the four of them landed, they immediately circled around to the leeward side of the rock. As soon as they circled around, Xia Lian's heart brightened and he said, "This really is a blessing from the heavens." It turned out that on the leeward side of this rock, there was a hole. This hole was 2 doors wide, and its height was slightly shorter than the first door. However, if an adult were to bend their waist and lower their head, it would be enough for them to enter. The hole's entrance wasn't regular and was crooked. However, it also didn't seem like it was naturally formed. It might have been carelessly dug by someone. As soon as Xia Lian entered, he discovered that this rock was practically hollowed out. The space inside the hole wasn't small, but it was relatively dark inside. He didn't explore the inside and only sat down in a place where the light could reach. Then, he patted off the sand on Ruo Xia's body and wrapped it around his wrist. Nan Feng and Fu Yao were both spitting out sand. Sand had entered their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears, not to mention the sand in the folds of their clothes. When they took them off and shook them, they found that they were all filled with fine sand and stones. Among the four of them, the one who looked the most safe and sound was San Lang. After he stooped down and entered, he casually brushed off the sand and dust on his red clothes. Aside from his slightly messy black hair, which was tied askew, his contented appearance wasn't affected in the slightest. However, his black hair was originally tied askew for Xia Lian. If it was a little more askew, it wouldn't matter. Nan Feng rubbed his face twice and cursed out loud. Xia Lian shook off the sand in his bamboo hat and said, I really didn't expect that you guys would also be praised to the heavens. Why didn't you guys use 1,000 Jinpeng? Nan Feng spat out sand as he said, I did. It's useless. Fuyao fiercely shook his outer robe as he fiercely said, What do you think this place is? This is the extreme northwest desert. It's not like it's my family's general's home ground. To the north is the Pei family's second general's territory, while to the west is Quan Yizhen's territory. Within a radius of several hundred li, there's not a single Xianzhen temple. One must know that there was a common saying in the human world. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Therefore, as the deputy generals of the martial god of the southeast and martial god of the southwest, it was inevitable that their powers would be limited when they used magic in a territory that didn't belong to them. Xia Lian looked at their appearances and saw that they were both extremely sullen and angry. It was probably the first time that they had been blown into the sky by a gust of wind and couldn't land back on the ground. He said, It's really been hard on you guys. San Lang sat on the ground next to him. With one hand supporting his cheek, he said, Are we just going to wait here for the sandstorm to pass? Xia Lian turned to him and said, It looks like we can only do this now. No matter how powerful that tornado is, it shouldn't be able to sweep such a large rock into the sky. San Lang said, It's just as you said before. This sandstorm is indeed very strange. Xia Lian suddenly thought of something and said, San Lang, I have a question. San Lang said, Go ahead and ask. Xia Lian said, That teacher of the state, was it a man or a woman? San Lang said, Didn't I say it before? Female. Xia Lian thought that was indeed the case. He said, Before, when we were resting in that abandoned building, didn't we see two people walking in front of that building? Their footwork was graceful and strange. They definitely weren't ordinary people. Among them, the person in white was a white-clothed female Taoist priest. Fuyao said doubtfully, looking at that person's robe, It's hard to tell if they were male or female. Their stature was also taller than the average woman. Did you really see them clearly? Xia Lian said, I saw them clearly. I can't be wrong. That's why I'm thinking, could that person be the teacher of the state? Nan Feng said, It's possible. However, there was also a black-clothed person traveling with her. Who could it be? Xia Lian said, It's hard to say. However, that person walked faster than her. Their abilities are definitely not below hers. Fuyao said, Could it be the other one of the dual demonic masters, teacher of the state, Fang Xian? Xia Lian said, About that. I think the reason why the dual demonic masters are called together is because it's easy to remember. Just like the 4 pests of the ghost realm, even if there aren't 4, they still have to make it 4. Hearing this, San Lang laughed out loud again. Xia Lian looked at him and said, It's nothing. I just feel that what you said makes a lot of sense. Among the 4 pests, one is indeed just there to make up the numbers. Continue. Xia Lian then continued, In reality, they shouldn't have any relationship. I've heard of this teacher of the state, Fang Xian. She's the state teacher of Yong'an country. The time she appeared was at least 100 years apart from this teacher of the state. Fuyao felt that this was unreasonable. He said, You don't know about the 4 pests of the ghost realm, but you know about the state teacher of the state of Yong'an country? Xia Lian said, Sometimes when I pass by to collect trash, I'll understand a little. I don't go to the ghost realm to collect trash, so of course I wouldn't understand them. At this time, the sound of the wind outside the cave weakened a little. Nan Feng stood a little further away and patted the rock to examine its material. After a moment of concentration, he lowered his head and said, How did such a hole get dug out of this rock? He probably felt that it was extremely suspicious for such a rock to appear here. Xia Lian didn't find this strange. He said, There are quite a few rocks that dig holes like this. In the past, The people of the half-moon country would occasionally dig holes like this in the rocks in order to avoid the sandstorms when they were out grazing and couldn't make it back home in time. Some of these holes aren't dug, they're blasted open. Nan Feng doubtfully asked, how do you graze in the desert? Xia Lian said, 200 years ago, this place wasn't completely a desert. There was also an oasis. At this time, San Lang said, Gidge. Xia Lian turned his head and asked, what is it? San Lang pointed and said, the rock you're sitting on seems to have some words written on it. What? Xia Lian first lowered his head, then stood up. Only then did he realize that the place he was sitting on was a stone slab. Wiping away the dust, he found that there were indeed words on the stone slab. It was just that the carvings were rather shallow, so the writing wasn't very obvious. Half of the stone slab was still buried in the sand, and the writing extended upwards, disappearing into the darkness. Since there were words, he definitely had to take a look. Xia Lian said, I don't have much power left. Can any of you use a palm flame to help me illuminate this place? Many thanks. Nan Feng snapped his fingers, and in a split second, a ball of flame appeared in his palm. Xia Lian inadvertently glanced at San Lang, but he wasn't surprised. After all, he had even seen the thousand-li shrinking technique. Xia Lian felt that no matter what the two of them showed each other in the future, there wouldn't be any surprises. Nan Feng moved his palm to where Xia Lian was pointing, and the flame illuminated the words carved on the stone slab. The words were extremely strange, as if they were randomly scribbled by a child. Nan Feng asked, what's written here? San Lang said, naturally, it's the language of the half-moon country. Xia Lian said, Nan Feng is probably asking what it means. Let me take a look. As he walked, he cleared away the sand and stones on the stone slab and arrived at the top row. These words were especially large, and seemed to be a question. And these words repeatedly appeared on the stone slab. Beside him, Fuyao also held up a palm flame and said, you know how to read the half-moon literature? Xia Lian said, to tell you the truth, before the half-moon country's demonic Taoist came out, I used to collect trash in the half-moon country. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just curious how many other places you've collected trash. Xia Lian smiled and lowered his head to continue reading. In a flash, he suddenly said two words, General. Nan Feng and Fuyao asked at the same time, what? Xia Lian raised his head and said, I said, the words written at the top of this stone slab are General. After a pause, he continued, however, there's another character after General. However, I'm not too sure about the meaning of the last character. Nan Feng heaved a sigh of relief and said, then take another look. Xia Lian nodded. Nan Feng held onto the ball of flames in his palm and moved his hand forward a little more. When he moved, Xia Lian suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. At the edge of his vision, there seemed to be something extra. He pressed his hands on the stone slab full of words and slowly raised his head. Above the stone slab, the faint flame illuminated a face with stiff muscles in the darkness. This face had two eyeballs looking down, staring at him. Ah! The one who screamed wasn't them, but the face with stiff muscles. Nan Feng's other hand also held up the palm flame. The flames on his hands suddenly soared high and finally illuminated the entire interior of the cave. The person who was illuminated by the flames just now was a person who had been hiding in the darkness. At this moment, he was frantically retreating to the side, shrinking to the edge of the depths of the cave. At the edge of the cave, there were already 7 or 8 people huddled together, shivering. Nan Feng shouted, who are you people? This shout filled the entire cave with a buzzing sound. Xia Lian's ears were already hurting from the screams just now. At this moment, he had no choice but to cover his ears. The sandstorm was too strong and the noise was too loud. They spoke so softly that they couldn't hear each other at all. After entering the cave, they first began to discuss the half-moon imperial tutor. Later on, they concentrated on deciphering the stone slab. Unexpectedly, they didn't notice that there were still people hiding in the cave without making a sound. The 7 or 8 people trembled. After a while, an old man about 50 years old finally said, "We are a passing caravan, ordinary merchants. The sandstorm is too strong and we can't walk, so we're taking shelter here." He was the calmest person in the group and seemed to be the leader. Nanfeng said again, "Since you're ordinary passing merchants, why are you hiding here so sneakily?" Just as the old man was about to speak, a 17 or 18-year-old youth beside him said loudly, "We weren't sneaky in the first place. You suddenly rushed in, who knows if you're good or bad. Later on, we vaguely heard you talking about something about the half-moon imperial tutor and the ghost realm. You even know how to set fire out of thin air. We thought you were the half-moon empire's soldiers patrolling to catch people and eat them. How would we dare to make a sound?" The old man seemed to be afraid that his words would offend the other party and said, "Tiansheng, don't talk nonsense." The youth had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was born with a tiger's head and a tiger's brain. After being scolded by the elder, he immediately shut up. Xie Lian's ears finally stopped hurting. He put down his hand and said amiably, "It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Everyone, don't be nervous. Relax a little." After a pause, he continued, "Of course we're not the Half-Moon Empire's soldiers. I'm the master of a Taoist temple. These people are all people of my temple. They all learn the art of Qimen Dunjia. You're just ordinary merchants, and we're just ordinary Taoists. We don't have any ill intentions. It's just that we're all people seeking shelter from the storm and coincidentally entered the same cave." His voice was gentle. Speaking so slowly, it was quite good at soothing people's emotions. After repeated explanations and assurances, the expressions of the merchants finally eased up. Unexpectedly, San Lang suddenly laughed and said, "Not at all. I can see that these merchants aren't ordinary. They're too modest." Everyone looked at him in confusion. San Lang said, "Isn't it said that every time you pass through the half-moon pass, more than half will disappear? Knowing that there's such a rumor, you still dare to pass through here. You can be considered very courageous. How can you say they're ordinary?" Hearing this, the old man said, "Young man, that's not necessarily the case. In fact, most of the rumors are exaggerated. Many caravans have passed through here and left safely." San Lang said, "Oh?" The old man said, "As long as we find the right person to lead the way, we'll be fine as long as we don't stray into the Half-Moon Empire's former territory. That's why we specifically found a local to lead the way for us this time." The youth, Tiansheng, said, "That's right. It still depends on the guide. It's all thanks to Brother Zhao along the way. He led us to avoid a lot of quicksand. As soon as we saw the wind, he quickly led us to a place to hide. Otherwise, we might have been buried alive by the sand." Xie Lian glanced at Zhao, who was leading the way. He was very young, about 20 years old. He had a handsome, wooden face and didn't express anything even after being praised. He only lowered his head and said, "It's nothing. It's all part of my duty. I hope that everyone's camels and goods are fine after the wind passes. It'll definitely be fine." The attitude of the merchants was very optimistic, but Xie Lian had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they thought. If there wouldn't be a problem if they didn't mistakenly enter the remnant of the Half-Moon Kingdom, then could it be that those more than half of the caravans that had disappeared in the past were all suicidal? He thought for a moment and said to Nanfeng Fuyao in a low voice, "Everything happened too suddenly. After this sandstorm passes, we'll first ensure that these people leave safely before going to the remnant of the Half-Moon Kingdom to investigate." He then lowered his head and continued to read the words on the stone slab. He had just recognized the word general, but that was because this word was used a lot, and it had already been 200 years since he came to the Half-Moon Kingdom. Even if he had learned it well at that time, he would have forgotten everything after 200 years. Now that he had suddenly regained it, he really needed a bit of time and patience. At this moment, San Lang said, "General's tomb." As soon as he said that, Xie Lian remembered. Didn't the last word mean tomb, and cave? He turned around and asked curiously, San Lang, could it be that you also know the Half Moon Kingdom? San Lang smiled and said, not much. It's just out of interest, so I know a few. Xia Lian was already used to him saying this. The Half Moon Kingdom itself was rare, and understanding it was already rare. The word tomb was also not a common word. If he really only knew a few, how could he just happen to know this one? When he said, not much, it was probably the same as don't be afraid to ask anything. He immediately smiled and said, great. Maybe the ones you know are the ones I don't know. Come over, let's take a look together. He lightly waved his hand and San Lang went over. Nan Feng and Fu Yao stood to the side, holding a palm flame to illuminate the two of them. Xia Lian's fingers slowly brushed over the words on the tombstone. He and San Lang discussed in low voices, quietly reading it. As they read, their gazes became more and more curious, and finally, they gradually settled down. The youth in the caravan was, after all, young and curious. In addition, the two of them had casually exchanged a few words just now, so he had become familiar with them. He asked, brothers, what exactly is written on this stone tablet? Xia Lian came back to his senses and replied, this stone tablet is a tombstone. Written on the tombstone is the life of a general. Tianxing said, a general from the Half Moon Kingdom? San Lang said, no, it was a general from the Central Plains. Nan Feng asked doubtfully, a general from the Central Plains? Then why would the people of the Half Moon Kingdom erect a tomb for him? Isn't it said that the two countries were constantly at war? San Lang said, this general was very strange. Although the stone tablet refers to him as a general, he is actually just a lieutenant. Then did he later get promoted to general? He didn't. Furthermore, in the beginning, he commanded 100 people. Later, he commanded 70, and then 50. In short, he was demoted all the way. This kind of experience of being demoted again and again until he couldn't be demoted was very familiar. Xia Lian felt two pairs of eyes focused on him, but he pretended not to notice and continued to read the words on the stone tablet. At this moment, Tianxing asked in confusion, how can there be such a thing as an official who gets lower and lower? As long as they don't make any big mistakes, even if they don't get promoted, they won't get demoted either. How many failures do they have to fail to achieve this? Xia Lian clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it in front of his mouth. He coughed lightly and solemnly said, little friend, it's common for an official to get lower and lower in rank. Ah! San Lang laughed and said, indeed, it's common. After a pause, he continued, the reason this lieutenant got lower and lower wasn't because his martial prowess was lacking and he wasn't worthy of his position, but because the relationship between the two countries wasn't good. However, on the battlefield, not only did he not make any contributions, but he was also a hindrance. Nan Feng asked, what do you mean by hindrance? San Lang said, not only did he stop the other side from killing their own people, he also stopped them from killing the other side's people. Every time he did so, he was demoted by one rank. As he spoke unhurriedly, the 7 or 8 merchants gradually sat down and treated it as if they were listening to his story. They were quite engrossed in it and expressed their opinions as they listened. Tianxing said, I don't think this lieutenant did anything wrong. It's one thing for soldiers to go to war, but it's not a problem to not let them kill civilians as they please, right? Although it's quite out of kindness for a country's soldier to do so and not very appropriate, on the whole, there's nothing wrong with it. Yes, after all, he's saving people, not harming people. Xia Lian listened and smiled slightly. The group of merchants in front of him were not the people who lived in the border area, nor were they ancient people from 200 years ago. Now that the Half Moon Kingdom had been reduced to ashes, when people mentioned it again, they could naturally play it down, sympathize, and even praise it a little. Even if they didn't agree, they could probably understand. But 100 years ago, when the two sides were at war and hated each other endlessly, the consequences of this kind of behavior were definitely not just a light out of kindness evaluation. Among the group of people, only Ah Zhao, probably because he was a local, understood a little more. He said, "Today is today, 200 years ago is 200 years ago." This officer is already very lucky to have only been demoted. Fu Yao scoffed and said, laughable to the extreme. Xie Lian could more or less guess what he was going to say and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Sure enough, under the light of the fire, Fu Yao's gloomy brows and eyes were illuminated. He said, "Since this person has become a soldier, he should always remember to protect his own country and bravely kill the enemy on the front lines. When two countries are at war, casualties are inevitable. Such soft-heartedness will only make his own comrades hate him, and the enemy officers and soldiers will find him comical and ridiculous. No one will thank him." His words were also very reasonable, so the cave was silent. Fu Yao then said indifferently, "In the end, this kind of person only has one ending, death. And most likely, he died at the hands of his own people." After a moment of silence, Xie Lian broke the silence and said, "Yes. You're quite right. He died." Tiansheng was shocked. "Ah! How did he die? Was he really killed by his own people?" After pondering for a moment, Xie Lian opened his mouth and said, "That's not it. It said that there was a time when both sides were fighting. While they were fighting, this person didn't tie his boots properly and stepped on it. He fell and everyone in the cave had originally thought that this general must have died tragically." Hearing this, they were all stunned. They all thought to themselves, what kind of way did he die? Laughter burst out. "Ha ha 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 ha," Xie Lian said. "He was trampled to death and hacked to death by the red-eyed soldiers of both sides." "Ha ha 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 ha," San Lang raised an eyebrow and said, "Is it very funny?" Xie Lian also said, "Cough. Yes, it's quite tragic. Everyone, be a little more sympathetic. Don't laugh. Since we're in someone else's tomb, let's give him some face." Tiansheng hurriedly said, "I don't mean any harm. But, this is too, a little, ha." Xie Lian couldn't help it because when he read up to this point, he also wanted to laugh. He could only not bring it up and continue reading. Translating, he said, "In short, although this officer's reputation in the army wasn't good, the people of the Half-Moon Kingdom and the people of the Central Plains at the border received his care, so they called him General. They built a simple stone tomb for him and erected a stone tablet to commemorate him." San Lang said, "Later on, the people of the Half-Moon Kingdom also discovered the magic of this stone tablet. As long as you kowtow to this stone tablet 3 times, you can turn misfortune into fortune in the Gobi Desert." His tone was so profound that it was very convincing. His expression was also serious. When everyone heard this, several people immediately kowtowed, saying that it was better to believe it than not. Xie Lian was puzzled. "Ah! Is there such a thing? Is it that magical?" San Lang smiled slightly and said in a low voice, "No. I made it up. Since they just laughed, it's not too much for them to kowtow now, right?" Xie Lian looked and saw that it was true. There was no one behind the stone tablet. Originally, he was still a bit sad, but now he found it funny. He also said in a low voice, "Why are you so naughty?" San Lang stuck out his tongue. The two of them were laughing when suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "What is this?" This cry was extremely shrill in the entire cave, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Xie Lian looked in the direction of the cry and said, "What's wrong?" The people who were originally kowtowing to the ancient stone tablet scrambled away and cried out in fear, "Snake!" Nan Feng and Fu Yao turned their arms in the direction of the direction, and 2 flames from their palms lit up the ground in that area. Impressively, there was a long, gorgeous snake coiled on the sand. Everyone panicked. Why is there a snake? Why isn't this snake making any noise? I don't even know when it crawled in here. Illuminated by the flames, the snake's body rose up. It seemed to be extremely vigilant, ready to attack at any time. Nan Feng was just about to send a palm flame over when he saw someone leisurely walk over. With a casual grab, the person grabbed the snake's weak point and lifted it up with his left hand. As he observed, he said, "Isn't it normal for there to be snakes in the desert? The one who was so unscrupulous was naturally San Lang. As the saying goes, hit the snake's weak point. If the snake's weak point was crushed, no matter how vicious its venomous fangs were, it wouldn't be able to become powerful. The snake's tail softly wrapped around his left arm a few times. Now that it was closer, Xie Lian focused his eyes and saw that the snake's skin seemed to be translucent. He could see the bright purplish-red color inside, mixed with strands of black. It made him think of the color of internal organs and was very uncomfortable. The snake's tail was actually the color of flesh, and it was segmented as if it had grown layers of hard shells. It didn't look like a snake's tail, but more like a scorpion's. Seeing this clearly, Xie Lian's expression abruptly changed. Be careful of its tail. Before he finished speaking, the snake's entangled tail suddenly loosened its grip on San Lang's arm. The tip of the tail seemed to have become another snake's head as it flicked backwards and fiercely stabbed. That tail's thrust was extremely fierce, but San Lang's right hand reached out and easily caught the tail. He pinched the tail as if he was holding something fun and showed it to Xie Lian. With a smile, he said, "This tail is quite interesting." At the tip of the snake's tail, there was actually a flesh-red thorn. Xie Lian let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that it didn't hit. It really is a scorpion-tail snake." Nan Feng and Fu Yao also came over to look at the snake. "A scorpion-tail snake?" Xie Lian replied, "That's right. It's a type of poison unique to Half Moon Country. It's still considered rare, so I've never seen it before. However, I've heard of it. Its body is like a snake's, and its tail is like a scorpion's. However, its poison is more violent than both of them combined. Whether it's being bitten by its poisonous fangs or being pricked by its poisonous tail, it's all." Speaking up to this point, he saw San Lang toss the snake over and over in his hand. Sometimes he stretched it out, sometimes he pressed it down, and sometimes he twisted it like a towel. The only thing missing was a bow. After a moment of silence, Xie Lian warmly advised, "San Lang, don't play with it anymore. It's very dangerous." However, San Lang smiled and said, "It's fine. Gidge doesn't need to worry. This scorpion-tail snake is the totem of the Half Moon Country Preceptor. This is a rare opportunity, so of course I have to look at it carefully." Xie Lian was startled. "The totem of the Half Moon Country Preceptor?" San Lang replied, "Exactly. It said that the Half Moon Country Preceptor was able to control this type of scorpion-tail snake. That's why the Half Moon Country Preceptor believed that her powers were boundless and worshipped her as their preceptor." As soon as he heard the word control, Xie Lian felt something was wrong. He thought to himself, whenever someone mentioned control, it would always be in large groups. He immediately said, "Everyone, hurry and get out first. I'm afraid this scorpion-tail snake isn't just one." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a blood-curdling scream. "Ah!" One after another, several people cried out in alarm, "Snakes! So many snakes! There's one here too!" Within the darkness, 7 or 8 purplish-red scorpion-tail snakes had actually crawled out without a sound. They had appeared extremely suddenly, so it was impossible to tell which cave they had crawled out from. They didn't attack either, instead quietly staring at this group of people, as if they were examining something. The snakes crawled and attacked without a sound. They didn't even make the hissing sound that a poisonous snake would make when spitting out its tongue. It was truly dangerous to the extreme. Nan Feng and Fu Yao struck out with their palms, causing a large ball of raging fire to explode within the cave. Xie Lian shouted, "Get out! How could anyone dare to stay in the cave?" They hastily fled out. Fortunately, the sky had already turned dusk. That tornado had long since gone far away, and the sandstorm outside had also lessened by quite a bit. The group of people retreated towards an open area. As they ran, someone said, "This stone tablet is too scary. How could we still encounter this kind of thing after kowtowing 3 times? Xie Lian thought to himself that it was fortunate that they didn't know that the last sentence was made up by San Lang. However, he heard someone else say, "That's right. The effect is more or less the same as kowtowing to that lousy immortal. The more we kowtow, the more unlucky we get. Xia Lian was left speechless as he was struck by an arrow in such a remote place. Suddenly, Tianxing cried out in alarm, "Uncle Zheng!" The old man he was supporting collapsed. Xia Lian rushed forward and asked, "What's wrong?" That Uncle Zheng's face was filled with pain as he shakily raised his hand. Xia Lian caught his hand and looked at it. His heart sank when he saw that the area between his thumb and forefinger was purplish red and swollen. He could barely make out an extremely small hole in the swollen area. With such a small wound, he feared that even if he had been stabbed, he wouldn't be able to feel it for a while. Xia Lian immediately said, "Everyone, quickly check if you have any wounds on your body. If you do, quickly tie it up with a rope." He then turned over his wrist to look at his meridians. There was a purplish-red color visible to the naked eye that was currently climbing up his meridians. Xia Lian thought that this snake venom was very powerful. Just as he was about to untie Roxy, he saw Ah Zhao tear off a strip of cloth and tie it tightly around the center of the old man's forearm, preventing the poisonous blood from flowing back to his heart. His actions were incomparably fast, causing Xia Lian to inwardly praise him. When he raised his head, Nan Feng had already taken out a medicine bottle and poured out a pill. Xia Lian gave it to the old man. Tianxing panicked and shouted, "Uncle, are you all right? Brother Ah Zhao, uncle won't die, right?" Ah Zhao shook his head and said, "After being bitten by a scorpion-tail snake, death is certain within 4 hours." Tianxing was startled and said, Then what should we do?" Uncle Zheng was the leader of the caravan. The other merchants also anxiously said, "Didn't you give this little brother medicine?" Nan Feng said, "I didn't give him an antidote. It's just a temporary lifespan extension. At most, I can help him delay the 4 hours to 24 hours. The crowd of merchants became flustered. There's only 24 hours? If that's the case, doesn't that mean we can only wait for death like this? Is this poison incurable? At this time, San Lang slowly walked over and said, "There's hope." Everyone looked towards him. Tianxing was overjoyed. Turning his head, he said, "Brother Zhao, why didn't you say so earlier that there was hope? You scared me to death." Ah Zhao didn't say anything and just silently shook his head. San Lang said, "Of course it's hard for him to say. If the poison person can be saved, but the others can't, what do you say?" Xia Lian said, "San Lang, what do you say?" San Lang said, "Brother, do you know the origin of the legend of this scorpion-tailed snake? Originally, according to the legend, several hundred years ago, a king of the half-moon country went hunting deep in the mountains and accidentally caught 2 poisonous creatures that had transformed into demons. One was a poisonous snake spirit, and the other was a scorpion spirit. These 2 poisonous creatures cultivated deep in the mountains and didn't care about worldly affairs. They had never harmed anyone, but the king of the half-moon country used the excuse that they were poisonous creatures and would sooner or later harm people. Thus, he wanted to kill them. The 2 demons bitterly begged the king to let them live. However, the king's natural disposition was cruel. He forced the 2 demons to copulate in front of him and a group of ministers, allowing them to drink and amuse themselves at the banquet. After the banquet ended, the king still killed the 2 poisonous creatures. Only the queen couldn't bear to do this, but she also didn't dare to disobey the king. Thus, she plucked a fragrant leaf and threw it over to cover the bodies of the 2 poisonous creatures. The poisonous snake and scorpion had transformed into evil creatures and were extremely resentful. They cursed the offsprings born from copulation to stay here forever and kill the people of the half-moon country. Because of this, the scorpion-tailed snake only appeared in the half-moon country. Once bitten or stabbed by them, the poison would spread rapidly and the person would die a miserable death. However, because of the queen's kindness, the fragrant leaf that the queen had thrown over to cover them that day was able to cure this poison. After saying this, San Lang said, "That kind of fragrant grass is called good moon grass. It also only grows within the borders of the half-moon country." When the merchants heard this, they all said, This kind of myth and legend, can it really be believed?" This little brother, human lives are at stake. Don't joke with us. San Lang only smiled but didn't say anything. After he finished explaining, he didn't say anything more. Tianxing then asked Zhao for confirmation, Brother Zhao, is what this brother in red said true? After muttering to himself for a moment, Zhao said, I don't know if the myth and legend are true or false. However, within the borders of the half-moon country, good moon grass does indeed grow. And good moon grass can indeed cure the scorpion-tail snake's poison. Xia Lian said, in other words, the person bitten by the scorpion-tail snake only has a slim chance of survival. And this slim chance of survival can only be obtained by going to the half-moon country. It was no wonder that many caravans and travelers who passed by would still enter the half-moon country despite knowing that every time they crossed the border, more than half of them would disappear. It wasn't because they wanted to die, but because they might die if they didn't go in. The scorpion-tail snake was the totem of the half-moon demonic Tao, and it could be controlled by her, so the appearance of the scorpion-tail snake was definitely not a coincidence. With just a few heavenly officials, there was no way they could guarantee that these people would come out unscathed. They also didn't know whether or not more scorpion-tailed snakes would appear. Xia Lian put 2 fingers together and pressed them against his temples, operating the spirit communication array. He wanted to see if he could thicken his face and borrow a few more little heavenly officials. Who knew that it wouldn't work and there would be no news? He put down his hand, feeling strange, and thought to himself, my magic power can't be used up so quickly, right? I counted this morning, and there's clearly a little left. Then, he turned to Nan Feng and Fu Yao. Which one of you will try to enter the spirit communication array? I can't go in here. After a while, the 2 of them wore grave expressions. Nan Feng said, I can't go in either. In some places where evil energy soared to the heavens, the magic power of some of the divine officials would be affected and temporarily weakened or blocked. It was likely that they were currently encountering such a situation. Xia Lian paced back and forth in the same place for a while, then he raised his head and said, maybe it's because this place is too close to the half-moon ancient kingdom, so the spirit communication technique is blocked. At this time, he suddenly saw an abnormally dazzling red color from the corner of his eye. While Nan Feng and Fu Yao were trying to enter the spirit communication array, the other merchants were busily checking their bodies for small wounds. Only that youth, who was naturally born with a purple-red scorpion's tail, was preoccupied with anxiously holding on to old Uncle Zheng. He was completely unaware that a purplish-red scorpion's tail was silently climbing up his back. It was coiled on Tianxing's shoulder, but its fangs weren't aimed at the youth's neck, but at San Lang's arm, who was indifferently standing to the side. The snake raised its back and protruded. Just as the fangs were about to pierce San Lang, Xia Lian stretched out his hand and accurately pinched the snake's weak spot. Chapter 22. Scorpion Tail. However, after this stinging, Xia Lian also pinched its tail, accurately catching the entire scorpion tail snake. Exerting strength in his hand, he pinched it until it fainted. He was stung, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. He only threw the fainted snake to the ground. He said, everybody, be careful. There might be snakes nearby. Before he finished speaking, his wrist tightened. He raised his head to look. It was San Lang who had caught him. Xia Lian was slightly startled. San Lang. The reason he asked this was because of the expression on this youth's face. It really wasn't right. He didn't know how to describe it with words. Something wasn't right. He didn't know how to describe it with words. He stared closely at the tiny wound on the back of Xia Lian's hand. He stared intently at the tiny wound on the back of Xia Lian's hand. This wound really did look like it had been pricked by a needle. However, the poison was swift and violent. The back of his hand immediately swelled up into a huge purplish-red lump. That small wound had also expanded to the size of a knife's edge. San Lang's expression was calm. Without a word, he grabbed Ruoxi and used it to tie a tight knot on Xia Lian's wrist, locking the poisonous blood from flowing back. Although Ruoxi acted like a spoiled child towards Xia Lian, he wasn't that well behaved. However, it was so obedient in his hands that it was as if it was dead. Since the two of them met, Xia Lian had never seen this expression on his face. Just as he was about to speak, he pulled out a dagger from the waist of a merchant. Seeing this, Nan Feng immediately understood what he was going to do. His right hand brought out a palm flame. San Lang didn't even look at him. He only placed the tip of the knife on the fire and warmed it. Turning his head, he quickly and lightly drew a cross on the wound on the back of Xia Lian's hand. Just as he was about to bend down, Xia Lian hurriedly said, "No need. The scorpion tail snake's poison is powerful. It's useless even if you suck it. Be careful not to get poisoned yourself." That youth didn't allow him to explain. He grabbed his hand tightly and covered his lips. For some reason, Xia Lian felt his arm that was being held by him tremble slightly. On the other side, Fu Yao said, "You can even get stung like this. It really is poisonous. He might not even get bitten. What are you trying to grab? You're just adding to the chaos." This was the truth. In reality, now that Xia Lian thought about San Lang's carefree manner in tying knots for the snake, he also felt that San Lang most likely wouldn't be bitten. Perhaps even if he was bitten, he wouldn't care at all. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If this young man really didn't notice the snake and got bitten, wouldn't it be useless to regret it? He waved his good hand and said, "Anyway, I won't die even if it doesn't hurt, so don't worry about it." Fu Yao asked, "Are you really not in pain?" Xia Lian honestly replied, "Really? I can't feel it anymore." These words were true. Xia Lian was an extremely unlucky person. 8 out of 10 times when he walked deep into the mountains, he would step on a poisonous snake or wake up a poisonous insect. He had long been bitten by all kinds of poisonous creatures thousands of times, but he still stubbornly refused to die. At most, he would have a fever for 3 days and 3 nights, and when he woke up, he would still be fine. Moreover, he was not very sensitive to pain. He would get used to any kind of pain after a while. After he said this, San Lang finally raised his head. The redness on the back of Xia Lian's hand had already disappeared, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. His gaze was extremely cold as he shifted his gaze to the side, moving towards the scorpion snake on the ground. With a shrill bang, the purplish-red snake exploded into a puddle of purplish-red flesh. When everyone saw that the snake had actually exploded, they all jumped in fright. However, they didn't know who had done it. Although the blood hadn't splashed onto them, they were still very frightened. Tianxing still remembered that Xia Lian had also been stung, so he anxiously said, "This older brother, you were also stung? What are you going to do?" Xia Lian tightened the bandage on his wrist and smiled. "Good child, I'm fine. Let's do it as usual. Next, we're going to enter the city to find the good moon grass." A merchant hurriedly said, "You guys are going? Then what about us? Should we also send someone to go?" Xia Lian said, "You guys don't need to. I'm afraid that the old land of the half-moon country is full of danger. One more person means one more mishap. After we find the good moon grass, we will bring it out to you within 24 hours. Several merchants said one after another, Is this true? Then we're really grateful. How can we accept this?" However, when Xia Lian's next words left his mouth, their expressions changed. He said, "In order to find the half-moon ancient country as soon as possible, I would like to trouble you guys to temporarily lend this little brother to us to lead the way." The one he wanted to lend was naturally Zhao. If one were to say that the merchants' faces were filled with gratitude and rejoicing before, then right now, most of them were filled with hesitation. Xia Lian was also clear that they were worried that he would run away after finding the good moon grass. Even if Zhao still had a conscience and didn't run away with him and was still willing to come back, then the time would be greatly delayed. However, they really didn't want to go to that ghastly place where every time they passed a border, more than half of them would disappear. Thus, they were very conflicted. It was understandable. Xia Lian quickly followed up with another sentence. However, I'm also afraid that there will be other things that will attack you guys. Therefore, Fu Yao, you stay here and take care of them. After leaving one person here, all the merchants finally nodded and said, all right. As long as Ah Zhao is willing to go with you guys. Thus, Xia Lian turned to Ah Zhao and said, little brother, are you willing to help me? It's fine if you're not willing. Ah Zhao nodded and said, sure. However, the half-moon ancient country is actually easy to find. Just follow this direction and you'll find it. After saying goodbye to the merchants, he walked in front to lead the way. Xia Lian, San Lang, and Nan Feng followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Xia Lian opened his mouth and asked, Ah Zhao, do scorpion snakes often appear in this area? Ah Zhao replied, scorpion snakes don't appear often. This is also the first time I've seen one. Xia Lian nodded and no longer asked. In reality, he had lived near the Half-Moon Kingdom for a period of time, and this was also the first time he saw a scorpion snake. Thus, there was nothing wrong with this answer. Nan Feng sensed something and whispered, you suspect this Ah Zhao? Xia Lian also whispered, in any case, we've brought him out and just need to keep an eye on him. If it was in the past, the first person to talk to him would definitely be San Lang. However, he wasn't sure if it was because of what just happened, but at this moment, the young man's expression was still not too good and he didn't say a word. Xia Lian also didn't know why, but he couldn't talk to him and could only walk. The four of them walked for almost an hour in the vast Gobi Desert. The storm had already gone far away, and there was no sandstorm blocking their way. Their pace was very fast. Gradually, they could see some weeds growing in the cracks between the sand and the rocks. When the sun was about to set, Xia Lian finally saw an ancient city on the horizon. This ancient city was very difficult to see because it was an earthy yellow color and blended into the boundless yellow sand. The city walls had collapsed and there were even a few sections buried in the yellow sand. When they got closer, they discovered that the city walls were extremely tall. The highest point was about a dozen feet high, so it wasn't hard to imagine how grand it used to be. After passing through the Barbican, the four of them officially entered the territory of the Half-Moon Kingdom. After passing through the gate was a wide and empty street. On both sides were broken walls, dilapidated houses, broken stones, and broken wood. Perhaps it was because he was used to warning them, Zhao said, everyone, be careful. Don't wander around. These three people naturally didn't need his warning. It was probably because this ancient city was very different from the Half-Moon Kingdom in his mind. Nan Feng doubtfully asked, this is the Half-Moon Kingdom? Why is it so small? It's even smaller than a city. Xia Lian replied, it's a small country in the desert. The size of the oasis corresponds to the size of the country. At its peak, the Half-Moon Kingdom only had around 10,000 people. It's really only this big. When there are a lot of people, it's still okay. It's quite lively. Nan Feng observed for a while and said, attacking this country will probably take a few days. Xia Lian shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true. Nan Feng, don't underestimate the people of Half Moon. Although they only have around 10,000 citizens, their army is always maintained at over 4,000. They have more men than women. Excluding the old, weak, sick, and disabled, as well as the farmers, the remaining men are almost all in the army. Moreover, the soldiers of Half Moon Kingdom want to be 9 feet tall. Their personalities are brave and aggressive. When they carry a mace, they dare to rush forward with a knife stuck in their chest. It's extremely difficult to defeat them. Ah Zhao seemed slightly surprised. He glanced at Xia Lian and said, this Gongzi seems to know a lot. Xia Lian maintained his smile and was about to casually say something when Nan Feng asked, what's that wall? He was pointing at a huge yellow building in the distance. Calling it a building didn't seem right, because strictly speaking, it could only be called a thing surrounded by 4 tall mud walls. It had no door, nor did it have a roof. There were only 4 mud walls, and each wall was over 10 feet tall. A pole was stuck at the top of the wall. It was so tattered that it was unknown if it was a flag or something else fluttering in the wind. For some reason, it made people feel a slight chill in their hearts. Xia Lian turned his head and glanced at it. That's a sinner pit. As soon as he heard the name, he knew it definitely wasn't anything good. Nan Feng frowned. A sinner pit? After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, "You can think of it as a prison. It's a place specially used to imprison guilty people." Nan Feng said, "It doesn't even have a door, so how do we imprison them? Don't tell me we just throw them down from above?" Xia Lian was just thinking about whether or not to say it when San Lang suddenly said, "Throw them down. Moreover, there are poisonous scorpions and hungry ferocious beasts down there." Hearing him finally speak, Xia Lian relaxed and glanced at him. However, San Lang only looked at him for a moment before shifting his gaze away. Nan Feng cursed, "How the fuck is this a prison? This is basically torture. So vicious. If the half-moon people aren't sick in the head, then they're cruel by nature." Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. "Not all of them. There are also some half-moon people who are quite cute." At this moment, he suddenly stopped talking and frowned. "Wait." As expected, the other three people stopped. Xia Lian raised his hand and said, "Look at that pole above the pit. Isn't there a person hanging there?" The sun was setting in the west and night had fallen. The distance was quite far, so it was very difficult to see what was hanging on the pole. However, when they walked a little closer, they could see the outline of the thing that was hanging. It was clearly a thin and small man dressed in black. His clothes were tattered, and he was hung above the sinner pit. He looked like a broken doll, swaying back and forth in the wind. San Lang said, "Yes." When Ah Zhao saw the person hanging there, his face slightly paled. This scene was extremely mournful and strange. Even someone as calm as him couldn't bear it. At this moment, San Lang slightly tilted his head and said in a low voice, "There's someone." He wasn't the only one who sensed it. Xia Lian also heard the extremely light sound of footsteps. On both sides of the street were dilapidated houses. The four people immediately spread out and hid inside. Xia Lian and San Lang hid in the same dilapidated house, while Nan Feng and Ah Zhao hid in the house opposite. Not long after, a woman dressed in white appeared at the end of the dilapidated street. The woman wore a fluttering snow-white Taoist robe. She held a horsetail whisk on her arm as she walked on the street. Her eyes were extremely bright as she looked left and right. Her demeanor made it seem as if this wasn't an ancient city that had been abandoned for many years, but rather a small back garden that she could turn over as she pleased. Not far away, a woman dressed in black slowly walked behind her with her hands clasped behind her back. This woman dressed in black had a beautiful yet cold expression. Her gaze was like an unsheathed dagger, and her long hair was loose. Her entire person seemed to emit traces of cold air. Although she was walking behind this woman dressed in white, no one would think of her as someone's subordinate. They were the two people they had seen outside the abandoned building at noon. At that time, the two people's figures flashed by. That person dressed in black was tall, so Xia Lian couldn't clearly see if they were male or female. Now, he knew that both of them were women. The one dressed in white could only be the half-moon imperial tutor. As for the one dressed in black, who could she be? That half-moon imperial tutor leisurely swung her horsetail whisk and said, "Where did those people hide?" "They disappeared in a moment of carelessness. Don't tell me I have to find them one by one and kill them." Xia Lian thought to himself, sure enough, as soon as they entered the city, they were immediately targeted. That woman dressed in black walked over and expressionlessly passed him. She said, "You can call your friends to help you kill them." This friends could only refer to that group of extremely lethal soldiers of the half-moon imperial tutor. The half-moon imperial tutor laughed. "Ha! I don't like calling other people, I just like calling you. Are you happy?" That woman dressed in black didn't give him any face at all. She coldly said, "What's there to be happy about being called over by you to do this kind of thing? Hurry up and leave." The half-moon imperial tutor raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, they were about to leave. Listening to their conversation, it seemed like they were old acquaintances who had a pretty good relationship. These two definitely weren't ordinary people, so this person dressed in black definitely wouldn't be a nameless person. Who was the woman familiar with the half-moon imperial tutor? A mysterious fellow disciple? Or perhaps there was actually a queen or a female general in the half-moon empire? Xie Lian rapidly pondered as he held his breath. He definitely didn't want to be discovered at this time. From what he could see, this half-moon imperial tutor's temperament was very jumpy. If by any chance he saw them and got excited, he might call over that group of legendary 9-feet-tall soldiers who wielded wolf-teeth clubs. Then, they would have to fight for a period of time. 24 hours. Every hour less would mean one more minute of danger. Who would have known that the more he didn't want something to happen, the more it would happen? When that woman dressed in black walked past the front of this room, she suddenly stopped and swept her sharp gaze over. That half-moon imperial tutor had already walked a few steps forward. Seeing her stop, his body fell back and he said, "Hey, are you going or not?" That woman dressed in black said, "You, step back." The half-moon imperial tutor said, "Oh." Sure enough, he stepped back. That woman dressed in black seemed to be about to raise her hand when suddenly, a loud sound came from the opposite side of the street. On the opposite side, the room that Nan Feng and the others were hiding in had actually collapsed. This room collapsed along with the rows to the left and right. In a split second, the street was filled with sand and dust. A black shadow suddenly leaped out from the flying sand and stones, striking out a majestic flame that attacked the half-moon imperial tutor. That woman dressed in black turned around and blocked in front of the half-moon imperial tutor. Her left hand was still behind her back, but her right hand casually grabbed the flame in her palm and directly sent it back to him. That black shadow was also incomparably fast, dodging in a flash. With a few leaps, it left with a cloud of sand and dust. The half-moon imperial tutor chased after it. That woman dressed in black glanced over and then also chased after it. This unforeseen event happened in an instant. Xie Lian thought to himself, "Good Nan Feng." He knew that Nan Feng, who was hiding on the opposite side of the street, saw that they were about to be discovered and created a diversion to help them lure the enemy away. Since he was the only one who leaped out, Zhao was definitely still in the room. After confirming that the three people were far away, Xie Lian pulled San Lang out and said, "Ah Zhao, you're still alive, right? Are you hurt?" In a flash, a muffled voice came from under the collapsed room. "I'm fine." Xie Lian relaxed and said, "It's good that you're fine." Although he believed that when Nan Feng destroyed the room, he would definitely have meticulously controlled it to leave room for another living person, in the end, he still had to confirm it before he could be at ease. He single-handedly lifted up a rotting beam. After a while, Zhao crawled out from under the room with difficulty. His head and face were covered in dust, and he casually patted them twice before regaining his indifferent expression. Xie Lian said, "Right now, we only have 3 people left. Nan Feng is being chased, so we need to speed up." "Ah Zhao, do you know where in the city the good moon grass grows?" Ah Zhao shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. I only know the location of the ancient city. I've never been here before, so I don't know where the good moon grass grows." On the side, San Lang said, "It's said that the good moon grass likes the shade. It grows short and its roots are extremely thin, but its leaves are relatively large. Its shape is similar to a pointy peach. It would be better for you to search near that tall building." Xie Lian pondered for a moment before saying, "Tall building?" Speaking of tall buildings, in a country, what building could be taller and grander than the imperial palace? Moreover, in that legend, after the banquet, the queen plucked a piece of the good moon grass. This could also mean that the good moon grass could grow in the imperial palace. The 3 of them surveyed the area and sure enough, they saw a palace built from bricks and wood in the center of the city. From afar, that palace looked quite imposing. But up close, the degree of ruin was only slightly better than the other houses on the street. After passing through the palace's main gate, they arrived at a very large garden. Perhaps in the past, this place wasn't a garden, but rather a plaza or something. However, after many years of desolation, all that was left was a piece of land filled with all kinds of green plants. That's right, what they were stepping on wasn't sand, but rather soil. This was probably the only remaining traces of an oasis. It was possible that the good moon grass was hidden among these many plants. Xia Lian said, "Let's hurry up and search. We only have 24 hours. However, we must still be extremely careful of the scorpion snakes." Zhao agreed, and San Lang also made an "n" sound. The three of them lowered their heads and searched. However, Xia Lian suddenly remembered that the state preceptor of the Half-Moon Empire could control the scorpion snakes. In that case, once they reached her territory, there should be even more scorpion snakes appearing. However, after the group of people entered the Half-Moon ancient city, they didn't see a single scorpion snake. He straightened his waist and was about to speak when his hand suddenly felt a cylindrical object. Chapter 23. Wah! Xia Lian withdrew his hand. He was speechless. He realized that every time he saw or touched something in the darkness, in the face of such a terrifying scene, he didn't even make a sound, and the other party had already shouted first. In fact, he should be the most afraid, right? The shrubs and grass in this garden were tall and dense. Just now, there was a person sneaking in the grass. Xia Lian's hand landed on his calf. That leg quickly pulled away, the grass in front of him rustled, a person shouted, don't hit, it's me, brother." Xia Lian took a closer look. This was really unexpected. The person who shouted, don't hit, was actually the thick-browed and big-eyed young man, Tianxing. Tianxing saw that he recognized him. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, after seeing that it was him, Xia Lian did not heave a sigh of relief. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He raised an arm in front of him and said, "Didn't you stay here with the others to take care of the injured? Why are you here? Are you really Tianxing? Appearing under such circumstances?" It was more like something else was pretending to be him. Tianxing hurriedly said, "It's me. It's really me. Not only me, there are also 3 uncles who came with me. They are inside. If you don't believe me, look." He pointed into the palace. Sure enough, not long after, 3 people ran out from the dilapidated hall. They were the group of merchants from before. When they saw Xia Lian, they were all stunned, and then they looked embarrassed. Xia Lian exhaled and stood up. He patted the hem of his white clothes and said, "What happened to you guys?" When he asked this, the merchants were all embarrassed and didn't say anything. After a long while, Tianxing mumbled, "Brothers, not long after you left, Uncle Zheng's poison acted up again. He was very sick. We didn't know when you would come back, and we were worried that you wouldn't be able to find him, or that you would come back late. Brother Zhao said that if we followed that road, we could find the Half-Moon Kingdom, so we thought that with a few more people, it would be easier to find, so we also came." In the end, he still regretted it. She was afraid that Xia Lian and the others would escape with Zhao after they found the good moon grass. Still worried, she chased after them. Xia Lian could totally imagine that if Fuyao couldn't persuade them, he might not even bother to stop them. People who stubbornly refused to listen to advice and rushed to their deaths could not be stopped. Xia Lian helplessly said, "You guys are too bold. It's not like you don't know what might be in this city and what might happen. How dare you come here?" Tianxing knew that he did not trust them and felt a little guilty. He lay in the grass and did not dare to speak, probably because he felt awkward. He said, "I'm sorry, it was a matter of life and death. I panicked and it couldn't be helped. It was only human nature to be cautious when it came to human lives." Moreover, he was willing to risk his life to obtain medicinal herbs for others, which could be considered as a form of camaraderie. Xia Lian didn't want to say too much. He rubbed the space between his brows and said, "You guys really are lucky that you didn't encounter anything on your way into this ancient city. By the way, how did you know to come to the palace to find the good moon grass? Tianqing scratched his head and said, we didn't know where to look. But didn't the story that the red-robed brother told us about the good moon grass picked by the empress? Even the empress can't leave the palace as she pleases, so I was thinking if I could come to the palace to try my luck. Xia Lian thought that this child's brain worked fast and got it right. At this moment, San Lang said, I found it. He turned around and saw San Lang waving his hand. What he held in his hand was a jade-colored leaf that still had a bit of root on it. This leaf was about the size of a baby's palm. The roots were thin and peach-shaped, and the leaf had a pointed tail. Xia Lian didn't need to confirm with Ah Zhao to know that this was the legendary good moon grass. Before he could say anything, San Lang had already grabbed his injured hand. That hand had been stung and swollen to a frightening degree. But after San Lang helped him with the drug, although the poison had not been completely removed, the swelling had decreased significantly. At this moment, San Lang was holding Xia Lian's injured hand with one hand and holding the good moon grass with the other. He closed his fingers and didn't seem to use much force. When he opened it again, the leaf had already turned into a pile of green powder. He carefully applied this pile of green powder on the back of Xia Lian's hand. He felt a gentle coolness slowly spreading from the wound. Xia Lian said, San Lang, thank you very much. San Lang didn't reply. After he finished applying the herb, he put down Xia Lian's hand. With this kind of atmosphere between the two of them, Xia Lian felt that something was a bit strange, but he didn't know how to ask. No matter how he asked, he just felt that something wasn't right. The others couldn't understand this subtlety. Tianqing impatiently said, Gidge, do you feel better? Is this herb useful? Xia Lian snapped out of his daze and said, it's a lot better. It should be correct. Hearing this, the others became very excited. They all said, hurry, let's continue looking. Not long after, Zhao also raised a handful of green leaves and said, I also found it here. The handful of good moon grass in his hands was much fatter than the pitiful small piece San Lang had found just now. When everyone saw that the shape and characteristics were correct, they all rushed over. One after another, they exclaimed in surprise, there's such a big piece here. So many. Hurry up and pick some more. If we pick too many, can we sell them when we get back? They were busy picking the herbs. Xia Lian turned his head around and looked at the back of his hand. Speechless, he tried to find something to say. He said to San Lang, you seem to have searched the area they were looking for just now. Didn't you discover it at the time? After he opened his mouth, he also felt that this question was rather pointless. However, San Lang shook his head and said, you don't need to use the grass there. Xia Lian curiously asked, why? Unexpectedly, before San Lang could open his mouth to explain the reason, they heard a miserable cry. Go away. Everyone was stunned. Their movements slowed as they asked one after another, who's screaming? I didn't. It wasn't me either. Then they heard that mournful voice say, go away, you're stepping on me, only now did everyone notice. This voice was actually coming from the side of their feet. In an instant, the few people who had gathered there to pick the good moon grass all scattered. Xia Lian had long since gotten used to this kind of situation. When others retreated, he would step forward. Thus, he walked to the place where the miserable cry was coming from. With a stretch of his hand, he slowly pushed aside the dense underbrush. With this push, the breathing of quite a few people on the spot froze. They saw that under the underbrush, in the soil, a man's face was shockingly buried. In this piece of land, there was actually a living person buried under the soil. Only his face was exposed. This scene was truly incomparably strange. In a split second, the few merchants were so frightened that they hugged each other and screamed. Xia Lian once again skillfully comforted them. Don't panic. Everyone calm down. It's just a face. It's no big deal. Who doesn't have a face, right? That face chuckled and said, did I scare you guys? Sigh. I also often scare myself. Xia Lian half squatted down and carefully examined the face buried in the soil. This was a man's face. When it wasn't smiling, it was very flat. When it was smiling, there were many wrinkles. It was hard to tell if it was old or young, and it was also hard to tell if it was ugly or beautiful. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't make out what this thing was. Thus, he could only directly open his mouth and ask, "Who are you?" That face buried in the soil asked, "And who are you guys?" Xia Lian replied, "A passing caravan." That face buried in the soil sighed and said, "Sigh. A passing caravan. I was once a passing caravan as well. However, that was already 50 or 60 years ago." When he said that, this scene became even stranger. This person had actually been buried under the soil of this abandoned ancient city for 50 or 60 years. Was that still a person? A merchant trembled with fear as he asked, Then why are you here, ah?" That face buried in the soil coughed a few times. With a wrinkled face, he said, I was captured by the Half Moon Empire's soldiers. I accidentally entered the city and was captured by them. They then buried me in the soil and turned me into fertilizer for these good moon grass. So these good moon grass were all grown using living people as fertilizer. No wonder it was so fat. Several merchants hurriedly threw the large amount of good moon grass in their hands onto the ground. They felt that what they had just done was no different from grabbing corpses. Xia Lian also couldn't help but lower his head to look at the back of his hand. However, he heard San Lang say, "There's no problem with that piece of herb." No wonder San Lang had clearly searched this land but didn't pick those fat good moon grass. Most likely, when he saw this face buried in the soil just now, he guessed that these herbs were all grown using people as fertilizer. Thus, he directly ignored this thing and turned around to leave. It wasn't until he found a clean herb that had grown normally in a remote area that he applied it to him. Xia Lian said, "San Lang is very considerate. Thank you very much." San Lang shook his head, his expression still calm. Ever since he had been stung by the scorpion-tailed snake before entering Half Moon Ancient City, his attitude had always been like this. When the two of them had been together a few days ago, he had always called him older brother, but now he didn't even call him that. Aside from helping him take the drug and apply the medicine, San Lang also seemed to be doing his best to avoid physical contact with him. This really made Xia Lian feel extremely strange. He couldn't fathom San Lang's attitude and felt a little uneasy. At this time, the face buried in the soil spoke again, "I haven't seen a living person for many years. You all stand over here and let me take a good look. Is that okay?" Everyone looked at each other and unanimously felt that it was better not to do as he said. After a while, seeing that no one responded, the face buried in the soil muttered, "What, you guys aren't willing? Sigh, what a pity." Xia Lian turned his head and asked, "What's a pity?" The face buried in the soil said, "Ever since you all came in, there's something I've been very concerned about. I've always wanted to use my own eyes to confirm it before telling you. That's why I asked you all to stand over here and let me take a look. That's because I want to carefully look at all of you one by one." Xia Lian asked, "What is it?" The face buried in the soil laughed strangely and said, "I said you guys don't have to be afraid. Among you, there's a person I've seen 50 years ago." As soon as these words came out, everyone's hair suddenly stood on end. If there was a person that this face buried in the soil had seen 50 years ago, that person would be at least 60 or 70 years old by now. However, among the people here, the oldest one didn't look to be over 40. How was this possible? Unless that person wasn't a person. Xia Lian's gaze swept across everyone's faces, starting from Ah Zhao to Tian Sheng. Slightly shocked, fearful, bewildered, and stupefied. Everyone's reactions were incomparably reasonable. If one had to say that someone's reaction didn't conform to common sense, then it could only be the completely unresponsive San Lang. However, to this youngster, not having any reaction was probably the most normal reaction. He turned his head around and asked, "Who is this person you're talking about?" The face buried in the soil twitched a few times before revealing an incomparably strange smile. It was as if he was doing his utmost to make himself look a little more reliable, but he couldn't conceal the sinister smile leaking from the bottom of his heart. He mysteriously said, "You. If you come a little closer, I'll tell you." When those words came out for the first time, Xia Lian believed 80% of it. But after this sentence, there was only 50% left. Who knew if this monster wasn't trying to trick people into coming closer before suddenly launching an attack? Chapter 24. The more he acted like this, the more Xia Lian felt the danger. Everyone, back off. Don't get close to it, and don't pay attention to what it says. Everyone hurriedly listened to him and scattered in a panic. That buried face tried his best to laugh as he said, "Sigh, don't go. Why do you guys have to do this? I'm also a human, I won't harm you guys." Xia Lian said in his heart, "You're thinking too much, you're not like a human at all like this." Who knew? At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A merchant probably thought that no matter what, he still had to take some herbs back to save people. He stealthily took a few steps forward and bent down, wanting to pick up the good moon grass that he had thrown away in fright just now. That buried face's eyeballs rolled around, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Xia Lian cursed in his heart and rushed over, saying, "Don't pick it up. Come back." However, it was already too late. Buried face suddenly opened his mouth. A bright red thing slid out from his mouth. What a long tongue! Xia Lian grabbed the back of the merchant's collar and retreated repeatedly. However, the thing that flew out of that buried face's mouth was incomparably long. With a cheat sound, it jumped into one of the merchant's ears. Xia Lian felt the body under his hands tremble violently. That merchant let out a short scream. His limbs twitched incessantly as he knelt on the ground on both knees. That long tongue quickly pulled out a large bloody thing from his ear and retracted back into the buried face's mouth. That buried face chewed and laughed at the same time, chewing until his mouth was dripping with blood. He laughed so hard that he almost overturned the roof of this dilapidated imperial palace. He screamed, "Ha ha 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 ha! Delicious, 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 delicious. Delicious, delicious. I'm starving to death, I'm starving to death." This voice was sharp and piercing, and that pair of eyes were bloodshot. It was truly disgusting. This person had been buried here for more than 50 years. He had already been assimilated by this demon country and completely turned into something else. Xia Lian released his right hand that was holding the merchant's collar. Just as he was about to strike this disgusting thing with his palm, he suddenly heard that buried face scream again, "General! General! They're here! They're here!" He only heard a cry that was even more ferocious than that of a wild beast. A black shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of Xia Lian. The moment this black shadow landed on the ground, almost the entire ground trembled from its stomp. When he slowly stood up, everyone was shrouded in his huge shadow. This person was simply too big and tall. His face was as dark as iron, and his facial features were fierce and rough, like the face of a beast. Its chest and shoulders were covered in armor, and it was over 9 feet long. Rather than calling it a human, it would be more accurate to call it a giant wolf that walked upright. Behind him, there were 1, 2, 3, more than 10 people jumping down from the roof of the palace. These people were all tall and strong, with similar figures. They were all carrying a mace with sharp teeth on their shoulders, giving the illusion that a pack of wolves had turned into humans. After they landed, they surrounded the people in the garden like a circle of huge iron towers. Half-moon soldiers. These soldiers were emitting waves of black gas. Of course, they were no longer living people. Xia Lian's entire body tensed up, Rua Xie ready to strike. However, when the half-moon soldiers saw them, they didn't immediately rush forward to kill them. Instead, they let out earth-shattering laughter and shouted loudly in the language of the other races. Their pronunciation was very strange and tricky, and their tongues were twisted. It was the language of the Half-Moon Kingdom. Although it had been 200 years and Xia Lian had mostly forgotten the Half-Moon language, He had studied it with San Lang at the general's tomb just now. In addition, these soldiers' voices were like a great bell, and their words were crude and simple, so it wasn't hard to understand them. He heard all the half-moon soldiers call the first half-moon person general, interspersed in their conversation with words like, take him away, and not kill him for now. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, everyone, don't panic. These half-moon people won't kill anyone for now. They seem to be taking us to another place. Don't act rashly. I can't guarantee that we can beat them. Let's play it by ear. These soldiers looked extremely difficult to deal with. Each one of them had rough skin and thick flesh. Even with Ruaxia in his hands, it would take a while to kill one. Dozens of them had come at once, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with. There were also a few ordinary people present, so he could only wait and see. San Lang didn't say anything. The others didn't have any ideas to begin with. Even if they wanted to act rashly, they didn't know how, so they nodded with tears in their eyes. Only the buried face continued to scream, General! General! Let me go! I've helped you keep the enemy. Let me go home. I want to go back. When he saw this group of half-moon soldiers, his expression was extremely agitated. He screamed and whimpered, and his words were mixed with some half-baked half-moon words. He must have randomly learned them during the 50 or 60 years he was here as fertilizer. The 9-foot-and-a-half-moon man who was addressed as General saw something writhing and screaming in the soil and seemed to find it disgusting. He swung his mace and several sharp spikes pierced through the head of the thing buried in the soil. The buried face screamed and lifted again. The spikes embedded themselves in the face of the buried face, uprooting him and bringing him out of the soil, fulfilling his wish to let me go. However, what broke out of the ground under the buried face's neck wasn't a human body at all. Instead, it was a pile of ghastly white bones. Several merchants cried out in fright when they saw this terrifying scene. Meanwhile, the buried face's head fell off from the spikes of the mace. His face was covered in blood, and when he saw his own body, he seemed to be scared stiff. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "What is this? What is this?" Xia Lian reminded, "This is your body." It was obvious. This person had been buried in the desert for 50 or 60 years. His flesh and blood had long since transformed into nutrients for the good moon grass. All that was left of him was a skeleton. The buried face still refused to believe it. How is this possible? My body isn't like this. This isn't my body. His voice was incomparably mournful. This scene was both terrifying and lamentable. Xia Lian shook his head. San Lang sneered and said, "Now you can't stand this body of yours? Then what was that thing that came out of your mouth just now? Do you think there's no problem?" The buried face immediately retorted, "What problem is there? It's just a little longer than an ordinary person's tongue." The corners of San Lang's eyes were full of ridicule. Not bad. It's a little longer." The buried face said, "That's right. It's just a little longer. That's only because I've been eating flying insects and crawling insects for so many years. I've slowly stretched my tongue longer and longer to become like this." When he had first been buried in the ground, he might still have been alive. And in order to survive, he had tried his best to stretch out his tongue to eat those flying insects and crawling insects. Gradually, he was no longer human. His tongue grew longer and longer, and the food he ate also changed from flying insects and crawling insects to something even more frightening. But because he had been buried in the ground all this time, he hadn't been able to see what his body looked like for so many years. He simply couldn't accept it, nor was he willing to believe that he was no longer human. The buried face did his best to explain, "There are also people whose tongues are longer." San Lang smiled. Looking at him, Xia Lian felt an indescribable chill in his heart. This youth's smile really made one feel as if they were about to peel off the skin of another person's face. San Lang said, "Do you think you're still human?" After being asked this question, the buried face seemed to feel a sense of crisis. He suddenly became irritated and said, "Of course I'm human. I'm human." As he shouted, he did his best to move his hands and feet that had already turned into white bones. He wanted to crawl on the ground. Perhaps it was because he had finally come out of the ground, but he felt sincerely happy. He laughed wildly and said, "I'm going back, I can go back. Ha 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 ha." Crack! His laughter was too ear-piercing, and it finally annoyed the Half-Moon General. With a stomp, the buried face's skull instantly shattered. And his screams of, "I'm human," could no longer be heard. After that, General stomped on the annoying buried face. He shouted at the soldiers. A group of Half-Moon soldiers brandished their mace and roared at this group of people. Then, they began to drive them out of the imperial palace. Xia Lian walked at the very front, and San Lang continued to follow behind him. Even when he was being escorted by a group of fiendish Half-Moon soldiers, this youth's pace was still neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. Since just now, Xia Lian had been looking for an opportunity to talk to him. After walking for a while, he saw that the group of Half-Moon soldiers had started chatting with each other again and didn't pay much attention to them. Thus, he said in a low voice, "They call the leader of the Half-Moon General. I don't know what kind of general he is." Sure enough, when he asked, San Lang still answered. He said, "When the Half-Moon country was destroyed, there was only one general. His name, when translated into Chinese, is Kuimo." Xia Lian said, "Kuimo?" This name was really strange. San Lang said, "Correct. It said that because his body was weak when he was young, he was often bullied by others. He vowed to become stronger, so he used the stone millstone to train his strength. That's how he got his name." Xia Lian couldn't help but think to himself, "That can also be called Dali." San Lang continued, "It's rumored that Kuimo was the bravest general in the history of the Half-Moon country. His body was 9 feet long, and he had extraordinary strength. He was the loyal supporter of the Half-Moon country's state preceptor." Xia Lian said, "Even after death? Right now, he wants to send us to where the state preceptor is?" San Lang said, "Maybe. If there were even more Half-Moon soldiers there, how would they escape? What about Nan Feng, who had lured the two away? Now that the good moon grass was in their hands, how were they supposed to deliver it to the poisoned people within 24 hours? Xia Lian pondered as he walked. He discovered that General Kuimo was taking them to an increasingly remote area. Finally, he brought them to the edge of the Half-Moon country before stopping. Xia Lian stopped and raised his head to look. An incomparably tall yellow wall stood in front of him, like a giant. Their destination was actually the Sinner's Pit. Although he had lived near the Half-Moon country for a period of time, Xia Lian actually didn't often enter Half-Moon City. Of course, he had never approached this Sinner's Pit either. Looking at this Sinner's Pit up close, his heart inexplicably palpitated. There was a staircase on the outside of the yellow wall. As they slowly climbed up this simple and crude staircase, Xia Lian looked down and constantly observed with his naked eyes. Finally, he understood why his heart was palpitating. It wasn't because he thought that this place was used for torture, so he shuddered. It wasn't because he was worried about whether or not this group of people would be pushed to the bottom of the pit. Rather, it was a kind of palpitation that came from sensing the existence of a magical array. The terrain and layout of this Sinner's Pit had been deliberately set up into an extremely powerful array. And this array only had one function: to make people who fell into this pit never to climb up again. The so-called never to climb up meant that even if someone put down a rope or put up a ladder, and the person below seized this chance to climb up, halfway up, the array would be activated and that person would be knocked back down again. Xia Lian calmly placed his hand on the wall. After walking for a while, he roughly understood the material of this wall. He discovered that this wall looked like soil from afar, but it was actually incomparably hard stone. Moreover, it might have been imbued with some kind of incantation, so it would definitely be very difficult to break. And when they climbed up the stairs and came to the top of the Sinner's Pit, standing on the yellow wall's eaves, the first scene that they saw could only be described as shocking. The entire Sinner's Pit was surrounded by 4 high walls. Each high wall was more than 30 feet long and more than 20 feet high. Each wall was about 4 feet thick, standing tall and awe-inspiring. In the middle of the 4 walls, there was a huge square space. There wasn't any platform or crossbar to stand on. It was already late, and the giant pit was so dark that they couldn't see the bottom at all. Only bursts of cold air and the smell of blood drifted up from the bottomless darkness from time to time. The crowd stepped on the eaves of the high walls without any guardrails and walked in the air dozens of feet above the ground. Few people dared to look down. And after walking for a while, they came across a long pole in front of them. There was a corpse hanging on the pole, which was the one they saw below before. The corpse was very small. It was a black-clothed girl, her clothes were tattered, and her head was hanging down. Xia Lian knew that this pole was specially used to hang the sinners who the soldiers wanted to humiliate maliciously. Usually, the jailers would strip the sinners' clothes and hang them up naked, leaving the prisoner to starve or die of dehydration. After death, the corpse would sway with the wind, be exposed to the sun, rain, and wind, and the limbs would rot and fall down. The corpse's state of death was extremely ugly. The girl's corpse had not rotted yet, so she must have died not long ago. Perhaps she was a nearby resident. This group of Half Moon Empire soldiers actually hung a girl's corpse in a place like this. It was extremely cruel and vicious. When Ah Zhao, Tiansheng, and the others saw this scene, their faces all paled, and they stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. Fortunately, Kuemo did not chase them away. He turned and gave a long, loud shout towards the bottom of the sinner pit. Xia Lian was puzzled. Why did he shout like that? In the next moment, his question was answered. As if in response to his shout, a series of roars came from the bottom of the pitch-black pit. Like tigers and wolves, like monsters, like tsunamis, there were hundreds and thousands of them, and it was deafening. The people on the eaves were so shaken by this roar that they almost couldn't stand. Xia Lian could even hear the rustling of sand and gravel. It was extremely clear. Only criminals would be thrown into the sinner pit. Could it be that the response was the souls of the sinners at the bottom of the pit? At this moment, Kuemo shouted again. Xia Lian listened carefully. This time, it was no longer a meaningless roar, nor was it a curse. On the contrary, it was an encouragement. Xia Lian was very sure that he heard one word. Brothers. After Kuemo finished shouting, he shouted at the Half Moon Empire soldiers who were holding Xia Lian and the others. Xia Lian heard this sentence clearly. He said, "Only throw 2 down." Although the others didn't understand what he was saying, they could roughly guess what he was going to do. Their faces all paled. Xia Lian saw that they were so scared that they almost couldn't stand, so he took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Don't be nervous. If anything happens later, I will go up first." If he had to go down later, then he would brace himself and go down first. In any case, it was nothing more than uninteresting poisonous snakes, fierce beasts, and evil spirits. Since he couldn't be thrown to death, beaten to death, bitten to death, or poisoned to death, then as long as it wasn't lava or poisonous water, it shouldn't be too ugly for him to jump down. Moreover, he still had Ruo Xia. Even if he couldn't use it to climb up due to the formation, if these Half Moon Empire soldiers threw themselves down again, he could still pick them up. When Kuemo said, "Take care of the others," it meant that the others would be relatively safe for the time being. After all, it wasn't easy to capture people alive in the Gobi, so he couldn't eat them all at once. He probably wanted to hoard them and eat them slowly one at a time. He thought this through clearly, but who knew that there was someone beside him who couldn't keep his cool? Ever since they climbed to the top of this sinner pit, aside from Xia Lian and San Lang who had their usual expressions, everyone else was trembling, especially Ah Zhao. Perhaps he felt that he would definitely die, so he might as well fight to the death. Ah Zhao clenched his fists and suddenly launched an attack. He buried his head and rushed towards Kuemo. His charge seemed to be filled with the determination to perish together with his enemy. He was aiming to knock down Chuemo along with him. Even though Kuemo's stature was tall and sturdy like an iron tower, he was still knocked back 3 steps by Zhao's suicidal charge and almost lost his footing. He was enraged on the spot. With a loud roar, he flipped his hand and pushed Zhao down. Seeing that young man fall into the dark pit, everyone screamed in unison. Xia Lian also shouted, Zhao! At this time, cheers came from the bottomless pit, as well as the sound of extremely cruel biting. It was as if evil spirits were fighting to devour each other. Just by listening, they knew that this young man named Zhao had no chance of survival. Xia Lian also didn't expect this kind of development and was greatly stunned. He originally suspected that Zhao was a subordinate of the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor and that he was responsible for tricking those who passed the trial into entering the Half-Moon Ancient Kingdom. He also suspected that the person whom Buried Face said he had met 50 to 60 years ago was him as well, but he didn't expect this young man to be the first to be killed. How could he still survive after jumping down like this? Could he have faked his death? But right now, they were already prisoners of the Half-Moon Ancient Country's soldiers. If Zhao really was a subordinate of the Half-Moon Imperial Tutor, he could completely tear off his disguise and act arrogantly now that he had the upper hand. Why would he need to fake his death in front of them? This was completely meaningless. But why did Zhao rush towards Kuimo? Wasn't this also a meaningless death? Xia Lian's mind was still in a mess as the Half-Moon Ancient Country's soldiers began to look for the next living person to push down. Kuimo raised his hand and pointed at Tiansheng. One of the Half-Moon Ancient Country's soldiers extended his hand and came forward to grab someone. Tiansheng was so frightened that he shouted, "Ah! Save me! Don't grab me! I'm..." Xia Lian didn't have time to think anymore. He stood up and said, "General, wait." Hearing him speak, and also in the Half-Moon language, Kumo's dark face showed a shocked expression. He waved his hand to stop the soldiers and said, "You can speak our language. Where are you from?" Xia Lian warmly said, "I'm from the Central Plains." He didn't mind lying and saying he was from the Half-Moon Ancient Country, but this wasn't feasible. He didn't know how much of his Half-Moon Ancient language was used. If he talked with Kuimo for too long, he would eventually be exposed. Moreover, from his appearance, it was obvious where he was from. The Half-Moon Ancient Country hated people who lied and cheated. If he was exposed, the consequences would be even worse. Kuimo said, "Central Plains? Descendants of Yong'an?" Xia Lian said, "No. Yong'an has long been destroyed. Now, there are no Yong'an people. However, for the people of the Half-Moon Ancient Country, as long as they came from the Central Plains, they were all the same. They were all relatives and descendants of Yong'an. They had been destroyed by the army of Yong'an." As soon as he heard where Xia Lian came from, Kumo's dark face flashed with fury. The soldiers of the Half-Moon Ancient Country also began to clamor. Their shouts were full of curses and derogatory words. When Xia Lian heard them, it was nothing more than things like despicable, liar, and throw him down. Kuimo said, "Our country has disappeared from the Gobi Desert for more than 200 years. You aren't from our country, but you know our language. Just who are you?" Xia Lian couldn't help but glance at the calm and composed youngster beside him. He hoped that if he couldn't make up for it later, he could just brace himself and ask San Lang to save him. He was ready to start talking nonsense. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the bottom of the pitch-black pit. The things down there seemed to have finished eating Zhao's corpse. However, they were still hungry. Together, they used this roar to convey their desire for fresh flesh and blood. Kuimo waved his hand as if he was going to grab Tianxing again. Xia Lian then said, "General, I'll go first." Kuimo had definitely never heard of anyone asking to go first. His eyes widened like copper bells as he asked in astonishment, "You go first? Why?" Of course, Xia Lian couldn't truthfully answer that it was because he wasn't afraid. He chose a standard answer and said, "General, these are all innocent passing merchants. There are even children among them." When Kuimo heard this, he sneered and said, "When your Yong'an army massacred our country, You didn't think that there were also many innocent merchants and children here. The destruction of the half-moon ancient country had already happened 200 years ago. By now, both sides had long since changed dynasties. However, they were people who had died a long time ago. Their hatred wouldn't fade with the change of dynasties. Kuemo then said, "You're very suspicious. I want to ask you something. You can't go down. You'll embarrass other people." Then there was no other way. Xia Lian was about to go all out and jump first as a sign of respect when he saw San Lang take a step forward. His heart skipped a beat as he turned his head around. That youth had his arms crossed. With a careless gaze, he thoughtfully sized up the bottomless pit of sinners. A bad premonition rose in Xia Lian's heart. He said, "San Lang." Hearing him call out, San Lang turned his head around and faintly smiled. He said, "It's nothing." He took another step forward. His entire person was already standing in an extremely dangerous place. Xia Lian's heart and eyelids jumped wildly. He said, "Wait, San Lang, don't move for now." High up in the sky, the hem of that youth's red clothes fiercely fluttered in the night wind. San Lang glanced at him and smiled. He said, "Don't be afraid." Xia Lian said, "You, come back first. If you come back, I won't be afraid." San Lang said, "Don't worry. I'll leave for a while. I'll see you again very soon." Xia Lian said, "Don't." Before he finished speaking, that youth maintained his posture of crossing his arms and took another step forward. With a light leap, he instantly disappeared into the unfathomable darkness. The moment he jumped out, Ruoxi flew out from Xia Lian's wrist. Transforming into a white rainbow, it wanted to wrap around that youth's figure. However, the speed of the fall was too fast. That white silk didn't even manage to catch a corner of the youth's clothes before it dimly retracted. Xia Lian suddenly knelt on top of the high wall and shouted down, "San Lang." There was no longer any sound. After that youth jumped down, there was no sound at all. Beside him, on top of the high wall, many of the Half-Moon Empire's soldiers shouted at each other. They were all extremely shocked. What was going on today? In the past, they had to grab and throw him down before they could throw him down. Today, they were taking turns to jump down. If they weren't allowed to jump, they would jump down themselves. That General Kuemo shouted for them to calm down. When Xia Lian saw that Ruoxi didn't manage to catch San Lang, he didn't have time to think. He put it away and jumped down into the sinner's pit. Unexpectedly, when his body was already in midair, the back of his clothes suddenly tightened and he was suspended in midair. Xia Lian turned his head to look. It turned out that General Kuemo had seen him jump down as well, so he stretched out his long arm and caught him, not letting him fall down. Xia Lian thought to himself, "It's fine if you want to come, but it's better if we go down together." With a thought, Ruoxi was like a white snake. It swiftly coiled around General Kuemo's arm and climbed up. With a shwa 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 sound, it wrapped around his entire body. When General Kuemo saw that this white silk was strange and unfathomable, as if it had a spirit, the black veins on his forehead bulged and the muscles on his body instantly swelled up several times. It was as if he wanted to forcibly break apart Ruoxi who was binding him. Xia Lian was in a deadlock with General Kuemo when suddenly, he noticed something extremely strange from the corner of his eye. The corpse hanging on the long poles suddenly moved and slightly raised its head. The group of Half-Moon Empire's soldiers also noticed that the corpse had moved. One after another, they loudly shouted and brandished their mace towards the corpse. After that black-clothed girl moved, it was unknown how she untied the rope that was hanging her, but she suddenly jumped down from the pole and quickly rushed over. She was like a black wind blowing past the eaves of a high wall. Both fast and evil, the soldiers were instantly blown away by this evil wind and fell down the high wall while screaming. Seeing his soldiers being swept down and falling into the sinner's pit, Kuemo furiously cursed. His curses were extremely vulgar and probably used a lot of street slang. Xia Lian didn't really understand. However, he understood the first sentence. Kuemo was cursing, It's this slut again. In the next moment, he couldn't curse anymore because Xia Lian suddenly used force and dragged him down the sinner's pit. A sinner's pit that one couldn't climb out of once they fell. As they fell, Kumo's angry roar almost pierced Xia Lian's eardrums. He could only put away Ruoxi and conveniently kick Kumo to keep him a bit further away to protect his ears. Immediately after, he urged Ruoxi to jump up, hoping to grab onto something to cushion his fall. At the very least, when he landed, he wouldn't fall too miserably. However, this sinner's pit was very powerful, and the array was also very powerful. Not only was Ruoxi unable to explore higher, but he also had nowhere to rely on in this high wall. Just when he thought he was going to fall into a flat human patty like the countless times before and be embedded in the ground for several days without being able to dig himself out, suddenly, in the darkness, a silver light flashed. In the next moment, a pair of hands lightly caught him. That person accurately caught him head-on. It was as if he was waiting for someone to catch him. One hand went around Xia Lian's back and wrapped around his shoulder, while the other hand grabbed onto his knee. Xia Lian's fall from the sky was easily averted by this action. Xia Lian had just fallen from a high place when he suddenly stopped. He was still a bit dizzy, so he subconsciously raised his hand and tightly held onto the other person's shoulder. He said, "San Lang." Everything around him was dark, so he couldn't see anything clearly. Of course, he also couldn't clearly see who this person was. However, he still blurted out those two words. The other person didn't answer. Xia Lian felt around his shoulder and chest a few times, wanting to confirm. He said, "San Lang, is that you?" He didn't know if it was because they were at the bottom of the pit, but the smell of blood here was so heavy that it would make people faint several times. Xia Lian didn't know what was going on either. He randomly felt all the way up, but when he felt that person's hard Adam's apple, he suddenly woke up with a start. In his heart, he said, "You're San Lang, right? Are you alright? Did you get hurt?" After a while, he finally heard that youngster's reply. It came from a place extremely close to him, "I'm fine." Chapter 25. Xia Lian said, "San Lang, are you really okay? Let me down." San Lang said, "Don't come down." Xia Lian was startled. He thought, what's going on? Is there something on the ground? That pair of hands were still tightly hugging him, with no intention of letting go. Xia Lian wanted to raise his hand and gently push San Lang's chest. However, just as he put his hand on it, he remembered that when he fell and was caught, he had carelessly groped around and felt the hard bulge in the youth's throat. Thus, he secretly retracted his hand. He didn't know what was going on. Xia Lian had lived for hundreds of years, but he still didn't know how to write the word awkward. At this moment, a voice in his heart kept warning him. It's best not to randomly move your hands and feet. At this moment he heard a roar filled with anger and grief. A mournful roar came from the other side of the pit. "What's wrong with you guys?" This was the half-moon language, and from the sound of it, it was General Kuemo, who Xia Lian had pulled down. He was originally dead. Naturally, he didn't fall to his death. It was just that this fall was very fierce. He probably smashed a human-shaped pit and was embedded inside. When he got up, he began to shout, "What's going on? Soldiers! My brothers, what's wrong with you?" Just now, he was shouting down from the high wall. There were clearly hundreds and thousands of voices responding to him. It was as if the depths of the pit were filled with ferocious evil spirits crying piteously for food. However, at this moment, Xia Lian's ears heard, other than Kumo's furious roar, there was only a deathly silence. He couldn't even hear the sound of San Lang's breathing and heartbeat, who was right next to him. Xia Lian's breathing stopped. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Yes, he was clearly sticking closely to San Lang, but he couldn't hear the youth's breathing and heartbeat at all. Kuemo roared, "Who killed you? Who killed you?" When Ah Zhao fell, he could still hear the terrifying sound of people being eaten. But after San Lang jumped, there were no more sounds. Who else could it be? Presumably, Kuemo immediately reacted and said, "You killed my soldiers. You deserve to die. I want you dead." Although he couldn't see, Xia Lian could sense danger rushing towards him. His body moved and he said, "San Lang, be careful." San Lang, however, said, "Don't mind him." Still holding him, he moved his feet slightly, as if turning around. In the darkness, Xia Lian heard an extremely fine ding-ding sound. It was extremely pleasant to listen to, clear and intense, and it disappeared in a flash. Just as he was about to capture it again, the Chiamo pounced on empty air and attacked again. San Lang once again lightly and deftly turned, dodging the attack. Xia Lian's arms involuntarily climbed up again, tightly hugging San Lang. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the clothes on San Lang's shoulders. However, these two hands were holding him very firmly. Even though he was moving and dodging, they still held him firmly. However, from time to time, Xia Lian felt as if there was something icy cold pressing against him, and he couldn't help but be startled. In the boundless darkness, there was a flash of silver light, and the sound of sharp blades cutting and grinding could be heard from all directions. The Half-Moon General seemed to be heavily injured, but he was extremely brave and did not retreat. He attacked again with a gust of angry wind. Xia Lian called out, "Ruoxi!" That white silk flew out in response. With a "pa" sound, it seemed to whip the Chiamo into a somersault in the air before falling to the ground. This fall caused the Chiamo to roar, "You too! 2 against 1, despicable!" Xia Lian thought to himself, "You're already going to kill us, so why do you care about 2 against a few or 2 against 1? Despicable or not, saving your life is more important. Kill him first and talk later." However, San Lang snorted and laughed without the slightest hint of a smile. He said, "1 against 1, you have no chance of winning. Don't make a move." The last sentence was directed at Xia Lian. His voice was a bit deeper, and the sarcasm in the previous sentence had also disappeared. Xia Lian said, "Okay." After he finished speaking, he still reminded him, "San Lang, why don't you put me down first? I'll be in your way." San Lang said, "It's fine. Don't come down." Xia Lian couldn't help but ask, "Why can't I come down?" It couldn't be that this youngster liked to hug people and fight, right? Was there a need to do this even if he was looking down on his opponent? That youngster's reply was only one word. "Dirty." Xia Lian had never imagined that he would actually give such a reason, and that he would even say it so seriously. It was a little funny, but also a little strange that was hard to describe. He only felt his chest inexplicably heat up. He said, "You can't keep hugging me like this, right?" San Lang said, "That's not necessarily impossible." Xia Lian had only asked that question as a joke, but San Lang's answer didn't have any intention of joking at all. Xia Lian didn't know what to say next. In the span of a few sentences, the Chiamo once again tenaciously and unyieldingly launched an attack in the darkness. San Lang was clearly hugging him with both hands, yet he used some unknown method to beat the Chiamo into retreating again and again. As he retreated, he roared, "That slut let you." Before he could finish roaring, a loud dong rang out, and a huge body fell down with a loud bang. He had actually been beaten to the point where he couldn't get up again and again. Hearing this, Xia Lian said, "San Lang, don't kill him yet. If we want to leave this place, I'm afraid we'll have to interrogate him first." Sure enough, San Lang didn't attack again. Standing still, he said, "I originally didn't plan on killing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now." The bottom of the sinner's pit once again sunk into a deathly silence. After a moment of silence, Xia Lian said, "San Lang, did you do all this down there?" Even if nothing could be seen clearly in the darkness, the overwhelming stench of blood and murderous aura, as well as Chiamo's previous frenzied state of grief and anger, had already clearly outlined what had happened down there. After a moment of silence, Xia Lian finally heard San Lang's answer. He said, "Yes." It was an expected answer. After a long while, Xia Lian sighed and said, How do I say this? He pondered for a moment, and finally, in a sincere and heartfelt tone, he said, San Lang, the next time you see a pit like this, don't randomly jump in. I can't even stop you. I really don't know what to do. As if he hadn't expected Xia Lian to say this, San Lang seemed to choke for a moment. When he opened his mouth again, his tone was a bit strange as he said, You're not going to ask anything else? Xia Lian said, What else do you want me to ask? San Lang said, For example, am I human? Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, About this, I don't think there's a need to ask. San Lang said, There's no need. Xia Lian said, Is there a need? Whether you're human or not, it doesn't really matter. San Lang said, Oh? Xia Lian crossed his arms in the crook of his arms and said, When making friends with people, it depends on whether or not they hit it off, and how compatible they are. It doesn't depend on identity. If I like you, even if you're a beggar, I'll still like you. If I hate you, even if you're an emperor, I'll still hate you. Shouldn't it be like this? It couldn't be any more simple logic, so there's no need to ask. San Lang laughed out loud and said, What you said really makes a lot of sense. Xia Lian said, Right? He also laughed out loud a few times. As he laughed and laughed, he kept feeling that something wasn't right. Suddenly, he finally reacted. He had actually been carried by San Lang like this. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that, unknowingly, he had already gotten used to this position. This was really asking for his life. Xia Lian coughed lightly and said, San Lang, we can talk about this kind of small matter later. Why don't you put me down first? San Lang seemed to smile and said, Wait a moment. He carried Xia Lian and seemed to walk down for a while before he gently put him down. Xia Lian landed on solid ground and said, Thank you very much. San Lang didn't say anything. Xia Lian said his thanks and raised his head to look up. A bright moon hung in the deep blue sky. It was extremely beautiful, but it was framed in a square sky. It made people think of a frog sitting in a well looking up at the sky. He tried to urge Ruoxi to leap up again. As expected, Ruoxi was blocked by something invisible in midair and bounced back. He couldn't go up anymore. San Lang said, There's an array set up around the sinner's pit. Xia Lian said, I know. I'm just trying. If I don't try, I won't give up. I don't know what happened to the other people up there. Did that black-clothed girl sweep them down as well? He told San Lang about the girl hanging on the pole suddenly rising up and sweeping a group of soldiers down. After saying a few words, he wanted to take a few steps forward, but he stepped on something. It seemed to be an arm. Xia Lian almost tripped, but he quickly steadied himself. However, San Lang still helped him up and said, Be careful. He lightly added, I said, the ground is very dirty. Xia Lian also understood what that dirty referred to. He said, It's nothing. I want to hold a palm flame and see what's going on down there. Then I'll make a plan. San Lang didn't say anything. At this moment, Ji Mo's voice rang out again from a distance. If you work for that slut, the millions of resentful souls in our country will curse you. Xia Lian turned his head and said in the half-moon language, General GMO, the person you're talking about, who is it? GMO hatefully said, Why bother asking? That demon Taoist. Xia Lian said, Is it that Taoist nun wandering around the city? GMO fiercely spat on the ground. It seemed like that was the case. Xia Lian said, Aren't you loyal to the half-moon state preceptor? GMO was infuriated by his words and said, I will never be loyal to her again. I won't forgive that slut. What followed was a long string of curses. GMO's emotions were agitated, and he spoke extremely fast. It was so fast that Xia Lian's face was already filled with confusion towards the end. He couldn't understand at all, so he could only stealthily say, San Lang, San Lang. San Lang then said, He's cursing. He's saying that the state preceptor betrayed their country, opened the city gates to let the Central Plains army massacre the city, and pushed his brothers into this damned pit. He wants to hang her to death 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Wait. How could it be like this?" There were two things that were completely wrong. First, the Taoist nun wandering around the city that Xia Lian had just mentioned was referring to the white-clothed woman. But now, GMO repeatedly called the half-moon state preceptor a slut, and also said that the state preceptor had pushed his brothers into this damned pit. And just now, when that black-clothed woman swept the soldiers off the high wall, Xia Lian also heard GMO curse at her. Coupled with the last sentence, hang her to death 1,000 times. Xia Lian suddenly realized that the people they were talking about didn't seem to be the same person at all. Second, the half-moon country was actually betrayed by the half-moon state preceptor. Xia Lian interrupted him and said, "General, the half-moon state preceptor you're talking about, is she the black-clothed woman hanging on the pole of the sinner pit?" GMO said, "If it wasn't her, then who else could it be?" That black-clothed woman hanging on the pole like a corpse was actually the real half-moon state preceptor. But if that was the case, then who was the white-clothed nun leisurely strolling around Half-Moon City and saying she wanted to kill them all, and the black-clothed woman walking with her? Chapter 26. The more Xia Lian listened, the more curious he became. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He said, "General, I want to ask," however, Kuemo said, "Don't ask. You guys killed my soldiers. What else do you want to ask?" "I won't answer." "Come fight." San Lang said, "I killed them. He didn't do anything. You can answer him and then fight me." This really made sense. Kuemo angrily said, "You guys are all the helpers she found. It's all the same." Xia Lian immediately said, "General Kuemo, are you misunderstanding something? We originally came to this desert to eliminate the half-moon state preceptor. How could you be the helpers she invited?" Hearing that he came to eliminate the half-moon imperial tutor, Kumo's side fell into silence. After a while, he said, "If you guys weren't sent by her, why did you guys kill my soldiers?" Xia Lian said, "This isn't because you threw us down. Is that why we had no choice but to protect ourselves?" "Nonsense," he said sternly. "I didn't throw you guys at all. I clearly caught you just now. You guys were the ones who insisted on jumping down." Xia Lian could only say, "Yes, yes, yes, we were the ones who wanted to jump into the pit. General, right now, we're all trapped at the bottom of this pit, so let's temporarily unite." Then why did the half-moon imperial tutor open the door and lead the army to massacre the city? How could Kuemo listen to reason with him? "You two are too despicable. Hit me together." Xia Lian helplessly said, "I really only hit you once. I didn't really do anything." He didn't mind being called despicable and cunning. If the situation was critical, let alone 2 against 1, let alone 2 against 1. Even if he brought 100 people to gang up on one, he wouldn't lose face. Who would want to fight one-on-one? But just now, San Lang clearly had the upper hand even though he was carrying a person. He also said not to let Xia Lian make a move, but in the end, Kuemo seemed to think that he could beat him in a one-on-one fight. Xia Lian really felt depressed for him. However, looking at Kuemo's personality, his words should be easier to trick. "Take it slow, it shouldn't be a problem." However, San Lang didn't have much patience. He leisurely said, "For your soldiers, it's better if you answer him." Kuemo said, "They've already been eliminated by you. It's useless even if you use them to threaten me." San Lang said, "But the corpse is still here." Kuemo seemed to be unable to continue lying down. He asked warily, "What do you want?" San Lang said, "I'll have to ask you then. What do you want?" Just by listening to his voice, Xia Lian could already imagine the way he narrowed his eyes when he said this. "Do you want them to be safe and sound in their next life, or do you want them to be born into a pool of blood?" Kuemo stared blankly at first, then understood. "You? The people of the half-moon country attached great importance to funeral etiquette. They believed that they would be the same in their next life as the corpse of the deceased. For example, if he died without an arm, he would be born as a one-armed cripple in his next life. If the corpses at the bottom of the pit were really crushed into a pool of blood, wouldn't it be better to have no afterlife? This Chui Mo was a pure half-moon person, so he had to be afraid. As expected, he gritted his teeth for a while in the darkness. After a while, he finally said helplessly, "Don't touch their corpses. They were all brave and good soldiers. It was already very unfortunate for them to stay in this sinner's pit for so many years. Today, they were killed by you. I don't know if this is considered a release. But they definitely can't suffer this kind of humiliation again." Pausing for a moment, he then said, "You guys really came to kill Half Moon?" Xia Lian warmly said, "I'm not lying. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle." Outsiders know very little about the deeds of the Half Moon State Preceptor, so even if they wanted to deal with her, they wouldn't know where to start. But General Chui Mo, since you've worked with her before, you should be able to give us a few pointers. Perhaps it was because they shared a common enemy, or perhaps it was because they had fallen into an abyss that they couldn't climb out of. Sitting on top of the mountain of corpses, Kuan-mo temporarily put away his hostility and said, "You don't know why she opened the door to let the Yong'an people in? Because she wanted to take revenge on us. She hates the half-moon country." Xia Lian said, "What do you mean she hates the half-moon country? Isn't the half-moon state preceptor a half-moon person?" Kuan-mo said, "Yes. But not completely. She's a mixed blood, and half of her is from the Yong'an people." As it turned out, that half-moon state preceptor was the child of a woman from the half-moon country and a man from Yong'an. In this border area, the citizens of the two countries loathed each other. This strange couple had an extremely difficult life. After a few years, the man from the Central Plains couldn't bear this kind of life anymore. He left the border and returned to the rich and peaceful Yong'an. Although the two of them had agreed to part ways, not long after, the woman from the half-moon country also passed away due to a depressed heart. They left behind a 6 or 7-year-old daughter. With no one to take care of her, she grew up starving and hungry. The couple received supercilious looks from others, and the offspring they gave birth to also received supercilious looks from others. The people from the half-moon country all had tall statures. Both men and women were strong and lively. But because this girl was a mixed blood of a different race, she appeared extremely thin and weak among the group of children from the half-moon country. As a result, she was often bullied since childhood. Gradually, her personality became more and more gloomy and eccentric. The children from the half-moon country didn't play with her, but some of the children from Yong'an were still willing to pay attention to her. When this mixed-blood girl was in her teens, there was a riot at the border. The armies of both sides fought. Many people died in this battle. After that, the mixed-blood girl disappeared. She originally didn't have any relatives or friends in the half-moon country. Even after disappearing for a few years, no one asked about her. However, the next time she appeared, the situation was completely different. In these few years, she actually traveled thousands of miles. Alone, she passed through the Gobi Desert and walked to Yong'an. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter she had there, but she managed to learn an extremely demonic spell. Not only that, she could also control the poisonous creature that the people of the half-moon country feared the most. The scorpion-tailed snake. Seeing her return, besides sighing in admiration, there were also some people from the half-moon country who felt fear. That was because this girl's personality hadn't changed at all. She was still gloomy and eccentric. In the past, many people from the half-moon country had bullied her. Now, she had entered the imperial palace and even became a mage with an extremely high status. If one day she wanted to retaliate against them, wouldn't that mean that she would cause trouble for them? Xia Lian said, "I'm afraid that there will be many people from the half-moon country who will speak ill of her." Kuan-mo snorted and said, "Not only will they speak ill of her, they will directly go to the imperial palace and speak to the king." They will say that she is an envoy sent by the vicious scorpion-tailed snake to harm the half-moon country and should be hanged. However, none of them succeeded. Xia Lian guessed, did she take the initiative to hang these people first? Kuo became even more disgusted. You, a person from Yong'an, how can your brain be filled with such sinister and ruthless thoughts? No. I was the one who protected her. Xia Lian helplessly said, I already said that I'm not a person from Yong'an. Fine, forget it. At that time, Kuo was already a general. Once, he brought his soldiers to encircle and suppress the desert bandits. He also brought along the girl who was a court mage to accompany him. That group of bandits was very impressive. They had built a nest under the sand, and in that battle, both sides suffered casualties. Kuo won, but the battle caused the nest under the sand to collapse. In addition to that, there was a sandstorm, so it wasn't advisable to stay for long. Kuo brought a portion of the soldiers to retreat. However, there was still a portion of people, including the mage, who didn't have the time to escape. After retreating to a safe location and waiting for the sandstorm to pass, Kuo once again returned. He wanted to dig up the bodies of the soldiers and bury them. Who would have thought that when he got there, he would discover that the mage had used his own strength to dig a sizable hole in the ground and drag the surviving and injured soldiers inside to take shelter from the sandstorm. The corpses of the deceased were also dug out and placed neatly. She had done all of this with her bare hands. When they arrived, the mage was covered in blood, but he was still silently guarding the entrance of the cave, kneeling and waiting for them like a small lone wolf. He said, after that incident, I felt that she was a good person and did the right thing. She definitely had no intention of harming the Half-Moon Kingdom, so I vouched for her and refuted those malicious voices. In addition, when Kuo was young, he had been bullied by his peers because of his weak body. Thus, he could empathize with this young lady and naturally paid a lot of attention to her. The more he paid attention to her, the more he realized that this mage was very capable. Thus, he recommended her all the way and single-handedly sent her to the position of imperial preceptor. Just as the later generations recorded, she became the most loyal supporter of the Half-Moon imperial preceptor. Until another war broke out, and the Yongan kingdom sent an army to besiege the Half-Moon kingdom. GMO said, the two countries have been at war for a long time and are still locked in a stalemate. She opened an altar to offer sacrifice to the heavens, saying that she wants to protect our Half-Moon's soldiers. As a result, the soldiers' killing intent soared and their morale was greatly boosted. They defended the city gate to the death. Stray arrows, boulders, boiling oil, swords, killing was endless. Who knew that this imperial preceptor, at the most intense moment of the battle, would suddenly open the city gate? The city gate was wide open, and tens of thousands of enemy troops instantly rushed into the city. As the armored cavalry trampled over them, the entire city instantly turned into a blood altar. When Kuo, who was in the middle of a bitter battle with the enemy troops, heard that the imperial preceptor had opened the city gate, he went mad with anger. No matter how valiant he was alone, in the end, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Kuo gritted his teeth and said, only then did I find out that she had long colluded with the enemy country's generals. They arranged to directly let people in at this time. But even if I was destined to die in battle, before I died, I still wanted to kill this traitor. Thus, I had a group of soldiers rush up to the city gate tower, grab her, drag her down, and hang her on the sinner's pit. It's hanging on that pole. When the army passed through, the entire Half-Moon Kingdom turned into a dead country. The generals, soldiers, and imperial preceptor who died in battle and were hanged to death. Neither side could leave these ruins, yet they still hated each other. Xia Lian said, so, General Kuo, you led the Half-Moon army under your command and searched everywhere for the imperial preceptor's figure. Every time you caught her, you would once again hang her on the sinner's pit? Kuo said, hanging her 1,000 times or 10,000 times wouldn't be too much. That's because she was also everywhere capturing the soldiers under my command who had been demonized, and pushing them into the sinner's pit. She set up an extremely powerful array around the pit. Only she could undo it, and once you fell in, you wouldn't be able to climb back up again. As for me, the soldiers who were betrayed by her and died in battle, my resentment was deep. Only by eating the flesh and blood of the people of Yong'an could we dispel the hatred in our hearts and gradually ascend to heaven. Otherwise, we could only howl every night, unable to be freed. Xia Lian said, so, you kept catching people and throwing them down to feed them, right? Ku Mo said, what else could I do? Did you want me to just listen to them cry and howl down there? The people who were thrown down, were they caught by you yourselves, or? We couldn't leave Half Moon Kingdom too far, but fortunately, her snakes loved to cause trouble. They would often crawl out of the ancient city and bite people everywhere. Those merchant caravans that were bitten would enter the city to find good moon grass. That buried surface in the Imperial Palace, was it you guys who buried it? Correct. The person buried in the soil wanted to steal the treasures of the Imperial Palace. However, all of the treasures of our country had been looted clean by the people of Yong'an 200 years ago. Xia Lian asked, why did you guys just bury him, and not directly throw him down? Ku Mo said, there must be fertilizer to raise the grass. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to control those scorpion-tailed snakes. We also didn't want to encounter those things. Xia Lian thought to himself, that's not right. Since Ku Mo's side would consciously plant good moon grass, and even use living people as fertilizer to raise it, it was clear that even if they were no longer human, their fear towards the scorpion-tailed snakes hadn't diminished in the slightest. Thus, when they were alive, this fear must have been even greater. Since that Half-Moon Kingdom's preceptor had grasped the great killing weapon of the scorpion-tailed snakes, how could he have been so easily dragged down the city wall and hung to death by a group of soldiers? According to Ku Mo's explanation, in these 200 years, they had caught the preceptor again and again, and the preceptor had been hung to death by them again and again. In any case, Xia Lian felt that if it was him, with such a killing weapon in his hands, he definitely wouldn't let the enemy have the chance to get close to him. There was also that scorpion-tailed snake that had crawled out of the ancient city to bite people. Was it an accident? It didn't seem like it. It was more like it was deliberately luring people into the pass. Was that the preceptor had done it on purpose? Wasn't that the same as opening the door for Ku Mo to capture living people to feed the soldiers? Wouldn't the argument that the two sides were hostile be contradictory? Then were they pretending to be hostile? But what was the point of pretending to be hostile? And before all this chaos, there was still a puzzle, the identity of that white-clothed female crown prince and her companion. Xia Lian decided to ask a few more questions. General, when we entered the city, we saw two female crowns, one black and one white, on the street. Do you know who these two people are? Before he could answer, San Lang softly said, Shu. Although he didn't know what was going on, Xia Lian immediately stopped talking. A strange intuition made him raise his head and look up. It was still that square dark blue night sky, and it was still that cold white half-moon. However, next to the half-moon, he saw a person in the distance. Half of a black-clothed figure poked out and looked down. After looking for a moment, that person's half-body suddenly turned into a whole body, and jumped down. Chapter 27. After the state preceptor jumped down, she said in the half-moon language, GMO, what's going on? When she opened her mouth, her voice was quite different from what Xia Lian had imagined. It indeed sounded cold, but it was very small, as if a sullen child was talking to himself. It wasn't the kind of cold and powerful voice. If Xia Lian's hearing wasn't bad, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it clearly. GMO said, what's going on? They're all dead. The state preceptor said, why are they all dead? GMO said, isn't it because you pushed them all down? Lock them up in this damned place. The state preceptor said, who's here? There's another person. Actually, at this time, besides GMO, there should be two more people at the bottom of the pit. However, San Lang didn't breathe or have a heartbeat. The half-moon state preceptor couldn't catch any trace of his existence. Just now, it was also chaotic up there. She couldn't remember who fell down and who ran away. Thus, she thought it was only Xia Lian. GMO said, they killed my soldiers. Are you happy now? They're all dead. The state preceptor was silent for a while. After a while, a flame suddenly lit up in the darkness. It reflected a black-clothed girl holding a small flame in her palm. This girl looked like she was only 17 or 18 years old. She wore a simple black Taoist uniform and her eyes were also black. It wasn't that she wasn't pretty. She just looked very unhappy. Her forehead and mouth were bruised, which could be seen clearly under the light of the fire. If it wasn't confirmed in advance, no one would have thought that the half-moon state preceptor was actually such a pale girl. The flame also illuminated her surroundings. At her feet, there were the corpses of the half-moon soldiers wearing armor. Xia Lian couldn't help but look to the side. Because the flame that the state preceptor held up was very small, it didn't illuminate the entire bottom of the sinner's pit. They were still hidden in the darkness, but with the help of the distant flame, he could see a red-clothed figure beside him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but San Lang was originally taller than him, but now, he seemed to be a little taller. Xia Lian's gaze slowly moved up to the youth's throat. He paused for a moment before continuing to move up, stopping at the beautifully shaped lower jaw. The upper half of the youth's face was still hidden in the darkness, but the lower half seemed to be slightly different from before. Although his handsomeness didn't diminish, his facial features seemed to have become more distinct. Perhaps noticing his gaze, the man tilted his face slightly and turned around, the corners of his lips curving up slightly. Perhaps it was because he wanted to see too clearly, wanted to get closer, that Xia Lian unconsciously took another step closer to him. At this time, a loud shout could be heard from the distance. It seemed like he had personally witnessed this tragic scene and was greatly stimulated. Xia Lian suddenly woke up with a start and turned his head around. He saw Kuemo hugging his head, while that imperial preceptor heard him yell, yet there was no joy nor sorrow. He only nodded and said, "All right." Kuemo was in the midst of grieving, and when he heard this, he flew into a rage. "What's good about it? What do you mean?" The imperial advisor said, "Good means that we are finally free." She turned to Xia Lian in the darkness and asked, "Did you guys kill him?" Xia Lian replied, "This was an accident." "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Xia Lian braced himself and said, "Life is full of surprises." The imperial advisor glanced at him, unable to see his expression. She then asked, "Who are you guys?" This sentence was actually spoken in very standard Chinese, and it wasn't in a questioning tone. Xia Lian said, "I'm a heavenly official from the heavenly court. This is my friend." Kuemo didn't understand, but he could tell that they weren't quarreling. He vigilantly asked, "What are you guys talking about?" The imperial advisor's gaze slowly swept past Xia Lian, stopping on San Lang for a moment. She then retracted her gaze and said, "No heavenly official has ever come here before. I thought you guys had long since left this place." Xia Lian originally thought that he would have to fight with this imperial advisor for the half-moon, but who knew that she actually had no fighting spirit at all. She then asked, "Are you guys going out or not?" Xia Lian replied, "Of course I want to go out. But there's an array set up all around here, so there's no way out." When that imperial advisor heard this, she walked in front of a high wall in the sinner's pit. She stretched out her hand and straightforwardly slapped the wall. Turning her head around, she said, "I've undone the array. You guys can go." This was too easy to talk to. Xia Lian already didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, a person's voice came from above, calling out from afar, "Hey! Is there anyone down there? If there isn't, I'm leaving." It was Fu Yao's voice. Xia Lian seemed to hear San Lang, who was beside him, click his tongue. He immediately raised his head, and sure enough, he saw a figure dressed in black looking down. He shouted, "Fu Yao! There's someone down there. I'm down there." After shouting, he even waved his hand. Fu Yao said from above, "How come you're really down there? What else is down there besides you?" Xia Lian said, "This. Aside from me, there are still a lot of things down there." Why don't you take a look yourself? Fuyao also seemed to feel that it was better to take a look himself than listen to him. Thus, with a boom, he released a large fireball and threw it downwards. In a split second, the entire bottom of the sinner's pit was illuminated by the fireball, making it as bright as day. Xia Lian finally saw clearly what kind of place he was standing in. He was surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Countless corpses of the Half-Moon Empire's soldiers were piled up on top of each other. Their faces and arms were black, their armors were shiny, and their blood was purple. And the place where Xia Lian was standing was the only empty space at the bottom of the sinner's pit without corpses. All of this had been done in the blink of an eye after San Lang jumped down in the darkness. Xia Lian once again turned his head to look at the youth beside him. Just now, in the darkness, he had vaguely seen that San Lang seemed to have suddenly grown a bit taller. There were also some subtle differences in some areas. However, at this moment, under the bright firelight, the one standing beside him was still the same handsome youth from before. Seeing him look over, the youth faintly smiled. Xia Lian lowered his head to look at his wrists and boots. Sure enough, they were the same as before, without anything that would make light clinking sounds. At this moment, he heard a muffled sound as Fuyao jumped down. Xia Lian said, "Weren't you looking after that caravan of merchants?" Fuyao had just come down, so he still wasn't used to the smell of blood at the bottom of the pit. Frowning, he fanned the air with his hand and softly said, "I've waited for 6 hours, but I still haven't seen you guys return. I think something happened. I drew a circle to tell them to stay somewhere else and come over to take a look first." Xia Lian said, "Drawing a circle won't last long. With you leaving like this, it's hard to avoid their suspicions being left behind. What good would it be if they ran out of the circle?" Fuyao said, "If a person wants to die, even 8 horses can't stop them. There's nothing we can do. What's going on with these two? Who are they?" He was extremely vigilant against the other 2 people at the bottom of the pit. However, he quickly discovered that Kuemo had been beaten to the point that his entire body was covered in wounds. He was lying on the ground with difficulty, while that half-moon state preceptor hung his head and didn't make a sound. Xia Lian said, "This is the general of the half-moon country, and this is the state preceptor of the half-moon country." Right now, before he finished speaking, Kuemo suddenly leaped up. After lying on the ground for so long, he finally gathered enough strength. With a loud shout, he stood up and sent a palm towards the half-moon state preceptor. A burly man beating up a little girl. In the past, this kind of scene would never have happened in front of Xia Lian. However, Kuemo had an extremely ample reason to hate the state preceptor. The state preceptor clearly could have dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he was like a broken doll being thrown around by him. Kuemo angrily said, "Where's your scorpion? Come on, let them bite me to death. Quick, give me a release too." The state preceptor gloomily said, "Kuemo, my snake doesn't listen to me anymore." Kuemo spat, "Why doesn't it bite you to death?" The state preceptor said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Kuemo said, "Do you really hate us that much?" The state preceptor shook his head. Kuemo became even angrier and said, "You really want to anger me to death. You don't even hate us, so why did you betray us? You shameful spy, traitor, traitorous thing." Fuyao saw that they were beating more and more fiercely. Moreover, it was a one-sided beating. He frowned and said, "Hey, what are they saying? Should we go up and stop them?" Xia Lian really couldn't stand watching anymore. He stepped forward and grabbed Kuemo, saying, General, I think it would be better for you to tell us who that Yong'an thief is." Suddenly, that state preceptor grabbed his wrist. This grab was abrupt, and the grip was dead tight. At first, Xia Lian's heart sank. He thought that she was going to take the opportunity to plot against him. He didn't expect that when he looked down again, this state preceptor was lying on the ground. There was a bit of bruise at the corner of her mouth as she raised her head to look at him. She clearly didn't say anything, but her two jet-black eyes burst out with an almost fiery vitality. This appearance overlapped with a small figure in his memory from a long time ago. Xia Lian blurted out, "It's you." The state preceptor also said, "General Hua." With this exchange, everyone at the bottom of the pit was stunned. Fu Yao took a step forward and knocked Kuemo unconscious. He said, "You guys know each other?" However, Xia Lian didn't have time to answer. He squatted down, grabbed the state preceptor's shoulder, and carefully looked at her face. Just now, he was far away and couldn't see clearly. In addition, this young girl's appearance had also changed as she grew up. Moreover, more than 200 years had passed. For various reasons, he didn't recognize her at first glance. But now that he looked again, this face was clearly the same as in his memory. Xia Lian couldn't speak for a while. After a while, he finally said, "Banyue." The state preceptor suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Surprisingly, she seemed a little excited as she said, "It's me. General Hua, you still remember me?" Xia Lian said, "Of course I remember you. But..." He stared at this young girl for a moment and sighed. "But, how did you end up like this?" Hearing him say this, the state preceptor's eyes suddenly overflowed with a few traces of pain. She said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I messed up." This was a general and a lieutenant, how could the bystanders not hear it? Fu Yao was slightly stunned. "Lieutenant? General? You? How could it be like this? Then what's the general's grave?" Xia Lian nodded and said, "My grave." Fu Yao said, "Didn't you say that 200 years ago, you came here to collect trash?" Xia Lian said, "This is a long story. Originally, that was indeed my plan. It was said that one day 200 years ago, for some reason, Xia Lian couldn't continue living in the East. Thus, he decided to avoid the limelight. He planned to pass through the Qinling Mountains and go to the south to make a new world of collecting trash. Thus, he took the compass and walked towards the south. Along the way, he felt depressed. Why did he feel that the scenery on the road wasn't right? It should have been lush with trees and densely populated, so why did it become more and more desolate? Although he was puzzled, he still persevered and walked until he arrived at the Gobi Desert. When the wind blew, he ate a mouthful of sand. Only then did he realize that the compass he was holding had long been broken. The directions he had been pointed in were all wrong. Even if he was pointing in the wrong direction, he couldn't do anything about it. With the thought of, "Since I'm already here, I might as well take a look at the scenery of the desert," Xia Lian continued to walk forward. However, he temporarily changed his destination to the northwest. Finally, he arrived at the border and temporarily stayed near the half-moon country. Xia Lian said, "At first, I was indeed just collecting trash in the vicinity. However, the border was in frequent turmoil and deserters were often seen. Thus, the army would randomly arrest people to make up the numbers." San Lang said, "And you were forcibly arrested?" Xia Lian said, "I was arrested. But in any case, whatever I did was the same. Being a soldier was fine. Afterwards, I drove away a few bandits. I don't know how I became a lieutenant. Even those who gave me face would call me general." Fu Yao asked doubtfully, "But why did she call you General Hua? It's not like your surname is Hua." Xia Lian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that. At that time, I casually came up with a fake name. I think I was called Hua Xia." When he heard this name, San Lang's expression slightly changed. The corner of his mouth seemed to curl up. Xia Lian didn't notice and continued, "There were many battles at the border. There were many orphans. When I was free, I would occasionally play with them. One of them was called Half Moon. When there were bandits, Xia Lian was definitely the bravest soldier. No one dared to block his path. They didn't even dare to stand beside him. But when there were no bandits, it seemed like anyone could order him around. One day, he found a sand wall to light a fire and used his helmet to cook. As he cooked, the smell drifted out, angering a few soldiers who came over and kicked over the thing he was cooking. Xia Lian's heart ached as he went to pick up his helmet. When he turned around, he saw a child with disheveled hair and a dirty face squatting behind him. The child didn't care about burning his hands as he picked up the thing that had fallen to the ground and ate it. Xia Lian was stunned. "Don't! Wait! Little friend, you!" Sure enough, after the child ate a few pieces of the thing he picked up from the ground, she began to retch and cry loudly. This scared Xia Lian so much that he carried her and madly ran for a while. Only after a while did he finally get rid of the thing she had eaten. Once he was done, he squatted on the ground and wiped his sweat. "Are you all right, little friend? I'm sorry. But you must never tell your parents about this. Next time, don't randomly pick up the things on the ground to eat." "Wait, what are you doing again?" The child's eyes were filled with tears as she went to pick up the food again. Unexpectedly, she still wanted to eat it. Only when Xia Lian grabbed her did he realize that the child's stomach was really close to sticking to her back. When a person was this hungry, they would eat anything. Even if they cried, they would still eat it. Xia Lian had no choice but to go back and take the last of his dry rations for her. Later on, he would often see this child peeping at him in the dark nearby. In his memory, that child named Half Moon always had a very unhappy expression. Her body and face were always covered in bruises. When she looked at him, she would grab the hem of his clothes and stare anxiously from below. Because she was ostracized by the other Half Moon children, other than Xia Lian, only a youth from Yong'an who lived at the border would occasionally pay attention to her. As a result, she would follow behind these two people all day long. She rarely opened her mouth, but she could speak Chinese. As a result, Xia Lian had never been able to figure out where she was from. In any case, when he saw a child walking around without anyone to care about her, he would just randomly bring her along. When he was free, he would teach her how to sing and wrestle. Occasionally, he would perform something like breaking a boulder on her chest. Their relationship wasn't bad. Xia Lian said, "I originally thought that the two words Half Moon in State Preceptor Half Moon referred to the country. I never expected that the state preceptor's name was actually Half Moon." Fiao asked, "What happened after that?" Xia Lian said, "After that, it was more or less the same as what was written on the general's tomb stone tablet." After a moment of silence, San Lang said, "The stone tablet said that you died." When he mentioned that stone tablet, Xia Lian felt very gloomy. Shouldn't normal inscriptions sing praises and do their utmost to beautify the commemorator? Demoting and demoting again and again until there was nothing left to demote was one thing, but how could they seriously write down how he died in such a shameful way? When he was sheltering from the wind, he read this paragraph. He simply couldn't look straight at it. If it weren't for San Lang, who could read the Half Moon language and was also watching from the side, he would have pretended that the part about how he died wasn't written on the stone tablet. Even he himself had spat when he saw this thing, so how could he blame others for also wanting to laugh when they saw it? When people came to his memorial tomb to shelter from the wind and sand, and when they saw his deeds on the stone tablet, they even wanted to comment on it and laugh heartily. He even felt embarrassed to ask everyone not to laugh. This really made him feel a bit gloomy. Xia Lian felt as if the space between his eyebrows was about to turn red. He said, of course I didn't die. I pretended to be dead." Fu Yao's face was filled with disbelief. Xia Lian explained, "My feet were stepped on too many times, so I couldn't get up at all. If I didn't pretend to be dead, I had no choice." Chapter 28. Xia Lian said, "I really don't remember." Although he couldn't be killed 100 times, he still couldn't stand this kind of chopping method. On the spot, he thought, "I can't go on like this." He made a prompt decision and laid on the ground, pretending to be dead. As a result, he was stepped on until he fainted. When he woke up, he choked on water because the battlefield was being cleaned up after the battle. The corpses were thrown into the river. Xia Lian followed the river. Like a pile of trash, he was washed back into Yong'an country. After that, he recuperated for 3 or 4 years. He picked up an unbroken compass and set off again. Finally, he arrived at his original destination, the south, as he wished. He didn't pay much attention to the matters of the Half-Moon country. Half-Moon whispered, "I'm sorry." Fu Yao frowned. "Why did she keep saying sorry to you?" San Lang suddenly said, "Kuemo said that Half-Moon State Preceptor went to the Central Plains after a riot. Did this riot have anything to do with you?" After his reminder, he recalled the contents of the stone tablet. Xia Lian vaguely remembered something and said, "Ah. It seems." Half-Moon said, "It was to save me." Everyone looked at her. She whispered, "General Hua was trampled to save me." Xia Lian instantly recalled the feeling of being trampled by 1,000 people. He couldn't help but hug his arms. Seeing the other 2 people staring at him, he hurriedly stopped. He wasn't trampled, he really wasn't trampled. Fu Yao didn't know why he wasn't pleased. He said in a strange tone, "Oh. You really sacrificed yourself for others." Xia Lian waved his hand. "I don't dare. It seems that I originally just wanted to grab the child and run away. Who knew that I wouldn't be able to retreat in time? When I turned around, I bumped into the 2 sides fighting." Fu Yao said, "If that's the case, how can you not even remember this kind of thing?" Xia Lian said, "Don't you see that I'm already several hundred years old? A lot of things can happen in 1 year. In 10 years, a person can change completely, let alone after so many years." It was impossible for him to remember everything clearly. Moreover, there are many things that are better forgotten. Rather than remembering that hundreds of years ago, you were chopped 100 times and stepped on 100 times, wouldn't it be better to remember that you ate a delicious meat bun yesterday? Half-Moon said, "I'm sorry." Xia Lian sighed and said, "Hanyue, saving you was my own choice, you didn't do anything wrong. If you want to apologize, perhaps you should say it to someone else." Half-Moon was startled, he lowered his head in silence. Xia Lian continued, "But, maybe it's because my impression of you is still stuck at 200 years ago. I always feel that you're not the kind of child who would scheme for revenge and betray others. Are you willing to tell me what's going on? Why did you open the city gate?" Half-Moon thought about it, shook her head, and continued to stay silent. Xia Lian asked, "Then, why did you release the snake to bite people?" This time, Half-Moon said, "I didn't release the snake." Xia Lian was startled and asked, "What?" Half-Moon said, "I didn't release the snake, it ran away on its own. Somehow, they don't listen to me anymore." Fu Yao revealed an impatient look when he heard this. Half-Moon said, "General Hua, I am not lying." Before Xia Lian could say anything, Fu Yao bluntly said, "Who doesn't say that after being captured? Even if you say you didn't do it on purpose, it's useless. I've heard these words many times. Those people who passed were indeed bitten by your snake. Stretch out your hands, we're going to take them away." Half-Moon closed her mouth, and sure enough, she stretched out her hands. Fu Yao immediately took out a binding immortal rope from his sleeves, binding her and Kuemo. He said, "All right, the goal of this trip has been achieved, we can end this matter now." At this time, San Lang said, "She doesn't need to lie." Xia Lian also felt the need to ask again, so he asked Half-Moon, "Right now, you can't summon the scorpions at all?" Half-Moon said, "I can summon them, most of the time they listen to me, but sometimes they don't. I also don't know why." Xia Lian said, "Summon the snake, let us take a look." Half-Moon had just knelt in front of him, and now she finally got up and nodded. Not long after, a purplish-red scorpion snake slithered out from under a corpse. Raising its upper body, it coiled on top of the pile of corpses, silently flicking its tongue at everyone. Xia Lian was just about to take a closer look at the snake, when he saw Half-Moon slightly widen her eyes, her expression strange. Seeing this, Xia Lian's heart sank, thinking, something's wrong. Sure enough, after that scorpion snake finished flicking its tongue, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and fiercely shot out, attacking him. Although this snake's attack was sudden, Xia Lian had long since prepared for it. Seeing it clearly, he was just about to reach out to grab it, but who knew that before his hand could even touch it, he heard a bang sound, as if something had exploded. When he looked again, that snake had already softly fallen to the ground, exploding. Moreover, the explosion was extremely controlled, there wasn't any poison splashing out. Xia Lian immediately remembered that before he entered the Half-Moon Kingdom, there was also a scorpion snake that had died like this. It went without saying who did it. Before he could raise his eyes to look at San Lang, he saw a red-clothed arrow sleeve stretch out, blocking in front of him, separating him and Half-Moon. On the other side, Fuyao also coldly said, "Sure enough, she was lying to you. Do you think this snake could bite him in this situation? Stupid." Half-Moon saw that the snake's complexion was already bad. Hearing that, she suddenly raised her head and said, "I didn't. I said some snakes don't listen to me, that one just now was one of them." Fuyao didn't believe her at all, and said, "Who knows whether it listened to you or not?" Half-Moon said in a low voice, "It wasn't summoned by me at all." Xia Lian was just about to speak, when he saw two more deep purple scorpion snakes drill out from under the corpses, flaunting their strength as they spat their tongues at them. Immediately, a third, a fourth, a fifth, from within the mountain of corpses, from every corner, countless scorpion snakes unexpectedly swam out. Everyone looked at Half-Moon, who was kneeling on top of the pile of corpses. Fu Yao's hand revolved a ball of white light, and he said to Half-Moon, "Make them retreat, it's impossible for them to all not listen to you." Half-Moon's eyebrows tightly knit, as if she was thinking of a way to drive them away. However, there was still an unending stream of scorpion snakes appearing, twisting and entangling as they approached. Even if one or two snakes couldn't bite them to death, it would be hard to say if there were hundreds or thousands of them. Even if they couldn't bite them to death, it would still be very unsightly. Xia Lian raised his hand, about to summon Ruo Xia, but then he saw that when those snakes were still a few feet away from them, they stopped. Hesitantly, they formed a strange encirclement. Xia Lian had an epiphany, and he raised his head to glance at San Lang beside him. He was currently looking down at these scorpion snakes, his eyes filled with contempt. The scorpion snakes seemed to understand his gaze, and didn't dare to come closer. Instead, they retreated a small distance, and as they retreated, they constantly lowered their heads, sticking their sinister heads to the ground in a subservient manner. However, it was as if there was some kind of power driving them, not allowing them to give up their attack and directly leave. As a result, many of the scorpion snakes turned around and swam towards Fuyao. Fuyao casually waved his hand, and flames sprayed out from his sleeve, burning a circle to death and forcing another circle to retreat. However, this wouldn't last long. Xia Lian said, "Let's go up first, we'll talk after we leave this place." Hearing this, with a whoosh, Ruo Xia leapt upwards. Unexpectedly, not long after, it once again made a whoosh sound and slipped back. Xia Lian was slightly stunned. Facing the white silk that had wrapped around his wrist, he said, "Why did you come back? The array has already been opened, so there's nothing stopping you. Quickly go, quickly go." Ruo Xia, on the other hand, was shivering as it wrapped around his wrist, as if it had encountered something terrifying up there. Xia Lian still wanted to coax it, but at this moment, something fell down. With a "pa" sound, it smashed into Fuyao's shoulder. Fuyao casually grabbed it, and as he did, his expression greatly changed. He raised his hand in front of his face to take a look. The thing that had fallen from the sky was unexpectedly also a scorpion snake. Fuyao was caught off guard for a moment, and after being bitten, he suddenly threw the snake towards Half-Moon's face. Half-Moon's hands were bound, but she still subconsciously raised her hand to grab it. She caught it head-on, but that purplish-red snake wrapped around her pale white wrist, not attacking. At this moment, there was another "pa" sound, and a second scorpion snake fell to the ground. Xia Lian could roughly guess why Ruo Xia was unwilling to go up. He raised his head, and with a bit of moonlight, he was barely able to see this scene clearly. Several hundred purplish-red dots were currently rapidly falling from the top of the sinner pit. Snake rain. Seeing those purplish-red dots getting closer and closer, Xia Lian said, Fu Yao. Fire. Shoot a fire screen up there, and they'll all be taken care of in midair. Fu Yao bit open his palm, and with a wave of his hand, a bead of blood flew upwards, transforming into a raging flame barrier that rapidly flew upwards. That flame barrier rose several dozen feet, and as it floated in midair, the scorpion snake that came into contact with it was instantly burned to ashes. It blocked the snake rain that was currently falling. Seeing that they were temporarily out of danger, Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief and said, Good. Fu Yao, it's really all thanks to you. This level of technique would certainly consume a lot of spiritual power, so after casting it, Fu Yao's complexion was a bit green. He turned his head around, and once again set a circle of fire on the ground, burning away the snakes below. Then, he said to Half Moon, You still say that they don't listen to you? If it weren't for you controlling them, why would these scorpion snakes not attack you? San Lang laughed and said, Maybe it's just because your luck isn't good? It also didn't attack us Fu Yao turned his head around, and his sharp gaze swept over the two of them. Xia Lian had a bad premonition in his heart, but because he had a little clue in his heart, he didn't have time to sort it out. He didn't want to see them fight first, so he said, Let's first figure out what's going on with these snakes, and then we'll charge out. Fu Yao sneered and said, What's going on? If it's not this half-moon state preceptor lying, then it's the one beside you playing tricks. Xia Lian glanced at Half Moon, and then looked at San Lang before saying, I don't think it's them. Chapter 29. Intentionally or unintentionally, Xia Lian took a step forward, blocking in front of San Lang. I know better than anyone else what kind of status I have. Fu Yao said, Then why do you still dare to stand next to him? Xia Lian honestly said, Because, standing next to him, no snakes will come and bite. Hearing this answer, San Lang burst out laughing. Fu Yao's face turned even greener as he said, His face turned green, his face suddenly turned pure black. Not only his face, Xia Lian's entire vision turned pure black. As it turned out, the flame barrier that Fu Yao had just cast, as well as the flames he had released at the bottom of the pit, suddenly all of them were extinguished. In the darkness, Xia Lian heard San Lang laugh out loud. Trash! Then, he felt San Lang grab his shoulder. Immediately, Xia Lian heard a rapid and intense ping-ping sound from above the two of them, as if a torrential rainstorm was hitting the surface of an umbrella. Needless to say, it must be that the purple rain of snakes had lost the barrier blocking them and were frantically falling down. And with an umbrella above them, it completely blocked the rain of snakes. Xia Lian smelled an extremely strong scent of blood and was about to move. San Lang said, Don't move. No blind thing would dare come over. His tone was firm. The first sentence was low and gentle, but the second sentence carried a bit of arrogance. Xia Lian wasn't worried at first, but when he heard Fu Yao's angry shout, it seemed that he had been drenched by the rain of snakes. He said, San Lang. San Lang immediately said, Don't. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How do you know what I'm going to say? San Lang said, You can rest assured. He won't die. At this moment, a roar came from the side of the two of them. Half Moon. If they want me to die, then hurry up and let them bite me to their heart's content. What's going on? Half Moon said, It wasn't me. Presumably, the grinder had been smashed awake and found himself immersed in countless slippery streams of snakes. He was certain that it was Half Moon's doing. Xia Lian said, Fu Yao, can you still light a fire? Light another fire. Fu Yao gritted his teeth and said, That thing beside you is suppressing my magic and not letting me ignite it. Xia Lian's heart sank, but San Lang said, I didn't. Xia Lian replied, I know you didn't, but it's precisely because you didn't. Half Moon and Carve Mo are locked by Kun and can't cast spells. I've used up all my power, and you didn't suppress him. Doesn't it mean that there is a sixth person in the pit? Fu Yao said, You must have been possessed. How could there be a sixth person? No one came down from above. At this time, Half Moon said, "Who?" Xia Lian asked, "Ban Yu, what's wrong? Did someone go to your place?" Half Moon said, "There's someone." Before she could finish, her voice disappeared. Xia Lian asked again, "Half a month?" Fu Yao was still engaged in a chaotic battle with the group of snakes. A short burst of white light exploded wave after wave in the pitch-black darkness. He said, "Be careful, she's trying to lure you closer." Xia Lian replied, "Not necessarily. Save her first." As he said this, he was about to rush into the rain of snakes when he heard San Lang say in his ear, "Okay." Xia Lian only felt a hand wrap around his shoulder, and in an instant, he flew out. He suddenly realized that this youngster was actually holding an umbrella with one hand and holding him with the other as he advanced to attack. In the darkness, silver light flashed, and clanging sounds could be heard. Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of swords clashing cut through everyone's ears. "Oh?" San Lang said, "So there really is a sixth person. Interesting." Xia Lian didn't know how or what weapon he was controlling, but at this very moment, the weapon he was controlling was indeed clashing head-on with someone. The other party didn't say a word, but Xia Lian heard the sound of a sharp sword cutting through the wind. From time to time, dazzling sparks lit up in the darkness, but they were all fleeting, not enough to illuminate the other party's face. Xia Lian listened carefully to the battle situation as he raised his voice and said, "Ban Yu, are you still awake? Can you reply?" No one answered. Fu Yao said, "Maybe the person you're fighting is her." Xia Lian said, "No, this definitely isn't Ban Yu." They were both fighting in the darkness. When they were fighting, San Lang was relaxed, as if he was toying with the other party. This time, however, he was slightly more serious. The other party's martial strength was outstanding, and he could use weapons with ease. On the other hand, Ban Yu had a petite figure. Just by looking at her arms, one could tell that strength and weapons weren't her forte. Thus, it definitely wasn't her. But who was this sixth person? And when did he appear? Fu Yao said, "This kind of person who betrays their own country is no different from the female ghost Xian Ji. Why do you still believe her?" Xia Lian said, "Fu Yao, can you not be so impatient all of a sudden?" Wait, what did you just say?" Fu Yao once again sent several scorpion snakes flying with a palm strike. He said, "I say, why do you trust her so much? Just like how you trust that thing next to you." Xia Lian said, "No, I'm not talking about that sentence. You're talking about Xian Ji. You mentioned Xian Ji, didn't you? So what if I did? It doesn't matter at all." Xia Lian held his breath. After a moment, he said, "Stop. There's no need to hide anymore. I already know who you are." The sound of swords clashing didn't stop. The other party was indifferent. Xia Lian wasn't anxious either. He said, "Do you think I'm tricking you when I say I already know who you are? Little General Pei?" Fu Yao was stunned. "Who are you talking to? Little General Pei? Don't tell me you've gone crazy. What kind of status does Little General Pei have? Once he comes down, who wouldn't know?" Xia Lian said, "You're right. However, what if he didn't personally come down?" In the darkness, the sound of swords clashing paused for a moment before continuing. Xia Lian said, "I discovered it already very late. In fact, I should have thought of it from the start. I know that for nearly 200 years, something has been constantly causing trouble in Banyu Pass. However, no heavenly official has ever paid attention to it. Everyone is also unwilling to bring it up. This means that there's definitely someone who no one dares to offend who's suppressing this matter. However, because I'm not familiar with all the heavenly officials in the heavenly court, I didn't dare to make wild guesses. In the end, I didn't boldly guess which heavenly official it was. It was only when Fu Yao mentioned the female ghost Xian Ji that he reminded him. When the female ghost Xian Ji was mentioned, it was hard not to think of the two generals of the Pei clan. The north was the territory of the two Pei generals, and Fu Yao had once casually mentioned that before little General Pei ascended, he had done one thing: massacre a city. What city did he massacre? It was extremely likely that it was the ancient city of Banyu country. This kind of matter wasn't strange to the heavenly court's heavenly officials. After all, who wouldn't shed some blood in order to succeed? However, massacring a city wasn't something particularly glorious. If news of it spread too far, it would inevitably affect the recruitment of new believers. Therefore, after ascending, it was often necessary to cover up and whitewash it. Therefore, although everyone knew of this matter, they didn't investigate it in detail. After all, if there wasn't some deep hatred or malicious intent, who would want to dig up someone else's past and offend their backer? Xia Lian slowly said, "That buried face said that among our group, there's someone who's been here for 50 or 60 years. I originally suspected that he was lying in order to lure others closer, but it's also very likely to be true. Previously, among this group of people, I was most suspicious of you. The caravan followed you, and you could take them anywhere you wanted. I've lived in Banyu country for a few years, but I've never seen a scorpion. But you just randomly found a place to hide from the wind and sand, and you just happened to encounter this rare poisonous creature. I let you go with us to find the good moon grass. Before we left, you specifically pointed the way to Banyu ancient city so that the others who couldn't wait for us could go on their own. Just now at the Sinner Pit, I clearly said that if there's something, I'll go first, but you, who's always calm, suddenly jumped in, meaninglessly sending yourself to death. After a pause, he said, your behavior is so strange and unreasonable, but I only found out who you are now. It's really too late, isn't it? Little General Pei, or I should call you by your current name, Zhao." Suddenly, there was a dead silence. After a long while, finally, a cold voice said, "Have you ever thought that maybe that buried face was talking about the red-clothed youth beside you?" As soon as the voice fell, a flame suddenly lit up at the bottom of the Sinner Pit. Under the light, two blood-colored figures were facing each other. One was the red-clothed San Lang, who had already put away his weapon and was standing calmly. The other was a plain-clothed youth, who still had a sword in front of him, not letting go. Because this plain-clothed youth was covered in blood, it looked like he was also wearing a red robe. His face was cold, and he was carrying a person on his shoulder. Sure enough, it was that young man Zhao. Actually, whether it was little General Pei's true self or Zhao's, the calm and unperturbed expression on their faces had never changed. It was just that Xia Lian had never thought in that direction, so he hadn't connected the two together. The person he was carrying on his shoulder was Half Moon. He released the snakes to take advantage of the chaos to take away Half Moon, but since his identity had been exposed, there was no need to create chaos. The surrounding snakes and the rain of snakes stopped wreaking havoc. He put away his sword with one hand, and put down Half Moon with the other. Beside him, Kuemo said in surprise, "Who are you? Didn't you fall to your death?" Zhao didn't spare a glance at Kuemo, still staring at San Lang. Using Half Moon's language, he said, "Kuemo, you really haven't changed in hundreds of years." Perhaps it was because this infuriatingly calm tone was too familiar, but when Kuemo heard it, his dark face instantly surged with anger. "It's you, Pei Su." If it weren't for the immortal binding rope firmly binding him, he probably would have already rushed over to fight. Xia Lian said, "Little General Pei, the scorpion-tailed snakes don't listen to one person's orders. Those disobedient scorpion-tailed snakes that Half Moon said went out to bite people, they were all controlled by you, right?" Pei Su recognized it happily. "Yes. It's me." Xia Lian said, "Half Moon taught you how to control the scorpion-tailed snakes?" Pei Su said, "She didn't. But I can learn how to control them myself." Xia Lian said, "After all, little General Pei is more intelligent than others." Pausing, he asked again, "When did you two meet? And how did you two meet?" Pei Su looked at him and said, "General Hua." Xia Lian was baffled. "Why do you call me that?" Pei Su calmly said, "Don't you recognize me, General Hua?" Xia Lian remembered. He vaguely remembered that when Half Moon was a child, she was ostracized by the other Half Moon children. Only a youth from Yong'an would occasionally pay attention to her. That youth was similar to Half Moon and didn't like to talk much. Many of the children at the border were children of the army stationed at the border. When they grew up, most of them would also join the army. Could it be, Xie Lian said, it's you? I actually just recognized you. Pei Su nodded and said, it's me. I also just recognized you, General. No wonder. So it turned out that Half Moon and the enemy commander had known each other for a long time. Xie Lian said, did you really order Half Moon to open the city gates? On the other side, Kuemo spat and said, untie the ropes. Let me fight this despicable Pei Su to the death. Pei Su coldly said, first, we already fought to the death 200 years ago. You already lost. Second, dare I ask how this Pei is despicable? Kuemo said, if it weren't for the two of you colluding with each other, how could we have lost? Pei Su said, Kuemo, don't deny it. At that time, although I only brought 2,000 people, breaking through the city gates was only a matter of time. Xie Lian couldn't help but say, wait, you only had 2,000 people under your command, yet you were sent to attack a country? What's wrong with you? Aren't you just sending yourself to death? Could it be that you're even more ostracized than me in the army? Pei Su didn't say anything. It seemed like he was right. Xie Lian continued, since you already won, why did you need Half Moon to open the city gates? Pei Su said, because I want to massacre the city. Xie Lian said, what do you mean? Since you're already going to win, why must you massacre the city? It couldn't be some hobby. Pei Su said, it's precisely because we're about to win that we have to massacre the city. And we have to do it as soon as possible. Leave not a single person alive. That phrase, leave not a single person alive, sounded awe-inspiring. Xie Lian asked, what's the reason? Pei Su said, the night before we attacked the city, many of the leaders of the Half Moon people gathered together and held a meeting. They secretly agreed on one thing. What is it? Pei Su said, the Half Moon people are naturally violent and they hate Yong'an country. Even if they knew they were about to lose, they still refused to admit it. All the people in the Half Moon country, regardless of age or gender, were prepared to make a batch of things as soon as possible. Xie Lian had already faintly guessed what it was. And the two words that Pei Su spat out were indeed what he was thinking in his heart. Explosives. Pei Su said word by word, they planned that if the city was defeated, they would have the citizens hide these explosives on them. Then, they would immediately scatter and flee to Yong'an country. Then, they would mix in with the crowd and wait for an opportunity to attack. Even if they died, they would drag more of Yong'an country's citizens down with them. Even if their country perished, they would make sure that the country that perished would not have peace. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the fact that the citizens didn't have the time to escape and exterminate them in one fell swoop. Xie Lian immediately turned to Kuemo and asked, is this true? Kuemo had no intention of hiding it and said, yes. Hearing this, San Lang raised an eyebrow and said, vicious. Vicious. He said this in the Half Moon language. Kuemo angrily said, vicious? What right do you have to say that we are vicious? If you did not attack us first, we would not have been forced to this stage. You destroyed us, so we will retaliate against you. What's wrong with that? Pei Su said, if that is the case, why don't we start from the beginning? How many times did the Half Moon people cause trouble at the borders? How many merchants and travelers from Yong'an country that were heading to the western region were intercepted by the Half Moon country? You know that there are horse bandits in your country that specialize in robbing and massacring Yong'an citizens. Yet, you purposely protected them. The soldiers that Yong'an country sent to encircle the bandits were killed by you for trespassing. Isn't this vicious? Although he did not speak quickly and his tone was not agitated, every word sounded sharp. Kuemo said, but that was because you forcibly occupied our country first. Only then did we retaliate. Pei Su said, the border between the two countries has always been ambiguous. How can it be considered forcibly occupying it? Kuemo said, the two sides have long divided their territories. It was you who did not keep your promise. Pei Su said, only your side recognizes the division. When has Yong'an ever recognized it? Your so-called division is nothing more than the desert belonging to us and the oasis belonging to you. Isn't that ridiculous? Kuemo angrily said, the oasis was originally ours. The ancestors of the half-moon people lived on the oasis for generations. Both sides stuck to their own arguments. Just listening to them tear each other apart like this gave Xia Lian a headache. Thinking of the days 200 years ago when he was beaten black and blue, his face seemed to faintly ache again. Pei Su no longer paid attention to Kuemo and said to Xia Lian, so, you see. There are many things in this world that cannot be argued clearly. We can only fight. Xia Lian said, I agree with the first sentence. San Lang said, I agree with the second sentence. Kumo's anger slightly subsided. He suddenly said, most of the people from Yong'an are shameless, but you are the most shameless person I have ever seen. Pei Su, you are a cold person. You didn't kill us for the sake of your country, nor did you kill us to save your people. Hearing this, Pei Su became silent. Kuemo continued, you are the son of an exiled person. Everyone looks down on you. You only wanted to gain a foothold in the Yong'an army and climb up, so you had to win this battle. The sad thing is that Half Moon thought you were very good and was used by you because people like you sold us out. Xia Lian said, but isn't little General Pei a descendant of General Pei? With this famous ancestor looking after him, he shouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? San Lang said, he isn't a direct descendant of General Pei. He is a branch of who knows how many other branches. So it was like this. It meant that if he hadn't ascended, he probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to receive the protection of his ancestor. Pei Su faintly said, Half Moon was originally my subordinate. She only received my orders to hide in the Half Moon country. She is a Half Moon person, but also a Yong'an person. After choosing one side, she was loyal to the other. There was no betrayal. Half Moon people have ulterior motives. I will kill them without regrets. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, what a good kill without regrets. Then do you dare to say no regrets to the people who have been lured into this pit by you for so many years and lost their lives? That voice came from above everyone's heads. Xia Lian immediately looked up and asked, which expert is here? There was no answer. Instead, a strange sound rang out. Whoosh 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 whoosh, as if a gale was howling. When the sound came closer, Xia Lian finally confirmed. This was indeed the sound of a gale howling. This gale came too suddenly, too fiercely. Before Xia Lian could figure out what was going on, his body had already tilted and his entire body floated up. This sudden gale poured into the bottom of the sinner's pit from above, unexpectedly sweeping everyone up into the sky. Xia Lian immediately grabbed San Lang, who was closest to him, and said, be careful. San Lang also grabbed him, his expression unchanging. Xia Lian only felt the world spin as his body rapidly rose into the sky. After a pause, he suddenly began to fall. He hurriedly tossed Ruo Xia out, coaxing, all right, everything's fine now. Hurry, Ruo Xia, come out and save us. After touching twice, Ruo Xia finally flew out. However, his surroundings were completely empty and bare. Aside from the enormous sinner's pit, he couldn't find anything else he could grab onto. Ruo Xia came out and flew in a circle before shrinking back. Helpless, Xia Lian could only adjust his landing posture in midair. If it was in the past, he would most likely fall head first 3 feet into the ground again. But this time, just as he was about to hit the ground, San Lang casually grabbed him and he actually landed straight on. When his boots firmly landed on the ground, he was still a little incredulous. But this incredulity was quickly diluted. As soon as he landed, he saw a black-clothed figure stumbling over in front of him. Xia Lian fixed his eyes on him and exclaimed with slight delight, Nan Feng. It really was Nan Feng. Only, it was Nan Feng who was already in a sorry state. It was as if he had rolled a dozen times in the dust, and then was thrown into a mess and ravaged by animals for a night. His clothes were torn and tattered, and he cut a sorry figure. When he heard Xie Lian calling him, he only raised his hand and silently wiped his face. He couldn't even speak. Xie Lian helped him up and said, "What happened to you? Did you get beaten up by those two girls?" Before he finished speaking, he saw two figures following behind Nan Feng and walking over. One was the white-clothed female crown prince. Her horsetail whisk rested in the crook of her arm and she greeted him with a smile, saying, "Hello, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Although he didn't know who the other person was, Xie Lian still had to return the courtesy. But he didn't know how to address her, so he could only smile and raise his hand in greeting, saying, "Hello, fellow Taoist." The black-clothed female crown prince only glanced over coldly and didn't pay much attention to him. When her eyes swept over San Lang, she slightly paused, seeming to feel that this person was very suspicious and stopped walking for a moment. The gust of wind just now had sent the people at the bottom of the pit up. The two people passed by Xie Lian and walked straight towards Pei Su. Pei Su looked at the newcomers and wasn't surprised. After all, when he was disguised as Ah Zhao, he had already seen these two people once in the city. He knelt where he was and bowed his head to the white-clothed female crown prince. In a low voice, he said, "Master Feng." Hearing these 4 words, Xie Lian froze. He had always thought that these were demons and ghosts. How could he have known that they were actually heavenly officials of the heavenly court? Moreover, they were Master Feng, the Master Feng who had scattered 100,000 merits in the spirit communication array. But thinking about it carefully, there wasn't anything wrong. At that time, the white-clothed female crown prince had said something like, "Where are those people hiding? Don't tell me you want me to find them one by one and kill them," which made him think that they weren't good people. But in reality, this people didn't necessarily refer to them. It could also be referring to the half-moon person. It was just that his first impression was strong, so he felt that the other person's every move carried a strange and evil aura. Towards a heavenly official who could give out 100,000 merits in one move, Xie Lian couldn't help but hold an indescribable sense of reverence. He said to Nan Feng, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that this was Master Feng? I even guessed that it might be a snake spirit or a scorpion spirit. This is really a bit rude." Nan Feng's expression was a bit dark. "How would I know that was Master Feng? I've never seen Master Feng like this before. Master Feng has always been." "Forget it." Xie Lian understood that this was probably Master Feng's disguise. He didn't think too much about it and asked, "Why did Master Feng come to the Half-Moon Pass?" Nan Feng said, "To help." They were wandering around the Half-Moon City to find the Half-Moon Pass soldiers. Xie Lian immediately recalled the first time he inquired about the Half-Moon Pass in the spirit communication array. Amidst the awkwardness, this Wind Master had suddenly scattered 100,000 merit points, diverting the attention of others. Perhaps at that time, he had already noticed what he was asking about. On this side, he was deep in thought. On the other side, Master Feng squatted down in front of Pei Su and said, "Little Pei, I heard everything." Pei Su lowered his head. Master Feng said, "You admit that in these 200 years, you were the one who led those people into the Half-Moon Ancient City?" Since he was caught red-handed, Pei Su didn't argue and said in a deep voice, "It was me." Master Feng asked, "Why?" After a pause, Pei Su said, "Master Feng already had his suspicions." "Can't you guess why?" Master Feng said, "Is it because these souls are the ironclad proof that your hands are stained with blood and might become an obstacle to your future advancement?" Pei Su didn't comment. Xie Lian couldn't help but say, "If it really can't be done, why don't you just kill them? Why do you have to use living people to appease the resentment here? Is this any different from using another person's flesh to satisfy another person's hunger and thirst?" San Lang said, "He can't." "That's right." In the celestial court, every move of a heavenly official like Pei Su was watched by countless eyes. There were many things that couldn't be done directly. He couldn't come down with his main body to kill these resentful spirit soldiers, and he couldn't send troops to exterminate them. It was originally a secretive matter. If the commotion was too big, wouldn't it attract everyone's attention? At most, he could only send a clone like Zhao down secretly. Using the scorpion tail snake of the half-moon pass to bite people and lure people in to feed the resentful spirits, dissipating their resentment, it was undoubtedly the perfect way to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Master Feng said, "Your General Pei wouldn't do such a thing. This time, I'm afraid you've gone a little overboard." As a heavenly official of the Celestial Court, he had released a clone to cause chaos in Half Moon Pass for nearly 200 years, leading countless passers-by astray and becoming the souls of the Half Moon Pass soldiers. No matter what, it wasn't a small matter. Pei Su lowered his head and said, "This junior understands." Master Feng flicked his horsetail whisk and said, "It's good that you understand. Sort things out in your heart and go up first." Pei Su said in a low voice, "Yes." After Master Feng finished explaining, he inserted his horsetail whisk into the collar of his Daoist robe and stood up. He cupped his hands towards Xia Lian and said with a smile, "Your Highness, it's an honor to meet you." This was considered a formal greeting. To Xia Lian, "It's an honor to meet you" wasn't a nice thing to say, but in any case, it was just a formality. Xia Lian also smiled and said, "Not at all. Master Feng, it's an honor to meet you." Master Feng said, "I'm really sorry about before." Xia Lian was startled and said, "Before? What happened before?" Master Feng said, "Didn't you guys encounter a sandstorm in the desert?" Xia Lian thought about it and felt that his mouth was full of sand. He said, "Yes." Master Feng said, "That was caused by me." Master Feng said, "The original intention of that sandstorm was to prevent you guys from approaching Half Moon Pass. I didn't expect that you guys wouldn't be swept away. Instead, after many twists and turns, you guys still managed to find your way here." The more Xia Lian listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. A sandstorm obstructed them from going to Half Moon Pass, and then this matter suddenly appeared. What was the meaning of this? For now, he bided his time and didn't reply. He wanted to hear what the other party had to say. Master Feng then said, "However, Your Highness, it's best that you don't interfere with this matter anymore." Xia Lian glanced at Half Moon Pass curled up on the ground. A bad premonition flashed in his heart. He was originally worried that once this matter was reported to the Heavenly Court, the heavenly officials would casually add a few words and change their words. Then, it would become Little Pei being innocent and Half Moon Pass taking the blame. Now, a Master Feng suddenly appeared out of nowhere and told him not to interfere with this matter. Wasn't it more like he wanted to protect Little Pei? Thus, he calmly took a step forward and stood in front of Half Moon Pass. In a warm voice, he said, "However, I've already taken care of this matter. Saying that you don't want me to interfere at this time is also useless." Master Feng smiled and said, "You can be at ease. You can take the Half Moon State Preceptor away first." This was actually outside of Xia Lian's expectations. He was slightly startled. Master Feng then said, "We've already heard about this entire matter from above. Although this Half Moon State Preceptor has already reached the Fierce Realm, when I was wandering around the city, I saw her lock the Half Moon soldiers into the array she set up. I also saw her release the mortals captured by the soldiers. Not only did she not harm anyone, she even saved people. The only people I want to take away are Little General Pei and Kuimo. You don't need to worry about who I'll pull to take the blame." Xia Lian felt relieved and said, "I'm ashamed. I've been too paranoid." Master Feng said, "It's normal for you to be so worried. After all, the atmosphere in the Heavenly Court is indeed not good. That black-clothed woman seemed to be unable to bear staying here for another moment. She said from the side, 'Are you done? If you're done, you can leave.'" Master Feng shouted, "Hey! What are you so anxious for? The more anxious you are, the more I'll say." Although she said this, she had already turned around and took out a folding fan from her waist. She said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, if there's nothing else, shall we meet again in the Heavenly Court?" Xia Lian nodded. Master Feng then unfolded the folding fan. On the front of the fan was written a horizontal character for wind. On the back, there were 3 lines of clear wind. Thinking that this was the wind god official's magical artifact, she fanned the folding fan 3 times, then 3 times. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from the flat ground. The wind blew the sand and stones away, blinding the eyes. Xia Lian raised his sleeve to block the wind. When the gust of wind passed, the 2 women, Pei Su, and Kuemo had all disappeared. Only Xia Lian, San Lang, Nan Feng, and the curled-up half-moon were left. Xia Lian put down his sleeve and asked in a daze, "What's going on?" San Lang leisurely walked over and said, "It's a pretty good situation." Xia Lian looked at him and asked, "Is it good?" San Lang replied, "It's pretty good. Master Feng told you not to worry about it because she's helping you." Nan Feng also walked over and said, "Yes. You've already gotten involved in a lot of this matter. Next, you can only go complain to the emperor. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore." Xia Lian understood and said, "Because of General Pei?" Nan Feng said, "That's right. This time, you've thoroughly offended General Pei." Xia Lian smiled and said, "In any case, I've already predicted that I would offend at least one of them. As for who exactly I offended, it doesn't seem too important anymore." Nan Feng frowned and said, "Don't think I'm joking. Aside from the Divine Martial Palace Hall, the most powerful martial god is Mingguang Palace Hall. General Pei really values little Pei and has always wanted Pei Su to kick Quan Yizhen out of power. He will definitely find trouble for you." Xia Lian said, "Is Quan Yizhen that Western martial god you mentioned?" Nan Feng said, "That's him. Quan Yizhen is also an upstart. He's very close to the time when Pei Su ascended. He's young, a bit, but also very powerful. General Pei intentionally allowed Pei Su to seize all of his followers in the West. Pei Su has also worked hard and has been progressing well these past few years. In the end, you did something like this. I'm afraid Pei Su will be out of luck. I don't know if he'll be demoted or not. If by any chance he gets demoted, you'll also be out of luck." Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and inwardly decided that from now on, he would be more careful when he ate, drank, and walked. However, San Lang disapproved and said, "You don't need to worry. Pei Ming is a very prideful person. He won't play dirty." Nan Feng glanced at him. Xia Lian then said, "Then what about Master Feng?" "Master Feng told me not to worry about it." "Does that mean she's responsible for complaining? If that's the case, wouldn't she be the one who offended General Pei? Don't worry about it. It's better to call her back." "Nan Feng, do you know what Master Feng's spiritual password is?" Nan Feng said, "You don't need to worry about Master Feng. General Pei dares to touch you, but he won't touch her. Although she's younger than you, she's doing much better than you." Xia Lian's silence wasn't because he'd suffered a blow. Rather, he was thinking to himself, could it be that there's someone in the heavenly court who's doing worse than me? I don't think so. San Lang smiled and said, "Master Feng has someone supporting her. Naturally, she'll be doing well." Xia Lian said, "Are you talking about that black-clothed woman beside her? I think she's also a formidable figure." San Lang said, "No. However, that black-clothed woman is indeed a formidable figure. She should be one of the 5 wind, water, rain, lightning masters. I don't recommend offending her. Since Master Feng was able to create tornadoes from flat ground, naturally her powers were high. However, that black-clothed woman was clearly a cut above him." Xia Lian kept having the feeling that the woman seemed to have sensed something was wrong with San Lang. Feeling that something was wrong, he said, "I agree with you." However, there was another sentence that he felt didn't need to be said. Xia Lian thought to himself, having someone supporting you doesn't necessarily mean you'll be doing well. It must be known that back in the day, the one who supported the Xian Le Crown Prince was the #1 martial god in 1,000 years, Junwu. Didn't he also not do well? Xia Lian picked up the bamboo hat that Nan Feng had dropped and patted it. Seeing that it hadn't been flattened, he let out a sigh of relief and put it back on his back. Sizing up Nan Feng, he said, "Could it be that you were chased and beaten by those two Darren the entire way?" Nan Feng's face darkened as he said, "Yes. I was beaten the entire way." Xia Lian patted his shoulder and said, "It's really been hard on you." After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that there was someone else who was also having a hard time. Turning his head, he asked, "Where's Fu Yao?" Nan Feng said, "Wasn't he watching over those poison people?" The meaning behind his words was that they hadn't seen Fu Yao since the moment they were swept out by that gale. In reality, after Ah Zhao appeared, Xia Lian didn't really notice him. If he didn't run away then he ran away when that gale blew. Xia Lian wasn't really worried about him. He guessed that Ah Zhao just didn't want to get involved in this mess, so he quickly slipped away. However, when they heard Nan Feng say "poisoned," the two of them cried out at the same time, "Good moon grass." San Lang said, "There's no need to rush. The sky just brightened." However, they couldn't not rush when it came to saving people's lives. Even if it hadn't been 24 hours yet, who knew if something would happen along the way? At that moment, Xia Lian carried Half Moon on his back and madly ran towards the Imperial Palace. When he arrived at the Imperial Palace, he put Half Moon down and went up to pluck a few handfuls of good moon grass. That buried person was still on the ground, leaving only a pile of white bones and a badly mutilated face. If it was in the past, Xia Lian might have casually dug a hole and buried it. However, he was in a hurry to save people, and secondly, this person had already been buried in the ground for over 50 years. Presumably, he wouldn't want to go back. However, that merchant's skeleton had unexpectedly disappeared. Xia Lian stopped. Just as he was feeling strange, San Lang picked up a small clay pot from the Imperial Palace. When Xia Lian saw it, he immediately said, "Good San Lang, thank you very much." At the moment, Half Moon was weak and couldn't be woken up. Xia Lian then put her into the clay pot. The group of people picked the grass and finally rushed back. At this time, only 8 hours had passed since they encountered the scorpion-tailed snake. When they arrived at the place where Fu Yao had drawn the circle, they still obediently stayed in the circle and didn't dare to wander around. That old uncle had taken the medicinal pill that Nan Feng had given him, so his injuries were under control. After taking the good moon grass externally and resting for a while, he would be able to walk again. However, Xia Lian felt that he didn't need to tell him what the fertilizer for the good moon grass was. After a while, everyone calmed down and started to worry, "Where's Tianqing? Why haven't they returned yet?" Previously, Xia Lian was in a hurry to pick the grass to save people. In addition, not a single one of Half Moon's soldiers were left in the ancient city, so he didn't have the time to take care of Tianqing and the others. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a teenager's voice shouting as he ran closer and closer. When he turned around, he saw that it was Tianqing. That teenager was holding a large amount of good moon grass in his hand. Behind him were two merchants, both of whom were gasping for breath. After asking, he found out that at the Sinner's Pit, Half Moon had swept away a bunch of soldiers and captured Tianqing and the others. Originally, Tianqing and the others were scared half to death. Who knew that after Half Moon had captured them and pointed them the way, they would let them go? After escaping, they hurriedly picked the good moon grass and buried the merchant's corpse. Then, they rushed back with all their might. However, they were still a bit slower than Xia Lian and the others. In short, after escorting this caravan out of the desert, the matter could finally be considered to have come to an end. However, before they left, Tianqing secretly ran over to find him and mysteriously said, "Gij, I want to ask you a question." Xia Lian replied, "Go ahead." Tianqing asked, "You're actually a deity, right?" Xia Lian was a little shocked, but also a little touched. This was because there was a period of time when he would often shout out to people that he was a deity, that he was the crown prince, but no one would believe him. This time, he didn't even open his mouth, but the other party had already asked him if he was a deity. This really made him a little shocked and touched. Tianqing immediately said, "I saw you use magic." Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Xia Lian thought to himself, how should I say this? Even if you say it, no one will believe you, Tianqing said, this time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have been kicked into that pit by those black ghost soldiers. When I go back, I'll build a temple for you. It'll be dedicated to you. Xia Lian couldn't help but smile when he saw Tianqing pat his chest and make a very very big gesture. Then I'll have to thank you. San Lang, who was at the side, chuckled for some unknown reason. Xia Lian didn't feel that he was mocking the child for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Although the child didn't understand how big a matter it was to build a temple, receiving this kind of promise, regardless of whether it could be fulfilled or not, he was still quite happy. After being pestered in every possible way, he had no choice but to carelessly leave behind the title of Tattered Immortal. Waving his hand, he walked off in the other direction. Nan Feng activated a 1,000-li shrinking spell and sent them back to Puqi Monastery. Opening the door, Xia Lian took out a mat and laid it on the ground. Then, he laid down on it like a corpse. His entire movement was done in one go. San Lang also sat down next to him and rested his chin on his hand as he watched him. Xia Lian sighed and asked, how many days have we been gone? San Lang replied, generally speaking, 3 or 4 days. Xia Lian sighed again and said, it's only been 3 or 4 days. Why are you so tired? Ever since he had ascended, he had often been as tired as a dog. This really wasn't an illusion. After he finished sighing, he raised his head and said, huh? Nan Feng, why haven't you gone back to report? Nan Feng asked, what report? Xia Lian replied, aren't you a heavenly official of Nanyang Palace Hall? Won't your family's general come looking for you after you leave for 3 or 4 days? Nan Feng replied, my family's general isn't in the palace hall right now. He doesn't care about me. Xia Lian crawled up and said, all right, it's fine if you stay. Nan Feng asked, what are you going to do? Xia Lian amiably said, I'm going to cook a meal for you. To reward you. Hearing this, Nan Feng's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and pressed 2 fingers against his temple, as if he had received a telepathic message. Standing up, he said, something happened in the palace hall. I'll be leaving first. Xia Lian raised his hand and said, hey, Nan Feng, don't go. Why did something suddenly happen? This time, it's really been hard on you. Nan Feng roared, something really happened. Seeing him rush out the door, Xia Lian sat back down on the mat and said to San Lang, looks like he's not hungry. Before San Lang could reply, a bang was heard. Nan Feng rushed back and blocked the door, saying, you two. Xia Lian and San Lang sat side by side on the mat. Raising their heads to look at him, Xia Lian asked, what happened to the 2 of us? Nan Feng pointed at San Lang and then at Xia Lian. After hesitating for a while, he said, I'll be back. Xia Lian said, welcome, welcome. Nan Feng swept his gaze over San Lang again before closing the door and leaving. Xia Lian folded his arms and imitated San Lang by tilting his head. Looks like something really happened. He then glanced at the youth beside him and said with a smile, if he's not hungry, then what about you? San Lang also replied with a smile, I'm hungry. Xia Lian smiled and stood up again. Turning around, he casually tidied up the offering table and said, all right. Then, what do you want to eat, Hua Cheng? Behind him, there was a moment of silence. Then, a low chuckle was heard. Chapter 30. Xia Lian asked, Blood Rain Tanhua. Hua Qing replied, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xia Lian turned around and smiled. This is the first time I've heard you call me that. That red-clothed youth sat on the mat. He propped up one leg and smiled back, how do you feel? Xia Lian thought for a moment and honestly said, it seems different from when others call me that. Hua Qing asked, what's different? Xia Lian tilted his head, slightly narrowing his eyes, he said, "It's hard for me to say. It's just." Others called him Your Highness, or they called him without emotion and in a businesslike manner. For example, Ling Wen. And even more people called him Your Highness, but it carried a sense of squeezing, as if they were calling an ugly beauty. It was done on purpose, slightly sarcastic. But when Hua Cheng called him Your Highness, this word was extremely precious. Thus, although he couldn't describe it, Xia Lian felt that when Hua Cheng called him Your Highness, and other people called him Your Highness, the feeling was different. Xia Lian said, "On Mount Yujun, the groom who took me away was you, right?" The smile on Hua Cheng's lips deepened. Only then did Xia Lian realize that this sentence seemed to have an ambiguous meaning. He hurriedly changed it, "I mean, the one who pretended to be a groom and took me away was you, right?" Hua Cheng said, "I didn't pretend to be a groom." If he really said it like that, then it was true. At that time, that youth didn't lie to him and say he was a groom. He didn't say a single word and only stopped in front of the sedan and extended his hand. Xia Lian was the one who left with him. Xia Lian said, "All right. Then, why did you appear on Mount Yujun at that time?" Hua Cheng said, "There are only two answers to this question. First, I specifically went for you, Your Highness. Second, I was just passing by and had a lot of free time. Which do you think is more believable?" Calculating the number of days Hua Cheng had spent by his side, Xia Lian said, "I don't dare say which is more believable, but you really do seem to have a lot of free time." His entire person and gaze circled Hua Cheng back and forth. After a long time, he nodded and said, "You are a bit different from the rumors." Hua Cheng changed his posture, but he was still supporting his chin with his hand. He looked at him and said, "Oh? Then how did Your Highness know that I was the Blood Rain Tanhua?" Xia Lian's mind was filled with that umbrella under the rain of blood, that clanking silver chain, and that ice-cold silver wrist guard. He thought to himself, "It's not like you're hiding it very seriously." He said, "No matter how I probe, you're watertight. You're definitely in a desperate state. Your red robes are as red as maple leaves and blood, as if you are omniscient, omnipotent, and fearless. With such a bearing, I can't think of anyone else other than the Blood Rain Tanhua, who causes all the immortals and gods to turn pale at the mention of his name." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "If that's the case, can I take that as a compliment?" Xia Lian thought, "Don't tell me you didn't hear it." Hua Cheng's smile faded and he continued, "After saying so much, why didn't Your Highness ask me why I approached you?" Xia Lian replied, "If you don't want to tell me, then even if I asked you, you wouldn't tell me, right? Or perhaps what you tell me isn't the truth." However, Hua Cheng said, "That's not necessarily true. Furthermore, you could have just driven me away." Xia Lian said, "You're so resourceful. Even if I drove you away now, if you really wanted to do something bad, can't you just change your skin and come back?" The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Suddenly, a rolling sound broke the brief silence in Pu Chi Monastery. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound. There was no one there, only a small black clay pot rolling on the ground. That was the small clay pot that Xia Lian had kept for Half Moon. It had originally been placed by Xia Lian on the mat, but at some point, it had fallen down on its own and rolled to the door. It was blocked by the wooden door that Hua Cheng had made, so it kept bumping against the door. Xia Lian was worried that it would smash itself into pieces, so he went up to open the door. That small clay pot rolled all the way to the grass outside the door. Xia Lian followed behind it. The small clay pot rolled onto a patch of grass and stood upright. It was clearly just a pot, but it gave people the illusion that it was looking up at the starry sky. Hua Cheng also walked out of Pu Chi Monastery. Xia Lian faced the clay pot and said, "Half Moon, are you awake?" Fortunately, it was already late at night when they returned from the desert. Otherwise, if people saw Xia Lian standing outside in the middle of the night asking a pot what happened, they would most likely make a fuss over nothing. After a while, that small pot let out a muffled voice, "General Hua." Xia Lian sat down next to it and said, "Half Moon, did you come out to look at the stars? Do you want to come out and see?" Hua Cheng stood to the side and leaned against a tree. He said, "She just left Half Moon City. It's better for her to stay here for a while." After all, Half Moon had stayed in Half Moon Country for 200 years. Suddenly changing places would probably be difficult for her to adapt. Xia Lian said, "Then you should stay here for a while and recuperate. This is where I cultivate, you don't have to worry about anything else." That pot swayed a few times. It was unknown what it was trying to express. After considering for a moment, Xia Lian said, "Half Moon, actually, this time it had nothing to do with you. Your scorpion was." Half Moon said, "General Hua, at that time I couldn't move, but I heard everything." Hearing this, Xia Lian froze. Only now did he know that Pei Su had only sealed Half Moon's mobility, not her senses. He said, "That's fine. She heard everything, that's fine." That pot said, "General Hua, what will happen to little General Pei?" Xia Lian folded his hands in his sleeves and said, "I don't know. However, if you do something wrong, you will have to accept punishment." After a moment of silence, that pot swayed a few more times. This time, Xia Lian finally understood. Originally, this kind of swaying was a nod. Half Moon said, "Actually, little General Pei isn't that bad." "Is that so?" "Yeah." Half Moon said, "He helped me before." For some reason, Xia Lian's mind suddenly remembered more things. Half Moon often got beaten up. Using the words of the other Yong'an children, "She has a face that deserves to be beaten." Xia Lian only found out about this after knowing her for a long time. Because no matter how many times Half Moon got beaten, she wouldn't tell anyone. Until one day, Xia Lian saw a group of children pressing her face into the mud. Only then did he know how the bruises on her face came about. But after a while, when he asked her again, she actually only remembered to wash the handkerchief that the youth who pulled her out of the mud lent her to wipe her face with. She didn't remember anything else. She didn't remember the person who beat her, but as long as he saved her once, she would remember it for a lifetime. Half Moon said again, "Although GMO always scolds me for being bewitched by him, and that I was used by him. But regardless of whether he used me or not, I know that opening the city gates was something I had to do." Xia Lian didn't know what to say, but a part of his heart suddenly softened. In a flash, he patted that pot and said, "All right, it's over." "Oh right, Half Moon, Huaxia is a fake name. I have long since stopped being a general, so you don't have to call me General Hua." Half Moon said, "Then how should I call you?" That was a problem. If Half Moon also seriously called him Your Highness the Crown Prince, he would always feel that something was a bit strange. Xia Lian originally didn't care about how he was addressed, but he thought of something else to say, so he said, "Then it's up to you. You can continue to call me General Hua." However, there really was someone with the surname Hua here, so calling him General Hua might be a bit confusing. But when he thought about it again, he remembered that Huaxia was admittedly a fake name. He took the first character of the Corolla martial god as his surname. But wasn't Hua Cheng also a fake name? It was also quite interesting that they chose the same surname as their surname. At this time, he heard Half Moon say, "I'm sorry, General Hua." Xia Lian turned his head around and said a bit gloomily, "Half Moon, why do you always apologize to me? It couldn't be that his appearance made people feel sorry for him, right?" Half Moon said, "I want to save the common people." Xia Lian, Half Moon said, "General Hua, that's what you said in the beginning." Xia Lian. He hurriedly pressed down on the pot and said, "Wait. Wait." Half Moon said, "Wait for what?" Xia Lian glanced at Hua Cheng, who was standing under a nearby tree with his arms crossed. In a low voice, he said, "Did I really say those words in the beginning?" These words were clearly what he loved to say the most when he was a teenager. In the next few hundred years, he shouldn't have even mentioned it. Hearing it for the first time, Xia Lian felt the impact was too great. It was a bit hard to accept. However, Half Moon said, "General, you said it before." Xia Lian still wanted to struggle and said, I didn't. Half Moon seriously and coldly said, oh, no, I said it before. Once, you asked me what I wanted to do when I grew up. I said I didn't know. You said how could you not know what you wanted to do when you grew up? I asked General Hua, what about you? You said, when I was young, my dream was to save the common people. So it was like that. Xia Lian said, this. Half Moon, this kind of casual words, why do you remember it so clearly? Half Moon said, was it just a casual word? But, General Hua, I feel like you were very serious when you said it. Xia Lian helplessly looked up at the sky and said, haha, is that so? Maybe. What else did I say? I don't remember. Half Moon said, you also said, do what you think is right, nothing can stop your footsteps, even if you fall in the mud 100 times, you still have to be strong and climb back up. There are a lot of things like that. Pfft, he didn't need to turn his head to know that Hua Cheng, who was under the tree, had definitely heard it and laughed. Xia Lian couldn't keep his mouth shut anymore. In his heart, he thought, what kind of nonsense is this? Why do I always like to say these kinds of things? I'm not that kind of person. Am I that kind of person? Half Moon said, but, I don't know what's right anymore. Hearing this, Xia Lian was stunned. Half Moon said, I wanted to do what General Hua said, to save the common people. But in the end, I destroyed Half Moon Kingdom. She said in a daze, and it seems like no matter what I do, the results are always terrible. General Hua, I know what I did wasn't good, but can you tell me, in the end, what did I do wrong? In the end, what should I do in order to truly do what you said, save the common people? Xia Lian said, I'm sorry, Half Moon. How to save the common people? I didn't know this question before, and I still don't know now. After a moment of silence, Half Moon said, General Hua, to tell you the truth, I feel that for these past 200 years, I simply don't know what I've been doing. I'm such a failure. Hearing her say this, Xia Lian became even more depressed. In his heart, he thought, doesn't that mean I'm even more of a failure? I've still been around for 800 years. After leaving Half Moon's ghost in the jar, staring at the starry sky for a while to calm down, Xia Lian and Hua Cheng returned to Puqi Monastery. After closing the door, Xia Lian suddenly said, Half Moon voluntarily stayed in Half Moon Pass. It wasn't because she became a murderer that she was trapped there. She always remembered that she was the one who opened the city gates, and she never gave herself any excuse of, I did it for the common people. In order to let the soldiers of Half Moon Kingdom vent their resentment and ascend to the heavens sooner, she let Kuemo lead them to kill her over and over again. Xia Lian shook his head and said, actually, if little General Pei really didn't want to keep those Half Moon Kingdom soldiers, and also didn't want to be discovered by the Heavenly Court, you could have quietly sent a clone down to the mortal world to clean up those Half Moon Kingdom soldiers. Why must you use this kind of method? Hua Qing said, the power of a clone can be weakened. You've also seen Pei Su's clone, Ai Zhao. He couldn't deal with so many Half Moon Kingdom soldiers at once, so it's better to feed him with living people. That way, the resentment will dissipate faster, and it's also the simplest method. Xia Lian asked, why must it be so fast? Hua Qing said, perhaps it's to let your little friend, Half Moon Kingdom, painfully hang to death a few times less. After a moment of silence, Xia Lian said, then what about those mortals? Hua Qing calmly said, they're heavenly officials. The lives of mortals are naturally inferior to ants. Pei Su is a typical high-level heavenly official. As long as he isn't discovered, killing a few hundred people is no different to crushing a few hundred bugs to him. Xia Lian glanced at him and recalled how San Lang had instantly killed all the Half Moon Kingdom soldiers at the bottom of the Sinner's Pit. Turning around, he said, the power of a clone can be weakened? From what I see, your clone is quite powerful. Hua Qing raised an eyebrow at him and said, of course. However, this is my main body. Xia Lian turned his head and was slightly astonished. Ha! You're the main body. Hua Qing said, I'm the real deal. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the expression on his face after saying that. It seemed as if he was asking Xia Lian to personally test it. Thus, before Xia Lian could even realize what he had done, he had already raised a finger and poked Hua Cheng's cheek. After poking Hua Cheng, Xia Lian suddenly woke up with a start. In his heart, he repeatedly cursed, "Oh no." He had only been curious about how the impassible Ghost King's ghost skin felt. He hadn't expected that his body would be faster than his mind. He raised his hand and poked Hua Cheng's cheek. This was truly outrageous. Having his face suddenly poked, Hua Cheng also seemed to be slightly shocked. However, he had always been calm and his expression quickly calmed down. He didn't say anything, but one of his eyebrows raised even higher, as if he was waiting for Xia Lian's explanation. However, the smile in his eyes was obvious. Of course, Xia Lian couldn't come up with any explanation. Looking at that finger, he hit it without leaving a trace and said, "Not bad." Hua Cheng finally laughed out loud. Crossing his arms, he tilted his head and asked, "What's not bad? Do you think this skin of mine is not bad?" Xia Lian said sincerely, "Yes, it's very not bad. However." Hua Cheng said, "However what?" Xia Lian stared at his face and looked carefully for a while. Finally, he said, "However, can I see your original appearance?" Since he had said this skin just now, it meant that although this was his main body, the appearance was not his original appearance. This appearance of a youth was not his real appearance. Chapter 31. As long as the air condensed at this moment, Xia Lian would know. This sentence might not have been a good question. Although the two of them had gotten along quite happily these days, it did not mean that they were close enough to make such a request. Without waiting for him to answer, Xia Lian immediately smiled and said, "I was just saying casually, don't take it too seriously." Hua Cheng closed his eyes. After a short while he smiled and said, "I'll show you when I have the chance in the future." If someone else said this, it would naturally be a perfunctory reply. "When I have the chance in the future" was equivalent to, "Don't think about it, forget about it." But since it was Hua Cheng who said it, Xia Lian felt that, if he said in the future, then in the future, he would definitely do it. Instead, he became a bit more interested. He smiled and said, "Okay. Then when you feel it's okay, you can show me again. Let's rest first." Tossing and turning until the middle of the night, he had long thrown the idea of cooking to the back of his mind and lay down on the mat again. Hua Cheng also lay down. No one bothered about it. Why, after each of them had revealed their identities, a heavenly priest and a ghost could still lie on the same tattered mat. They joked and joked, they chatted randomly. There was no pillow on the straw mat, so Hua Cheng used his arm as a pillow. Xia Lian also used his arm as a pillow. He casually said, "Your ghost realm seems to be really idle, don't you need to report?" Not only did Hua Cheng use his arm as a pillow, he also propped up his leg and said, "What report? I'm the biggest. Furthermore, everyone does their own thing, no one can control anyone else." It turned out that the ghost realm was a group of chaotic and disorganized wandering ghosts. Xia Lian said, "So that's how it is. I thought you guys were unified like the heavenly court. If that's the case, have you seen the other ghost kings?" Hua Cheng said, "I have." Xia Lian said, "Green Ghost Qirong has also seen them." Hua Cheng said, "Are you talking about that low-class trash?" Xia Lian thought to himself, "How am I supposed to answer this? Is it?" Fortunately, he didn't need to answer it. Hua Cheng said, "I said hello," then he ran away. Xia Lian's intuition told him that this greeting was definitely not a normal greeting. Sure enough, Hua Cheng leisurely said, "I also got the title of Blood Rain Tanhua." So when he said that he destroyed another ghost's lair, he was referring to the green ghost, Qirong. And this greeting meant a bloodbath. In his heart, Xia Lian thought that this greeting was truly out of the ordinary. Rubbing his chin, he asked, "Does Qing Gui and Qirong have a grudge?" Hua Cheng replied, "Yes." "What grudge?" "He's an eyesore." Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that you challenged the 33 heavenly officials because you found them an eyesore? He said, there were heavenly officials in the heavenly court who said that he has low taste and that even the world of ghosts and souls despises him. Could it be true? Hua Qing replied, of course. Blackwater also dislikes him. Xia Lian asked, who's Blackwater? Then he immediately reacted. Is it that Blackwater sinks boat? Hua Qing replied, that's right. They're also called Blackwater Ghost. Xia Lian recalled that this Blackwater Profound Ghost was also an absolute, while Blue Ghost Qi Rong was only a near absolute to make up the numbers. He asked with great interest, are you very familiar with this profound ghost? Hua Qing lazily replied, I'm not familiar with him. In the world of ghosts and souls, I'm not familiar with many people. Xia Lian was a bit surprised and asked, is that so? I thought you had a lot of subordinates. Then maybe our understanding of familiar is a bit different. Hua Qing raised his eyebrows and said, that's right. In the world of ghosts and souls, those who aren't absolute don't have the qualifications to talk to me. This was an extremely arrogant sentence, but he said it so confidently that it was a matter of course. Xia Lian faintly smiled and said, your world of ghosts and souls is pretty good. Generally speaking, there are only a few big ones. Unlike the heaven realm, where I can't even remember which heavenly officials there are in the heavenly court. In the middle heaven, those waiting to ascend are practically a vast ocean. Hua Qing said, what's there to remember? Don't remember, it's just a waste of your brain. Xia Lian laughed, haha, if you can't always remember other people's names, it's quite offensive. It should be known that heavenly officials cared a lot about face. Hua Qing sneered, if you can be offended over such a small matter, you must be a narrow-minded piece of trash. After chatting for a while, Xia Lian was afraid that the topic would delve into sensitive areas, so he no longer talked about the difference between the two realms. Glancing at the tightly shut wooden door, he said, that child, I wonder when he will return. When he thought of that deafening sentence, I want to save the common people, many chaotic images surged up in his mind, but he forcefully suppressed them. At this time, he heard Hua Qing say, that sentence was really good. Xia Lian asked, what? Hua Qing unhurriedly said, I want to save the common people. Xia Lian felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He turned over and curled up like a shrimp. Covering his face with his hands, he practically wished he had another pair of hands to cover his ears. He moaned. San Lang ah. Hua Qing seemed to have moved even closer to him. Behind him, he said in a deadpan manner, Is there a problem with that sentence? He kept asking, but Xia Lian couldn't change his mind. He turned back and helplessly said, silly. However, Hua Qing said, what are you afraid of? Daring to speak of the common people, whether it's to save the common people or to slaughter the common people, I sincerely admire them. The former is much more difficult than the latter. Of course, I admire them even more. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Stretching out his body, he said, if you dare to speak, you also need to dare to do it. You also need to be able to do it. He covered his eyes with one hand and said, Aye. All right, it's actually not that big of a deal. Hanyue's words are already okay. When I was a bit younger, I said even more foolish things. Hua Qing smiled and said, oh? What kind of words? Tell me. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Xia Lian recalled as he faintly smiled and said, many years ago, there was once a person who told me he couldn't continue living. He asked me what he was living for, what was the meaning of living. He glanced at Hua Qing and said, do you know what I answered? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but there seemed to be a glimmer in Hua Qing's eyes. He softly asked, how did you answer? Xia Lian said, I said to him, if you don't know how to continue living, then you should continue living for me, double quotes. If you don't know what the meaning of living is, then please take me as the meaning of your life for the time being. Take me as the pillar that supports you to continue living. Ha ha ha, as Xia Lian thought about it, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, he said, "Even now, I still don't understand. What was I thinking at that time? Why did I have the courage to say something like becoming the meaning of someone else's life?" Hua Qing didn't say anything. Xia Lian continued, "Truly, only someone that young could say something like that. At that time, I really thought I was omnipotent and fearless. Now that you want me to say something like that, I can't say it anymore." He slowly said, "I don't know what happened to that person afterwards. Becoming the meaning of someone's life is already an extremely heavy matter, let alone saving the common people." Inside Pu Chi Monastery, there was a long period of silence. After a while, Hua Qing faintly said, something like saving the common people, it doesn't matter. To dare say something like that at such a young age, although it's brave, it's also very foolish. Xia Lian said, "Yes." However, Hua Qing added another sentence, "Although it's foolish, it's very brave." Xia Lian smiled and said, "I really have to thank you." Hua Qing said, "You're welcome." The two of them stared at the broken roof of Pu Chi Monastery for a while before Hua Qing said, "However, Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've only known each other for a few days. Is it all right for you to say so much to me?" Xia Lian let out a sigh and said, "What's the problem? Just do whatever you want. Even if you've known each other for dozens of years, it would only take a day for them to become strangers. If you want to say it, then say it. Strangers meeting by chance, meeting and then separating. If you don't, then separating. In the end, all good things must come to an end. Everyone, just do whatever you want." Hua Qing seemed to chuckle softly. Suddenly, he said, "If." Xia Lian turned his head and asked, "If what?" Hua Qing wasn't looking at him. Instead, he was looking at the broken roof of Pu Chi Monastery. Xia Lian could only see the handsome left side of this youth's face. He calmly said, "I'm not good-looking." Xia Lian said, "Ah." Only then did Hua Qing turn his head slightly and said, "If my original appearance wasn't good-looking, would you still want to see it?" Xia Lian was startled and said, "Is that so? Although there's no reason, I always feel that your original appearance definitely isn't too ugly." Hua Qing said half-truthfully, "That's not necessarily true. What if my facial features are messed up, ugly as a Rakshasa and evil as a Yiksha? What are you going to do?" Hearing him say this, Xia Lian originally thought it was a little interesting. So as an overlord of the ghost realm, the devil incarnate that would cause all immortals and deities to pale at the mention of his name, he would also care about whether his original appearance was good-looking or not. But when he thought deeper, he didn't find it interesting anymore. He vaguely remembered that among the various legends of Hua Cheng's birth, there was a rumor that he was deformed since childhood and so on. If this was true, then he must have often been discriminated against because of this. It might even have started when he was young. Perhaps it was because of this reason that he was especially sensitive to his original appearance. Thus, Xia Lian considered his words and said, about this, using the most gentle tone, he sincerely said, "Actually, the only reason I want to see your original appearance is because, you see, we're already like this." Hua Qing said, "What do you mean by like this?" Xia Lian said, "Right now, we can also be considered friends, right? Then, since we're friends, we naturally have to be honest with each other. That's why I said I want to see your real appearance. What does this have to do with whether your original appearance is good-looking or not? You asked me what I'm going to do, of course I'm not going to do anything. Don't worry, as long as it's your real appearance, I'll definitely." "What are you laughing at?" "I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart." When he said the last few words, Xia Lian felt the body of the youth beside him seem to tremble slightly. At first, he was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, "Are my words really that good that he's moved to this extent?" But he was also too embarrassed to turn his head to see what was going on. Who knew that after a while, an extremely low laughter could be heard from the side. Xia Lian felt very depressed and put his hand on Hua Cheng's shoulder to push him. "San Lang. Why are you laughing like this? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Hua Qing instantly stopped trembling and turned around. He said, "No, what you said makes a lot of sense." Xia Lian only felt even more depressed and said, "You're not sincere." Hua Cheng, however, said, "I swear, no matter what, you won't be able to find someone more sincere than me." Xia Lian didn't want to talk anymore and turned his back to Hua Cheng. "Forget it, go to sleep. Sleep well and don't talk." Hua Cheng laughed lightly for a while and said, "Next time." Although he had already decided to sleep, when Hua Cheng opened his mouth, Xia Lian still couldn't help but answer, "What next time?" Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "The next time we meet, I will use my original appearance to see you." There were a lot of things to ponder about in this sentence. Xia Lian originally wanted to ask again, but after one night, he couldn't stop the drowsiness from welling up. He really couldn't hold on any longer, so he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Xia Lian woke up and got up, his side was already empty. Xia Lian staggered to his feet, walking around the Pu Chi monastery in a daze. When he opened the door, he didn't see anyone outside. It seemed that it was true, that youth had already left. However, the fallen leaves had already been swept into a pile and there was a small clay pot standing to the side. Xia Lian went out and carried the clay pot in and placed it on the offering table. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something extra in his usually empty chest. Xia Lian raised his hand to feel it and discovered that under the cursed shackles, there was actually an extra thin chain that was worn loosely. Chapter 32. Xia Lian knew this must be something left behind by Hua Cheng. He held it in his hand. After pondering for a moment, he thought, "What is this?" When he was the crown prince, Xia Lian grew up in the imperial palace of Xian Le country. Xian Le country had always loved beautiful and precious things, and the imperial palace was even more extravagant. Gold was the pillar, jade was the step, there were countless rare treasures, and the children of nobility often played with all kinds of gems like marbles. Xia Lian was used to seeing treasures. Looking at this ring, it seemed to be polished from diamond. However, the shape of the ring was beautiful. Even the most skilled craftsman would not be able to polish such a natural beauty. It was more sparkling and translucent than all the diamonds he had seen. It was even more resplendent and bright, captivating people. He couldn't tell what it was either. However, even if he couldn't tell what it was, in any case, it was definitely something very valuable and important. Moreover, since it was worn on his neck, it couldn't have been accidentally left behind. It could only be a keepsake that Hua Cheng gave him before he left. Receiving the keepsake, Xia Lian was somewhat surprised. He smiled slightly and decided to keep it. The next time he met, he would ask the youth why he gave it to him. He only had a small and shabby Taoist temple and no place to hide treasures. After thinking about it, the safest way was to keep it close to his body. Thus, he put this extremely thin silver chain back on. After making 2 trips to Mount Yujun and Banyu Pass, Xia Lian lay paralyzed in the Pu Chi temple for a few days. If it wasn't for the overzealous villagers coming over from time to time with some steamed buns and porridge, he was afraid that he would have been paralyzed like this for the past few days. After a few days, Ling Wen suddenly informed him, "Hurry up and ascend." Listening to her tone, it seemed that something bad had happened. Xia Lian more or less guessed it and was already prepared. He asked, "Is it about Banyu Pass?" Ling Wen said, "That's right. After you return to Immortal Capital, come directly to Divine Martial Hall." Hearing Divine Martial Hall, Xia Lian was startled. He knew that Jun Wu had returned. Ever since he ascended for the 3rd time, he had never seen Jun Wu. As the #1 martial god, he was either in seclusion all year round, patrolling the border, or going to Jinshan Sea. He had to make this trip no matter what. Hence, Xia Lian did not rest for a few days before he returned to the Immortal Capital. The divine palaces of various immortals and gods were gathered in the Immortal Capital. They formed a city, each displaying their own strengths. One side was richly ornamented, while the other side was a small bridge with flowing water. Celestial winds blew all around, and clouds filled the air beneath his feet. There was a main street in the immortal capital, the Divine Martial Street. Although the human world had also built many Divine Martial Streets in memory of Junwu, as mentioned before, many things in the human world were just imitations and projections of things in the heavenly realm. Therefore, only this street in the immortal capital was the real Divine Martial Street. Walking along this wide street, Xie Lian walked towards the Divine Martial Hall. Along the way, he encountered many god officials who were in a hurry, but none of them dared to pay attention to him. In fact, in the past, when Xie Lian walked in the heavenly palace, no one paid attention to him. However, at that time, no one paid attention referred to the fact that none of the immortal officials would come up to walk alongside him, nor would they take the initiative to chat with him. However, they would still nod and greet him politely. Now, they really pretended not to see him, as if looking at him one more time would bring disaster upon themselves. Those in front of him walked quickly, while those behind him walked slowly. They only hated that they couldn't keep a distance of 8 feet from him. Xie Lian had long since become accustomed to this, so he didn't think much of it. After all, he had just dragged down a powerful upstart General Pei. It would be strange if he didn't walk further away. Who knew that as he walked, he would suddenly hear someone shout from behind him, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Xie Lian was surprised. He thought to himself that the person still dared to call out to him at this time was truly courageous. However, when he turned around to look, the young god official who had called him, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince," had hurriedly passed him and ran towards another person in front of him. As he ran, he said, "Oh, my Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You went to the Divine Martial Hall to discuss matters, how could you forget your waist tag? How are you going to get there?" Only then did Xie Lian react. No wonder, this, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince," wasn't addressed to him. In the heavenly court, there were originally quite a few crown princes, so calling them out wasn't anything strange. However, when his eyes swept over the other crown prince in front of him, he was slightly startled. That youth had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and a smile on his face. This smile was different from the smiles of the other heavenly officials in the heavenly court. It was a kind of hearty smile without any scheming, causing that clearly handsome face of his to carry a kind of childishness. If it were a slightly harsher heavenly official to evaluate him, such as Mu Qin, they would probably say that this was an idiocy. He was dressed in military attire, looking extremely handsome. However, what he exuded wasn't the murderous aura of a soldier on the battlefield. Instead, it was the bright and open noble aura of a royal family. Xie Lian stopped walking and stared at that youth in front of him. Meanwhile, the two people in front of him sensed that he had stopped walking and also turned around to look at him. When that young god official saw him, his expression immediately changed. Xie Lian nodded slightly and said to that youth with a smile, "Hello, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." That crown prince was obviously someone who normally didn't care about matters and didn't recognize his face. Seeing that someone was greeting him, he immediately smiled brilliantly and replied loudly, "Hello." The young god official beside him quietly pushed him and said, let's go." "Your Royal Highness, we still have to go to the Divine Martial Hall to discuss matters." That youth was completely unaware and didn't react at all to why his subordinate suddenly pushed him. He asked strangely, "Why are you pushing me?" Xie Lian burst out laughing. That young god official pushed him even harder and urged, "I'm afraid that the Emperor has been waiting for a long time. Your Royal Highness, let's go." That crown prince could only look back at Xie Lian in confusion as he walked forward. After they left, Xie Lian remained in the same place. Not long after, the whispers of a few heavenly officials drifted into his ears from afar. "This is really awkward. It's a small world, ah. We're all in the heavenly court, this day will come sooner or later. In my opinion, General Nanyang and General Xianzhen are more interesting to watch. Huh, what's the rush? Aren't we going to fight soon? They're all waiting for him in the Divine Martial Hall." Suddenly, someone said, "It's a small world, it's not a big deal. It's true that comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Everyone is different. They are all crown princes. His Highness Tai Hua has the aura of nobility. If it was him, he would not do such a shameful thing even if he is down and out. The Yangon kingdom is stronger than the Xianlu kingdom, so of course the Yangon kingdom's crown prince is also stronger than the Xianlu kingdom's. It's such a simple principle. The northern martial god was Pei Ming of the Bright Light Palace, the western martial god was Quan Yizhen of the Extraordinary Heroic Palace, the southeastern martial god was Feng Xian of the Southern Yang Palace, the southwestern martial god was Mu Qing of the Profound Truth Palace, and the eastern martial god was Lang Qianxiu of the Taihua Palace. Lang Qianxiu was the same as Xia Lian, he was also a crown prince. Moreover, he was the crown prince of Yong'an country. And Yong'an country was the country that replaced the Xianlu kingdom. The founding ancestor of Yong'an country was the leader of the rebel army that broke through the Xianlu imperial city. When Xia Lian wandered the mortal world, he had also been to the east. Naturally, he knew that this crown prince of Yong'an country had also ascended. Since they were both gods, he had long anticipated that the two crown princes would sooner or later bump into each other in the heavenly court, so he didn't think much of it. Those gossiping little heavenly officials said they were whispering, but in reality, they weren't so quiet. If it was someone else, they might be afraid of being heard. But even if Xia Lian heard them, they probably wouldn't be afraid. It would be better to say that it was more exciting to be heard by him. Xia Lian pretended not to hear anything and walked forward without consulting anyone. At this time, another person called out from behind, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xia Lian thought to himself, "It can't be, again." This time, when he turned his head, he discovered that the person calling him was really him. Ling Wen had 2 dark circles under her eyes, and in her hands were a few scrolls. She walked over and said, "Everyone who has returned has gone to the Divine Martial Palace to discuss official matters. When you arrive at the palace, you have to be careful." Xia Lian naturally knew what was going on and said, "What do you reckon will little General Pei be sentenced to this time?" Ling Wen replied, "Exile." Xia Lian thought to himself, "That's actually not bad, it's not considered heavy." Exile was considered a temporary demotion. It was equivalent to the heavenly officials committing a crime. However, this matter wasn't completely non-negotiable. There was still a chance for them to be reinstated. If they performed well one day, who knows, they might be able to fish their way back. There was a chance for them to be reinstated for 30 to 50 years, or even 100 or 200 years. However, when he said "not bad," that was naturally according to his standards. For General Pei, it wasn't the same. Xia Lian thought of another matter and said, "Oh right, Ling Wen, last time I told you about the youth on Mount Yujun who was infected with the human face plague. How is your investigation going? Is there any news?" Ling Wen replied, "I'm truly sorry, Your Highness the Crown Prince. For the time being, there isn't. We will continue to speed up our investigation. Even if it was a heavenly official from the heavenly realm, it wouldn't be easy to find a single person in the boundless sea of people." Their speed had indeed increased, but it was only at the level of 10 years in the mortal world and 1 year in the heavenly realm. Xia Lian said, "It's been hard on you." At this moment, he just happened to reach the end of the path. A majestic palace appeared in front of him. This palace had been tempered by the passage of time. However, one could only see the vicissitudes of time, yet one couldn't see any signs of age. The glazed golden roof of the palace flickered with a dazzling radiance. Xia Lian raised his head to take a look. Under the golden roof, the 3 words, "Divine Martial Palace," were bold and forceful. They were still the same as they were several hundred years ago, without the slightest bit of change. Lowering his head again, he lifted his foot and entered. Inside the main hall, several heavenly officials had already gathered. Some stood in 2s and 3s, while others stood alone without speaking. Those who were able to stand in this hall were all heavenly officials who had experienced ascension. Not a single one of them wasn't a proud son of heaven, an overlord of a region. Each and every one of them was brimming with spiritual energy, looking down on others with disdain and disdain. Xia Lian was dazzled by the sight of them. At this very moment, all of them were concentrating their attention, not daring to raise their voices. A white-armored martial god sat on a throne at the end of the hall. This martial god had a handsome face. His eyes were closed and he didn't speak, appearing extremely solemn and serene. Behind him was the brilliant divine martial palace, and beneath his feet was the summit of pure white clouds. After Xie Lian entered the palace, he seemed to have sensed the martial god's arrival and opened his eyes. Those eyes were extremely black and extremely clear, as if they were formed from the snow of a 10,000-year-cold pond. After opening his eyes, this martial god faintly smiled and said, "Xian Lu, you've come." Xie Lian slightly bowed his head towards him, not saying a single word. When Junwu opened his mouth, he didn't make any sound, yet his deep voice resounded throughout the entire divine martial palace. The gazes of the other heavenly officials in the palace all converged on him. He was well aware of what was going on. Chapter 33. 33 At the side, Lingwen had already walked up. She stood at the side of the throne. She was dressed in black and did not smile. She held a booklet and said, "Emperor, there are a few divine officials patrolling the outer realm. They could not return." Junwu nodded slightly. He said, "They have already reported in advance." Lingwen bowed her head in acknowledgement. Junwu turned to Xie Lian. He said, "Xian Lu must also know that I summoned you today. Why did you summon me today?" Xie Lian still bowed his head. He said, "I can roughly guess. However, I think the matter of little General Pei has already been decided." At this moment a man's voice said, "I'm afraid it's still hard to say how this matter should be decided." This voice came from behind him. When it entered his ears, Xie Lian turned around. He saw a martial god step in from outside the hall, holding a sword as he walked. He walked towards the front of the hall. When he passed by him, he stopped and curled the corners of his mouth. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's an honor to meet you." This martial god looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. He had a graceful bearing, but his actions were very decisive. Looking at his face, he was more handsome than the god statue Xie Lian had seen at Mount Yujun. He was the kind of handsome that could easily win the favor of women. At first glance, he was a romantic character. Before Xie Lian could answer, he said, "Our family's little Pei is really indebted to you for taking care of him." Xie Lian silently thought, "This time, I've really offended this person." He said, "No, no. General Pei is the one who has been looking forward to meeting you." This sentence was true. These days, Xie Lian compared the scrolls and read the legends of some famous divine officials. Among them, the main one was this General Mingguang, Pei Ming. Although this martial god of the north had outstanding military exploits, what people liked to talk about the most were the good and bad legends he left behind in the fireworks lane. The good legends were about throwing away 1,000 gold to save a prostitute and pledging her body to him. From then on, she was infatuated with him and kept her body like jade. The bad legends were about riding a horse for 1,000 miles in a night and climbing over walls with a married woman. To a certain extent, it was also very powerful. After reading it, Xie Lian felt that it was unreasonable for this person to only provoke Xian Ji after so many years. Because of his success both in the field of battle and in the field of love, many of his rivals and colleagues were fond of cursing him to die, or better yet to die of a venereal disease. But this man's life is hard, and though he has passed through 1,000 flowers, he does not fall ill, and not only will he not die, he will live longer than you. In the end, they finally suffered a defeat. Everyone thought to themselves, "Ha ha ha ha. You're going to die this time." Unexpectedly, rumble, rumble, at this critical moment, he ascended. This time, even the opponents who were not killed by him were angered to death. After ascending, Pei Ming did not change his style. The stage for hunting for erotic legends was greatly expanded. From fairies and female officials to demons and ghosts, as long as there was a bit of beauty, there was no one that he didn't dare to touch. However, what he liked the most was still the beauties of the mortal world. Many erotic novels loved to write with him as the protagonist. If Xie Lian's path of cultivation did not require a pure heart and few desires, he might have gotten a few out of curiosity to read. Therefore, in addition to the title of the northern martial god, the common people often worshipped him as the god of men's romantic luck. Even many heavenly officials who met him in the heavenly court, brushed shoulders with him, and walked past him. They would also secretly turn their heads and worship him, wanting to get some of his romantic luck. It had to be said that although there were subtle similarities, he was much luckier than Feng Xian, who had innocently obtained the title of Giant Sun. All the heavenly officials were well aware of what these two peoples, long awaited, were, and secretly held their bellies. After being polite, Xie Lian asked, "What does General Pei mean by, 'it's not easy to say'?" Pei Ming snapped his fingers, and a suspended corpse suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. Strictly speaking, it was an empty shell lying down. This human figure did not have a primordial spirit, and its insides were completely empty. In addition, it was dripping with blood from head to toe, so it was no different from a corpse. Looking at the face again, both eyes were tightly shut, and the facial features were clean and handsome. It was Ah Zhao. Or rather, it was little General Pei's doppelganger. In the divine martial hall, such a thing suddenly appeared in the middle of all the heavenly officials. The scene was slightly shocking. In a moment, Pei Su was also brought up. Although his body was shackled, he still had an indifferent appearance. He lowered his head and did not speak. Xie Lian asked, "What does General Pei mean by this?" Pei Su knelt in the divine martial hall. Pei Ming said, "During the interrogation of little Pei, he mentioned something that I thought was very strange. He walked a small circle around Xie Lian and said, 'I am very clear about little Pei's ability. Although his doppelganger's strength is far inferior to his own, it's not particularly bad. He can still fight Xiong to a draw. However, he unexpectedly told me that there was a person who beat him to the point where he didn't have the strength to fight back. Isn't this very strange?' Pei Ming continued, so I continued to ask. Originally, at that time, at Half Moon Pass, His Highness Xian Le Crown Prince was following a red-cloaked youth. When they heard the two words, red-clothed, some of the heavenly officials' expressions began to become unnatural. Following that, Pei Ming directly turned their unnatural expressions into unsteady ones. And this youth, in the darkness, in an instant, slaughtered hundreds of Half Moon Pass soldiers who were about to turn into Xiong. May I ask your Highness Crown Prince, who exactly is this red-cloaked youth? If it wasn't Xiong, then it was Ju. Moreover, it was a red-clothed Ju who could instantly kill hundreds of Xiong. Anyone could guess who this youth was most likely to be. However, no one wanted to take the initiative to say that name. Xie Lian glanced at the silent Pei Su and hypocritically said, "Cough, is that so?" "This, I really don't remember." At that time, there was a group of merchants who also fell into Half Moon Pass. We only interacted with each other for a few days. Perhaps it was one of the merchants. Pei Ming said, "That's not right, Your Highness Crown Prince. I heard little Pei's words. You and that youth were very close. It didn't seem like you only interacted with each other for a few days. How could you forget in the blink of an eye?" Xie Lian thought, "No, you're wrong. I'm telling the truth. I really only interacted with each other for a few days." His expression was still as calm as ever. At this time, not far away, a white-clothed Taoist leisurely waved his snow-white horsetail whisk and said, "General Pei, what you said is just little General Pei's side of the story. Little General Pei is guilty and is currently under house arrest. He will soon be exiled. How much of his words can be trusted needs to be weighed." Pei Ming said, "This will depend on whether General Nan Yang and General Xian Zhen can come and help us." Following his gaze, Xie Lian indeed found Feng Xian and Mu Qing in the southwest and southeast respectively. Feng Xian was still the same as he remembered. He was always very tall and stood very straight. His gaze was firm and his eyebrows were always slightly furrowed, as if there was something that made him very impatient. In reality, he was not impatient. On the other hand, Mu Qing was somewhat different from what he remembered. Although his complexion was still fair and pale, his two thin lips were slightly pursed, and his eyes were lowered. His whole body had a cold attitude that seemed to say, "I don't dare to flatter you." He stood with his arms crossed, the fingers of his right hand lightly tapping the elbow of his left hand. It was unknown whether he looked calm and composed, or more like he was calculating something. Although these two people could be considered handsome men, each had their own prickly points. Hearing Pei Ming call out their names, they both looked at Junwu. Junwu slightly nodded. Only then did the two people slowly stand up. This was the first time Xia Lian had met the two of them face to face since his third ascension. When they met, he only felt that the gazes that were cast in his direction were even crazier. Craziness was unavoidable. It should be known that this divine martial hall was the #1 divine martial hall. Those who were not heavenly officials of the heavenly court had no qualifications to enter to discuss matters. When Crown Prince Xianle first ascended, he appointed Feng Xian and Mu Qing as his generals. At that time, these two were low-level heavenly officials of the heavenly court. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter and wipe the floor. But now, not only could these two little deputy generals stand openly in the divine martial hall, their ranking was even higher than that of the previous lord. It was true that the wheel of fortune changed. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. The three people looked at each other in confusion for a while. They quickly pretended that nothing had happened and turned their faces away. No one could figure out what the other was thinking. However, Xia Lian more or less knew what Pei Ming wanted them to help with. Sure enough, Pei Ming said, "General Nan Yang and General Xian Zhen have both fought with Hua Cheng. Regarding that person's weapon, the two of them should have more authority." He summoned Ah Zhao's empty shell so that everyone could examine the wound. Feng Xian and Mu Qing slowly came to the side of the floating empty shell. Xia Lian also moved a few steps and took a few glances. But because there was too much blood, a lot of it had condensed into black, so he couldn't see clearly. The two people looked at it with a serious expression for a while. They then raised their heads and glanced at each other. It seemed that no one wanted to speak first. Ling Wen said under Junwu, "Generals, what do you think?" Feng Xian was the first to speak. He said in a low voice, "It's him." Mu Qing said, "It's the curved blade misfortune." Among the heavenly officials of the divine martial hall, probably only Xia Lian didn't know what these four words meant. The curved blade misfortune was the strange curved blade that Hua Cheng used to fight against the 33 heavenly officials in his dream. It was the one that scared the wits out of several martial gods and shattered their livers and guts. In the divine martial hall, the heavenly officials began to whisper in twos and threes. They looked at Xia Lian with strange eyes. Pei Ming said, "Many thanks to the two generals for confirming this point. Then my guess is correct. If the red-clothed youth traveling with His Highness the Crown Prince is really that person, then this matter will become complicated." The white-clothed Taoist from before said again, "General Pei, are you trying to say that His Highness the Crown Prince and the Ghost King Impasse are colluding to frame little General Pei?" This Taoist had spoken twice, and both times, he had stood by his side. Xia Lian couldn't help but take a look to see who exactly this strange immortal was. He turned his head to look and saw that the Taoist had a pair of clear black and white eyes. He had a white jade belt, a horsetail whisk in the crook of his arm, a long sword on his back, and a folding fan at his waist. He looked elegant, in high spirits. Only, that face seemed vaguely familiar, but Xia Lian couldn't remember where he had seen such a fellow Taoist. Pei Ming also glanced at the Taoist, as if he was a worrisome elder who didn't want to argue with a child. He shook his head and waved his hand, dispelling the floating Ah Zhao's empty shell. He then turned around and said, "It's not necessarily a collusion. It's just that that person is capable of covering the sky with one hand. It's unknown what kind of trick he used to deceive His Highness the Crown Prince. What he meant was that he wanted to portray Hua Cheng as the mastermind behind the chaos at Banyu Pass." Xia Lian said, "General Pei, even if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Feng Shidaran." Feng Shui Darren heard the entire process of little General Pei admitting his guilt. Pei Ming glanced at the white-clothed Taoist again. Xia Lian continued, moreover, right now, we are both in the Divine Martial Hall. You can ask Di Jun if there are any traces of deception on my body. Jun Wu, who was sitting in the front seat, had a calm expression. This meant that there was no problem with Xia Lian's body. Xia Lian continued, these are two separate matters. Let's not talk about whether or not the youth who was traveling with me was from Huacheng. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say that he was from Huacheng, this has nothing to do with what little General Pei did. Although the Ghost King of Impasse's notoriety has spread far and wide, not everything can be pinned on his head. He calmly said that name, causing the several heavenly officials in the hall to immediately feel a chill run down their backs. Pei Ming said, no matter what, this Pei believes that this matter needs to be discussed again. It's best that the Banyu state preceptor that His Highness the Crown Prince took away can also be handed over for interrogation. Interrogate what? Confess under torture? Before Xia Lian could reply, another person spoke up. Pei Su didn't seem to want to stay in the Divine Martial Hall any longer. He said softly, General, forget it. Pei Ming said, what? Pei Su said, there was no deception. It was my doing. I have disappointed you. Pei Ming was just about to forgive him, but he ended up doing this himself. His expression turned cold as he said, what kind of bewitching potion did the Banyu state preceptor give you? Shut up. Pei Su raised his head and said, forget it, General. Little Pei wouldn't dare to not admit what he did. Since he was caught, he isn't afraid of any consequences. Pei Ming's face was full of shock. You were so sensible before, why did you suddenly act up today? He was about to kick him awake when Jun Wu said, all right. When he spoke, Pei Ming retracted his leg and bowed. Jun Wu said, the Banyu state preceptor's matter is over. Take little Pei away and exile him within a few days. After a moment of silence, Pei Ming said, yes. Xia Lian was relieved when he heard him say, but the wound on this empty shell was left by the scimitar misfortune. Jun Wu said, that's another matter. Pei Ming said, please investigate thoroughly. Jun Wu said, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Everyone can rest assured. Let's disperse for today. Xian Lu, you stay. It seemed that he wanted Xia Lian to stay and personally investigate thoroughly. All the heavenly officials had nothing to say. They bowed and said, yes. Since they had dispersed, the people in the hall walked out in twos and threes. Feng Xian glanced at him as he passed by and wanted to say something. Xia Lian smiled at him. Feng Xian was startled, but he still walked away. Mu Qing walked without looking at him, as if he didn't exist. She still insisted on walking in front of him. The white-clothed Taoist walked over with his horsetail whisk and a smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, Pei Ming, who had just lost, walked over with one hand on his sword and the other touching his nose. He helplessly said, Qing Xian, for your brother's sake, can you stop making trouble? The white-clothed Taoist's smile disappeared and he said, General Pei, don't use my brother to pressure me. I'm not afraid of him. You. Pei Ming seemed to be so angry that his teeth were itching, but he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he pointed at him and said, you, little Pei has been ruined by you this time. 200 years of exile. The white-clothed Taoist madly swung his horsetail whisk and said, that's what little Pei did. It has nothing to do with me. As if he didn't want to continue talking with Pei Ming, he quickly ran away. Xia Lian was originally wondering if Pei Ming would stay behind to mock him, but he didn't do so. He also left on his own accord. In such a large divine martial hall, other than Jun Wu and Xia Lian, there was only one person left in the hall. It was the Crown Prince of Yong and Lang Chenqiu. Xia Lian found it strange. Why did he stay? When he walked up to take a look, this person actually had his eyes closed. He had fallen asleep while standing. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that this was really amazing. He lightly patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Your Highness, Crown Prince." Only then did Lang Qianqiu suddenly wake up and ask, "What's wrong?" Xia Lian said, "Nothing. The meeting is over." Lang Qianqiu had just woken up and was still dizzy. He blankly asked, "It's over? What was said just now?" "I didn't hear anything." Xia Lian said, "It's fine if you didn't hear anything. It wasn't anything important. Let's go back." Lang Qianqiu said, "Oh." With that, he left. Before he stepped out of the hall, he turned back to look at Xia Lian with a puzzled expression. Then, he put on a smile and said to Xia Lian, "Thank you for waking me up." Xia Lian beamed and waved his hand at him. Once everyone had left, he slowly turned around. Junwu also walked down from his throne with his hands behind his back. He walked in front of Xia Lian and said, "Blood rain exploring flowers, curved blade misfortune." Xia Lian was like a cat that had been lifted by the back of its neck. He couldn't help but straighten his body. Junwu asked again, "So, in the end, what happened?" Xia Lian glanced at him and suddenly knelt down. Before his knees touched the ground, Junwu reached out and grabbed his elbow, not letting him kneel down. He sighed and said, "Xian Lu." Xia Lian straightened up again and bowed his head. "I'm sorry." Junwu looked at him and asked, "Does this count as you admitting your mistake?" Xia Lian said, "I know my mistake." Chapter 34. Xia Lian remained silent. Junwu shook his head. "I don't think you know either." He tilted his head slightly. He signaled Xia Lian to follow him, and the two of them slowly walked towards the back of the Divine Martial Hall. With his hands behind his back, Junwu said as he walked, "Xianle has grown up now." When he said that, Xia Lian naturally didn't dare to answer. Junwu continued, 800 years ago, I told you to always contact me after you went down, and not to roll around in the mud by yourself. You, on the other hand, disappeared without a trace for 800 years. He was torturing himself to death down there. They had flown up for so many days this time. He had never reported to the Divine Martial Hall even once. If it was someone else who showed such disrespect, Lingwen Palace Hall would have directly questioned them. Xia Lian's, "I'm sorry, just now." Of course, this was not the only thing he was referring to. Junwu was naturally well aware of this. He also said, "If this apology of yours is also an apology for those several stabs, then I will apologize to you." "Forget it then. You said it yourself. After stabbing me, I completely forgot about it." Xia Lian bitterly smiled. "How could I forget?" Junwu said indifferently, "Then look forward, there are still many things that require your help." Xia Lian rubbed his forehead. He said, "Xian Lu is just a broken celestial, she has no magic power. I can't say that I'm needed. I just hope that I don't cause any trouble." Junwu replied, "Why must you belittle yourself? The two things that have happened since your return, didn't they all do well?" Xia Lian lamented, "It's just that I might have offended General Pei as soon as I returned." Junwu said, "Mingguang's side is fine. I'll keep an eye on him. Don't worry." However, Junwu turned around. "Let's talk about it. What kind of incredible person did you provoke this time?" Xia Lian raised his hand and said, "Emperor, I swear that I really didn't do anything. It's just that one day, I met a very interesting little friend on the road and spent some time with him. I didn't think too much about it." Junwu nodded and said, "A chance encounter, little friend, desperate ghost king. Xian Lu, do you know what the consequences would have been if General Pei had continued to pursue the matter and you had said the same thing in front of the other heavenly officials? No one will believe you." Xia Lian helplessly said, "Xian Lu knows. Therefore, I have to thank the Emperor for helping me in time." "Emperor, are you really going to interrogate me?" "I will not collude with the ghost realm." "You're just worrying for nothing." Junwu said, I naturally know that you won't collude with the ghost realm. Xia Lian replied, many thanks for Di Jun's trust. However, Junwu said, but, I have an important task on hand, and I'm afraid it won't be good for you to handle it. Xia Lian asked, what is it? At this moment, the two of them had already arrived behind the Divine Martial Hall. The front hall and the back hall were separated by a tall mural. The front of the mural depicted a golden palace that stood at the peak of the sea of clouds, radiating white light. The back of the mural was a picture of mountains and rivers. Looking up, this huge map was inlaid with many fine pearls, like stars. These were the signs of the human Divine Martial Palace. There was a pearl embedded here, which meant that there was a Divine Martial Palace here. 800 years ago, when Junwu brought Xia Lian, who had ascended for the first time, to this place, the starlight wasn't as dense as it was now. But now, on the map, the twinkling pearls seemed to cover the entire field of view. It was beautiful and shocking. Junwu stood in front of the mountain and river map and pointed to a place in the east. He said, 7 days ago, many people saw with their own eyes that in the nearby mountains, a fire dragon suddenly soared into the sky. Xia Lian's expression became serious. With one hand behind his back, Junwu used the other to lightly knock on a spot on the map. He said, that fire dragon burned for 2 incense sticks before it was extinguished. During this time, countless people saw it, but not a single person was injured. Do you know what this means? Xia Lian said, the fire dragon howling to the heavens technique. Although the fire is strong, it doesn't harm people. It only shows its huge form. This is a cry for help. Junwu said, correct. It's a cry for help. Moreover, it's a cry for help from a heavenly official from the heavenly court. Xia Lian said, moreover, it's a cry for help from a person who has been forced into a dead end. Because the flames of this fire dragon howling to the heavens technique were extremely strong and couldn't harm people, it would inevitably explode a portion of that heavenly official's magic power. If they weren't careful, it was possible that their entire magic power would explode and they would directly perish. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would use this method to call for help. Since it appeared, it meant that a heavenly official was already in a crisis where he had no choice but to call for help. Xia Lian said, has there been any heavenly official from the heavenly court recently gone missing? Junwu said, this time, all the heavenly officials were summoned back not only for the matter of Banyu Pass, but more importantly, to take advantage of this opportunity to investigate the whereabouts of each heavenly official. Apart from the few that don't show themselves all year round, like the Rain Master and the Earth Master, even if the other heavenly officials couldn't rush back, they still responded. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, is it possible that it's not a heavenly official from this year, but a retired heavenly official from the previous years? Junwu said, then the scope is huge. Many of the retired heavenly officials have not been heard from for many years, so it's simply impossible to deduce which one is in danger. It was likely that the various civil officials of Lingwen Palace Hall had recently been busy with this matter, so it was no wonder that they couldn't find the time to investigate the whereabouts of that human face-plagued teenager on Mount Yujun. Xia Lian said, to be able to force a heavenly official to have no choice but to explode his body to come ask for help, the background of the person who came isn't small. Are there any nests or gathering places of demons and ghosts nearby? Junwu said, there are. It's extremely close. Do you know about the ghost city? Xia Lian pondered for a moment, then said, I've heard of it. The ghost city was the most prosperous place in the ghost realm. It was located at the border between the human realm and the ghost realm. Numerous ghosts gathered here to trade, and demons danced chaotically. Some necromancers with a bit of cultivation would also frequently enter to do some business and inquire about some news. Even some heavenly officials from the heaven realm would disguise themselves and enter for a tour out of curiosity or for some unspeakable reason. Occasionally, a living person who didn't understand anything would accidentally enter. If they weren't swallowed alive, then they would be scared half to death. The ghost city had existed since ancient times. However, Xia Lian wasn't old enough to know that there were many legends about it circulating in the human realm. For example, this classic ghost story, a person hurrying through the night saw a bustling bazaar in front of him. The bazaar was decorated with bright red lanterns, and he happily entered. However, he discovered that the people around him were either wearing masks, or had hoods draped over their heads, or were incomparably ugly. It was very strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He bought a bowl of noodles and sat down to eat. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and brought it into his mouth. As he ate, he felt something was wrong. When he looked again, he realized that this wasn't noodles at all. It was clearly a bowl of wriggling black hair. Pulling his thoughts back, Junwoo said, "After I saw that pillar of fire, I immediately sent a heavenly official to search that area. However, there weren't any traces of it. It's extremely likely that it was moved into the ghost city. However, the heaven realm and the ghost realm have always been clearly separated. Without sufficient evidence, one cannot force their way into the ghost city. Therefore, this time, I need someone to secretly descend to the lower realm to investigate." Xia Lian said, "We can't beat the grass and alert the snake. That's why we can't divulge this information to the various heavenly officials in the Divine Martial Hall, right?" Junwoo said, "That's exactly how it is." Xia Lian said, "In that case, Jun, Xianlu requests your orders." Junwoo said, "The first person I thought of was also you. However, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be too convenient for you to do this." Xia Lian asked, "What's inconvenient about it?" Junwoo said, "First of all, the east is where Lang Qianqiu is stationed. If you want to go, you'll have to cooperate with him." Xia Lian said, "I'm completely fine with this. Please be at ease." Junwoo said, "Second, do you know whose territory the ghost city is now?" Xia Lian was slightly startled. Could it be Huacheng? Junwoo slowly nodded. Xia Lian's premonition was confirmed. Suddenly, he thought of another matter. That pillar of fire asking for help had started 7 days ago. And it just so happened that Huacheng had left Pu Chi Monastery 7 days ago. Wasn't the timing a bit too tight? Could there be some connection between these two matters? Junwoo said, "It seems that your relationship with him isn't bad. This isn't a big deal. I'm just afraid that he's involved in this matter. If it's difficult for you, I won't force you. However, if you have any other suggestions or candidates to recommend, you can tell me." Xia Lian still said, "I'll go. I believe that the Blood Rain Tanhua isn't someone with ulterior motives." Junwoo looked at him and said, "Xianlu, I know that you have a sense of propriety. However, I also know that you always think of everyone in the best light." Hearing him say this, Xia Lian smiled and said, "Please don't make me sound like a little princess who's never been out of the house, okay? Right now, these words really aren't suitable for me." Junwoo shook his head and said, "I shouldn't say too much about the friend you've made, but I'll still say one more sentence. Be careful of Huacheng." Hearing this, Xia Lian slightly lowered his head and didn't say anything. He should have said yes in passing. Saying yes was already a walk in the park. However, this yes, for some reason, he didn't really want to say it. Junwoo then said, "Be especially careful of his bewitching blade." Xia Lian asked, "What do you mean?" Junwoo said, "The curved blade of misfortune is a cursed blade, an inauspicious blade. This kind of evil weapon definitely requires an extremely cruel sacrifice and bloody determination to be refined. Don't touch it and don't get hurt by it. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable." Xia Lian didn't know where this confidence came from, but he thought that San Lang probably wouldn't use the blade to cut him. However, he still said, "Xianlu understands." Junwoo slightly nodded and said, "I naturally feel the most at ease handing this matter over to you. It's great that you don't have any difficulties, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you alone. Which heavenly official do you want to travel with you?" After thinking for a bit, Xia Lian said, "Whichever. However, it's better to get along with someone with a good personality. It's better to have someone with a bit more power, so you can lend me a bit at any time." Junwoo smiled and said, "This first condition, you can directly ban Nanyang and Shenzhen. That was because the current Feng Xian and Mu Qing couldn't be said to have a good personality. Xia Lian also smiled. Jun Wu then said, "How are you and them? You still haven't spoken to them?" Jun Wu had never entered any spiritual array, so he naturally didn't know what they were blindly yelling about in the array all day long. Xia Lian said, "We've spoken a few words." Jun Wu said, "It's been so many years, and you've only spoken a few words?" "Oh right, I heard that when you ascended this time, you smashed many of the golden palaces of the immortals, and one of them was Nanyang's." Xia Lian explained, "I've paid it all back. I've already paid back all 88 million merit points. For this, I also have to thank the Emperor for giving me the opportunity to go to Mount Yujun." However, Jun Wu said, "You should thank Nanyang from the bottom of your heart. I heard Ling Wen say that later on, he took the initiative to privately go to Ling Wen Palace Hall and said that he didn't need you to pay him back the merit points for rebuilding the Golden Palace Hall." Xia Lian stared blankly and said, "This I didn't know at all." It was no wonder that those 88 million merit points were paid back so easily. It turned out that he had let go of such a large sum of money. At that time, the damage to Nanyang Palace Hall was the most serious. It was said that half of the golden roof had collapsed. Jun Wu said, "Nanyang told Ling Wen not to tell you, so naturally you didn't know. Since he doesn't want you to know, it's better for you to continue pretending not to know." Xia Lian didn't know what he was feeling. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, all melted in his heart. In the end, he could only silently sigh and think of something else. In this world, the words "don't ever tell anyone" are indeed all empty words. Jun Wu pondered for a moment before saying, "If Nanyang and Xianjin can't do it, then how about Windmaster?" Xia Lian said, "Windmaster is very good. However, I don't know if she's willing to go on patrol with me." Jun Wu said, "Windmaster's magic power is high, her temperament is also lively, and she loves to make friends. She fits your description of being easy to get along with. The last time she came to find me, her evaluation of you wasn't bad. In my opinion, it's fine. If you don't have any more questions, this time, you can go with Windmaster to the lower realm and explore the ghost city." "Also," Xia Lian asked, "what is it?" Jun Wu slowly said, "You can work hard, but don't force yourself too much." Hearing this, Xia Lian stared blankly for a long time. Then, he smiled and said, "What are you saying? I'm not forcing myself." Jun Wu patted his shoulder and said, "First go back to Xian Le Palace and rest. I'll send someone to inform Windmaster." Xia Lian stared blankly for a moment before saying, "I don't have enough merits, so I don't have a temple." The previous Xian Le Palace had long been demolished, so where did the Xian Le Palace come from? Jun Wu said, "A new one was approved for you. You can't really squeeze into such a small and run-down temple, right?" Xia Lian left the Divine Martial Palace Hall and was brought to the new Xian Le Palace by the young heavenly official of Jun Wu Palace Hall. This Xian Le Palace was almost exactly the same as his previous one. Glazed red walls, it was rich and elegant. However, he stood at the entrance of the palace for a long time, not wanting to go in at all. It was still more suitable for a rundown immortal to live in the rundown temple. He couldn't live in such a gorgeous and arrogant immortal palace now. He loitered at the entrance, waiting for that Windmaster to come find him. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see that white-clothed female Taoist priest. Instead, a white-clothed Taoist priest came. This Taoist priest was brimming with health and vigor, his entire body fluttering like an immortal. It was the Qing Xian, who had just fought with Pei Ming in the Divine Martial Palace Hall. He flicked his horsetail whisk and said with a smile, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xia Lian also smiled and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." In reality, he really wanted to ask who this person was. However, he also felt that doing so would be too rude. Just as he was about to secretly flip through the scroll to see which heavenly official was called Qing Xian, the white-clothed Taoist priest walked over and said, "Let's go. Let's go down and take a look." Xia Lian was startled and said, "Fellow Daoist, I'm waiting for someone here." When the other heard this, he inserted his horsetail whisk into the collar of his Daoist robe, turned around and asked in confusion, "Who are you waiting for?" Xia Lian said, "I'm waiting for the Wind Master." The white-clothed Daoist priest became even more baffled and said, "Aren't I right here?" Xia Lian's eyebrows jumped and said, "You're the Wind Master." The other person opened his folding fan and said while waving it, "I'm the Wind Master, do you need to be suspicious? Don't tell me you don't know who I am. Haven't you heard of my name, the Wind Master Qing Xian?" His tone was matter-of-fact and confident, as if it was completely impossible for Xia Lian not to know him. The word "wind" was written on the front of the folding fan, and the back had 3 lines of clear wind. Wasn't this the one that the white-clothed priestess had been waving that day? Xia Lian suddenly remembered, Fu Yao had said that there were some heavenly official in the heavenly court who had special needs and were experts in transformation techniques. And at that time at Ban Yu Pass, Nan Feng had also said half a sentence, "The Wind Master has obviously always been. What was that? A man?" Xia Lian was dragged a few steps by the other person, but he still couldn't completely accept it. He said, "This Wind Master, you, why did you dress up as a priestess last time?" The Wind Master said, "Why? Was it not pretty?" Xia Lian said, "Pretty. But..." The Wind Master beamed with joy and said, "What's the but about being pretty? Isn't it fine as long as it's pretty? Of course it's because it's pretty, so I had to dress up." Speaking up to this point, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He closed his folding fan and looked Xia Lian up and down. After a moment, he said, "Speaking of which, this time when we go to the Ghost City, we also have to conceal our identities, right?" Chapter 35. Very ashamed until 4 hours later, Xia Lian took the time to secretly look at the scroll. Only then did he finally roughly understand the background of this Wind Master. The 5 masters of the Heaven Realm all use titles instead of surnames. For example, before the Earth Master ascended, his real name in the human world was Ming Yi. After ascending, he was called the Earth Master Yi. And before the Wind Master ascended, his real name was Shi Qingxian. After ascending, he was called the Wind Master Qingxian. Wind Master Qingxian, he was like his name, his temperament was like the wind and he liked to make friends and he was generous, he did not care about trifles and was very popular in the heavenly courts. It could be seen from the fact that he scattered 100,000 merit points in the spirit communication array. Speaking of which, his brother was the great priest who controlled the wealth and luck of the human world. Naturally, he was generous and did not care about trifles. That's right, Wind Master Qingshuan's brother was the Water Hengtian, the Water Master Wudu. The two of them descended to the lower realm together and walked side by side. They chatted as they walked. Xia Lian crossed his arms and said sincerely, "The 2 generals of the Pei family ascended together. This is already considered a strange story in the human world. You 2 fengshui masters ascended to the heavenly courts at the same time. This is even more strange. One had to know that out of tens of thousands of people, there might not be one person who could ascend." Pei Ming and Pei Su were separated by hundreds of years. Pei Su was not even a direct descendant of Pei Ming. He was the grandson of Pei Ming's brother for who knew how many generations. This Water Master Wudu and Wind Master Qingxian were a pair of genuine blood brothers. This was the true ascension of 1 master and 2 masters. How was it not strange? Shi Qingxian smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? My brother and I grew up in the same place, worshipped the same master, and cultivated the same Tao. Naturally, we ascended to the same world." Xia Lian had also understood this point when he was cramming on the scroll. Among the 2 fengshui masters, Shi Wudu was the first to ascend. Not many years later, Shi Qingxian also transcended the heavenly tribulation. People often worshipped these 2 divine officials together, worshipped in the same hall, and sat on equal footing. It could be seen that these 2 brothers really had a good relationship. Presumably, the Water Master was also the reason why San Lang and Nan Feng said that Pei Ming would not use the Wind Master. After all, he was Shui Hengtian's blood brother, so how could he easily provoke him? Speaking up to this point, Xie Lian suddenly thought of something else. After thinking about it, he still asked, "Esteemed Wind Master, in the Divine Martial Hall, I heard General Pei say that he seemed to have some friendly relations with your older brother. If you go and sue little General Pei this time, will your brother?" Shi Qingxian said, "No, no. My brother already knew that I couldn't stand Pei Ming." Xie Lian replied, "Knowing is one thing, doing it is another. Wouldn't this cause animosity between Admiral Pei and General Pei?" However, Shi Qingxian said, "It's good that there's enmity. I can't wait for my brother to not mix with him and get rid of the 3 malignant tumors as soon as possible." Xie Lian stared blankly for a moment before asking, "What are the 3 malignant tumors?" Shi Qingxian exclaimed, "What? You don't even know that?" Sigh. "Okay, I know you don't know anything. It's fine if you just listen to it. These 3 cancerous tumors are the nicknames given to the few heavenly officials in the heavenly court who have a bad reputation but are on good terms with each other. Mingguang, Lingwen, and my brother." Xie Lian thought to himself, "It's actually not Xie Lian, Xie Lian, Xie Lian." Shi Qingxian waved his fan and said, "Even if I don't dislike him, this matter was originally little Pei's own fault. Pei Ming wants to pull that Grand Preceptor of the Half-Moon Empire to take the blame and protect little Pei. I can't let him succeed in this matter. No matter if he's a human, a god, or a ghost, he has to be responsible for what he's done. What's the use of bullying a little girl?" When he said the last sentence, his tone was rather disdainful. When Xie Lian heard this, he smiled and said, "Master Feng is really chivalrous." Shi Qingxian smiled and said, "You're not bad too. I've vaguely heard some rumors about Half Moon Pass, but I've never had the time to look into it. In addition, my brother scolded me a few times, so I've forgotten about it. That day, I heard you ask in the spirit communication array and remembered that there was such a thing, so I went to take a look. Who knew that not only did you ask, you even went? I thought, sigh, this person is not bad. This Master Feng had a very straightforward and interesting personality." Xie Lian could understand very well why he was so popular in the heavenly court. He never expected that after this ascension, he would actually be able to make friends with this kind of heavenly official in the heavenly court. He couldn't help but smile. Who knew that when he turned his head and looked back, the white-clothed Taoist beside him had once again turned into a white-clothed female Taoist priest? This change was too sudden. Xie Lian's feet almost slipped as he said, "Master Feng, why did you suddenly transform again?" Shi Qingxian brushed his long hair and said, "Oh, Your Highness the Crown Prince, to tell you the truth, my mana is stronger this way." It turned out that, as mentioned before, Master Feng and Master Feng were often worshipped together. However, because of this, a strange accident occurred. Perhaps people felt that in the same shrine, the 2 heavenly officials worshipping were both men, so there seemed to be something lacking. When men and women were paired together, work wasn't tiring. It seemed that a man and a woman didn't lack anything. Thus, later on, someone did something, and that was to carve the Master Feng's statue into a female statue. Not only did they change his statue into a female statue, but they also spouted nonsense and fabricated stories, saying that the 2 heavenly officials of Feng and Water were a pair of brother and sister. There were even versions that said they were a pair of husband and wife. After several hundred years, with the spread of falsehoods, many strange stories of every description were born. The 2 heavenly officials, on a whim, found it and took a look. When they read it, they got goosebumps all over. However, this kind of nonsense was actually believed by many people. When mentioning the Master Feng, they often couldn't distinguish between a man and a woman, and kept saying, "Goddess bless me." Thus, Shi Qingxian also had a nickname, Goddess of the Master Feng. Although it was comical, this kind of absurd story wasn't rare. Ling Wen, for example, had a similar experience. Although this Ling Wen was a heavenly official, she was never like the other fairies who were gorgeously dressed. She was usually dressed in black, capable and neat. All day long, she was in Lingwen Palace Hall, driving a pile of civil officials and reading scrolls as if she was crazy. Even if part of it was due to her personality, there were also other reasons. When she came to the human world, she would randomly grab a person and ask, "Is Lingwen Jinjuan a man or a woman?" Everyone would firmly answer, "Male." Of course, the deity of literature was a man. Because of this, Lingwen suffered a lot when she first ascended. She was the deity of literature, but many people in the human world felt that how could a woman be the deity of literature? How could she ensure the prosperity of literature? It definitely wouldn't work. Thus, no matter how diligent she was, the incense offerings were cold. Later on, a few temple devotees were unhappy. In a fit of anger, they remodeled Lingwen's statue and changed it into a man's body. They forcefully turned Lingwen Jinjuan into Lingwen Jinjuan, and even made up a jaw-dropping legendary story about her background. With this change, the incense offerings came back. Everyone was full of praises, saying that Lingwen was really effective. In reality, the heavenly officials were still the same heavenly officials, and their mana was still the same. The stories that were passed down were all fabricated, but people still fell for it. Later on, when Lingwen went to dream or show her spirit, she could only use a man's body. Similarly, people felt that in this feng shui temple, only a man and a woman could control the situation, so it had to be a man and a woman. Who cares if you are a god or a ghost? People believed that you were what you were. Even if you were 108,000 miles away, people were still only willing to see what they wanted to see. This kind of thing, the heavenly officials of the heavenly court had long been used to it. As for Shi Qingxian himself, according to Xia Lian's observation, he didn't really care. It would be better to say that he was completely enjoying it. Not only was he enjoying it, but he was also very keen on encouraging others to enjoy it with him. This made Xia Lian very suspicious of the true identity of the girl in black who traveled with him last time. In the 4 hours since they came down from the heaven realm, Shi Qingxian had been trying to persuade Xia Lian to also change into a woman's appearance, and the reason was very legitimate. Women have heavy yin energy, it is easier to hide their whereabouts in the ghost city. Xia Lian thought about it, and could only tactfully refuse, "I don't have enough mana, I can't change it." Shi Qingxian was very enthusiastic and said, "I'll lend it to you." "Didn't the emperor let me come for this?" Xia Lian said, "Sir, it's better if you lend it to me when we fight." Shi Qingxian couldn't persuade him, so he didn't force him. At this time, the two had already arrived at a desolate wilderness. Deep into the night, old crows cawed in the pitch-black forest, and the atmosphere was bleak and treacherous. Xia Lian watched for a moment and said, "Let's do it here. This place is full of yin energy, and there are large graveyards nearby. There will always be 1 or 2 people who are preparing to go out to the market. When the time comes, we can just follow them." Thus, the two of them squatted at the edge of the unmarked grave, and waited. Not long after squatting, Shi Qingxian put his hand into his sleeve, and somehow took out a jar of wine. He said, "Do you want to drink?" Xia Lian took it and drank a mouthful, and drank until his throat was burning. He returned the wine jar to him, and said, "Thank you." Shi Qingxian took it back, drank 2 mouthfuls, and said, "You can't drink?" Xia Lian said, "I can drink. But if I drink too much, I will go crazy, so it's better to drink a little." "What time is it?" Shi Qingxian pondered for a moment and said, "It's midnight." Xia Lian said, "It's about time." As soon as his voice fell, the two of them saw a faint row of light shining in the distance in the depths of the forest. This row of faint lights got closer and closer. Only when they left the forest did the two of them see that it was a row of expressionless women in white clothes. There were old and young, beautiful and ugly. Each and every one of them wore shrouds, and carried white lanterns as they slowly walked forward. These were the female ghosts who were going to the ghost city in the middle of the night. Xia Lian said in a low voice, "Follow them." Shi Qingxian nodded, and drank 2 more mouthfuls of wine. He threw the jar away, and the two of them stood up from the ground. As if nothing had happened, they followed behind this group of ghosts. The two of them had made sufficient preparations in advance, and removed all the spiritual light from their bodies. They were like two human-shaped pieces of wood, without the slightest bit of humanity. The group of women's ghosts carried white lanterns, and as they slowly walked along the black forest, they chatted softly. One of them said, "I'm so happy, the ghost city is open again. I want to go and make my face." Another person said, "What happened to your face? Didn't you just do it not long ago?" The first person said, "It's rotting again." Sigh, the person who helped me do it last time said that it wouldn't rot for a year, and it hasn't even been half a year. Xia Lian and Shi Qingxian followed behind them, listening to their conversation. They didn't say a word, and when they heard something funny, they would at most look at each other with twisted lips. After walking for half an hour, the group arrived at a valley. In the depths of the valley, there was a faint red light. In the misty and empty night, there seemed to be singing. Xia Lian became more and more curious about what this legendary ghost city looked like. Unexpectedly, just as they entered the valley, a female ghost at the end of the group turned around and discovered them. Puzzled, she asked, "Who are you?" With this question, the group of women in front of them all turned their heads. They all felt strange and surrounded them, saying, "When did they follow us? When we came out of the tombs, these two weren't here. Which tombs do you live in? How come I don't seem to have seen you before?" Xia Lian coughed lightly and said, "We rushed over from a cemetery that was relatively far away, so of course we haven't seen you before." Shi Qingxian also smiled and said, "Yeah, we specially came from thousands of miles away in order to rush to the ghost city." The group of women in white did not say a word, staring at them expressionlessly. If it were two people, they would have knelt down and trembled from their stares. Xia Lian wasn't afraid of exposing his identity. How could these weak and feeble ghosts of women and children threaten them? However, the ghost city was right in front of them, so close at hand. How could they cause a dispute here and alert the enemy? At this time, a woman stared at Shi Qingxian and slowly opened her mouth. She said, "Little sister, your face has been maintained very well." Hearing this, Xia Lian and Shi Qingxian were both startled. Immediately, the two of them immediately nodded in unison. Xia Lian said, "It's all right, it's all right." Shi Qingxian imitated his tone and said, "Very good, very good." The group of female ghosts crowded around her and started discussing, "Yes, it's not rotten at all. Sister, where did you get your face fixed? Is there any secret? Do you have any recommendations? Do you have any shops to recommend?" Shi Qingxian didn't know how to answer, so he could only laugh dryly and said, "Is that so? I also think my face is very good, ha 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 ha. How would he know how to maintain a dead person's face? He could only continue to laugh dryly and stall for time. At this moment, the group turned, Xia Lian's line of sight suddenly opened up, and a crimson red entered his eyes. A bizarre and dazzling world unfolded in front of him. This was a long street. It was so long that he couldn't see the end. On both sides of the street, it was crowded with all kinds of shops and vendors. Floating multicolored posters and big red lanterns were scattered high and low. The people on the road were coming and going, and most of them were wearing masks. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were angry, some were human, some were not. Those without masks could only be described as grotesque. Some had big heads and small bodies, some were as thin as bamboo poles, and some were flat like pancakes, sticking to the ground, complaining as they were stepped on by the pedestrians. Xia Lian was careful not to step on anything strange. When he passed by a food stall, he saw the stall owner stirring a pot of soup with a big bone stick. As he stirred, saliva leaked out from the gaps of his teeth, dripping into the soup. There were several eyeballs floating in the strange-colored soup. Xia Lian looked at it and suddenly had a sense of confidence. On the other side, some strange people were performing acrobatics. A burly man was holding a weak chick-like little ghost. As soon as he opened his mouth, a majestic fire gushed out, burning the little ghost in his hand and causing it to howl like a pig being slaughtered. It struggled incessantly, but the surrounding onlookers were clapping their hands and cheering loudly. There were even people who went crazy and threw money into the air, filling the sky with white snow. The money fluttered and landed in front of Xia Lian's eyes. He stretched out his hand and picked it up. Sure enough, it was ghost money. He continued walking and passed by a butcher shop. In front of the shop, there was a row of haggard human heads. The heads were arranged neatly from small to large, and their prices were clearly marked. A few coins for the flesh of the youngest, a few coins for the flesh of the teenager, a few coins for the flesh of the man, a few coins for the flesh of the woman, and a few coins for the bones of the crispy human beings. The one who was wearing an apron and holding a butcher knife was actually a wild boar with a long black mane. What it was chopping was a thick human leg that was still bouncing and twitching. It was truly a hell where demons danced and reveled. It was very common for people to kill pigs, but it was rare for pigs to kill people. Xia Lian couldn't help but stare a few more times, but he was discovered by the pig. It immediately said, "What are you looking at? Do you want to buy it?" Xia Lian shook his head and said, "Not buying." The butcher chopped the chopping board again, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. It said gruffly, "Don't look if you don't want to buy it. Motherfucker, are you looking for trouble? Quickly get lost." Xia Lian then got lost. However, after he took a few steps, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. That group of women's ghosts and Shi Qingxian had actually disappeared without a trace. Xia Lian was startled and immediately thought of communicating with the Wind Master. He was afraid that he would really be dragged by those women's ghosts to shave and maintain his face. However, this was the Ghost City. Heaven's psychic techniques would also be restricted here. Since communicating with the spirits was fruitless, he could only search aimlessly on the street. As he walked, he was suddenly pulled by someone. He was originally very vigilant, so he immediately said, "Who is it?" The person who pulled him was a woman. She was startled by him, but after seeing his face clearly, she giggled and said in a charming voice, "Io, this little brother, you are really very handsome." This woman's clothes were revealing, and her makeup was so gaudy that it was scary. Her white powder wasn't evenly applied, and when she opened her mouth, it would rustle and fall. Her chest was bulging, as if something was stuffed into her flesh. It was truly frightening to look at. Xia Lian gently removed her hand that was as thin as a chicken's claw and said, "Miss, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." That woman was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed out loud and said, "My God, you called me a miss? There are actually people who call me a miss these days. Ha 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 ha." The people around them also seemed to find it very funny and roared with laughter. Xia Lian shook his head. Before he could say anything, that woman pounced on him again and said, "Don't go. Little brother, I like you. Come with me for a night, I don't want your money." She pursed her lips and threw him a coquettish look. "I'll throw myself at you, he 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 he." Xia Lian inwardly thought that it was really a sin, a sin. He unobtrusively but resolutely struggled free and warmly said, "Mississippi." Unexpectedly, that woman seemed to suddenly become impatient and said, "What do you mean by miss? Who likes to hear you call me that? All right, don't talk nonsense. How about it, are you coming or not?" As if to entice Xia Lian, she suddenly untied her originally revealing clothes. Xia Lian wasn't prepared for her to actually be so daring. He didn't think he would have to stop her, so he could only sigh lightly, avert his gaze, and take a detour. That female ghost blocked his path again and teased him in every way possible, asking, "Do you like it?" However, Xia Lian had been immersed in Huangji Temple since he was a child. He had abstained from sex for many years, so his body and mind had always been as steady as Mount Tai. No matter what he saw, his heart would be like still water, and no matter what he saw, he would automatically recite the sacred text of Taoism in his mind. He was completely indifferent. That female ghost's teasing didn't work, so her expression changed and she spat, "You're throwing yourself at me and you don't want me? Are you a man or not? Xia Lian's gaze slanted to the side and said, "Yes." The female ghost said, "Then prove it to me." Someone on the side laughed out loud and said, "You slut, she thinks you're old and ugly and doesn't want you, so why are you still throwing yourself at her?" When Xia Lian heard this, his expression didn't change as he said, "Actually, I'm not. I have a hidden illness. I can't get it up." Everyone was startled. In an instant, a burst of ghostly wailing and wolf-howling laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. This time, the target of ridicule was Xia Lian. They had really never seen a man who had the courage to say that he had a hidden illness in front of so many people. As it happened, Xia Lian didn't care about whether or not his sinful roots could do evil. He was used to using this as an excuse to shirk responsibility. This method could be said to have been tried and tested. Sure enough, that female ghost immediately covered her clothes and stopped pestering him. She scolded, "No wonder you're like this. You pig, why didn't you say you were sick earlier?" Tisk. Not far away, that butcher pig chopped down again and scolded, "Motherfucker, you damn bitch, how can you say that? So what if I'm a pig?" The female ghost didn't back down and scolded back loudly, saying, "That's right, so what if I'm a pig? You damn beast." On the long street, there were many voices shouting, "Female ghost Lan Yi is causing trouble again. Butcher Zhu is chopping ghosts." Just like that, the two sides were tearing at each other, and Xia Lian was finally able to escape. After walking for a while, he looked back in that direction and sighed. Not long after, there was another wave of noise in front of him. As he walked, he came to the front of a huge red building. This building could be said to be extraordinary. The pillars, roof, and outer walls were all painted a magnificent red color and covered with a thick layer of luxurious carpet. To be honest, it was not the least bit inferior to the palaces in the heaven realm. It was just that it was less solemn and more colorful. People came and went in front of the door, and the inside was a boiling cauldron of voices. It was extremely lively. Listening carefully, it seemed to be a gambling house. Xia Lian walked forward and saw two pieces of calligraphy hanging on the pillars on both sides. On the left was, "Want money more than life," and on the right was, "Want to win more than face." Looking at the top, there was a horizontal line, "Ha ha ha." Such crude words were not worthy of being called couplets. Moreover, the handwriting was rough and messy, without any technique to speak of. It was as if someone was drunk and waved a big pen with a heart full of evil intentions. Then, after being blown by an evil wind, it finally became this kind of virtue. In the past, Xia Lian was the crown prince of a country. His calligraphy was taught by several famous masters, so in his eyes, this kind of writing was naturally too horrible to look at. However, it was already hard to see their demonic nature. Instead, it made Xia Lian want to laugh. Shaking his head, he thought to himself that the Wind Master probably wouldn't play here. It would be better to go to those beauty shops that gave female ghosts a shaving. He really should have left like this. However, for some strange reason, after walking a few steps, he turned around and walked back in. As expected, the gambling house's lobby was packed to the brim with people. Laughter and crying filled the air. Xia Lian had just walked down a few steps when he suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Focusing his eyes, he saw four masked men carrying a person over. That person seemed to be in extreme pain. He was still struggling and howling as he was being carried. Along the way, blood spurted out like crazy. It turned out that both of his legs had been cut off, and blood was gushing out. Meanwhile, there was a little ghost following closely behind him, greedily licking the blood on the ground until it was clean. Despite such a terrifying scene, not a single person in the gambling house turned around to look at it. Everyone was still shouting, cheering, and rolling around. However, originally, the majority of those who played here weren't humans. If they were humans, then they wouldn't be ordinary people. Xia Lian leaned to the side and let the four masked men carry the person out. Then, he continued walking inside. A young maid wearing a smiling mask welcomed him. With a smile, she asked, "Young master, did you come in to play?" Xia Lian faintly smiled and said, I don't have any money on me. Can I just take a look? With his experience, if someone entered a store and said this kind of thing, they would usually be chased out. If you didn't have money, why would you go in? However, that young maid giggled and said, it's fine if you don't have money. The majority of the people who play here don't gamble with money. Xia Lian asked, is that so? The young maid covered her mouth and said, that's right. Young master, please follow me. She waved at Xia Lian and gracefully walked forward. Xia Lian calmly followed behind her, sizing up his surroundings. Regardless of whether one looked at this gambling house from the outside or from the inside, it was gorgeous but not pompous, gorgeous but not gaudy. It could almost be said that this was a building that was rich in taste. The young maid led Xia Lian to the end of the lobby. There was a long table that was surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Just as Xia Lian leaned over, he heard a man say, I'll bet my hand. There were too many onlookers. Xia Lian couldn't squeeze in, so he could only stand outside and listen. Suddenly, he heard another person lazily say, there's no need. Let alone a hand, even if it's your dog life, it's not worth a single coin here. When he heard this voice, Xia Lian's heart suddenly jumped. He silently said, San Lang. The voice that entered his ears just now was indeed that young man's voice. However, compared to what he remembered, it was slightly deeper. However, it was precisely because of this that the voice was even more pleasant to listen to. Even if the surrounding onlookers were laughing and laughing, this voice was still extremely clear. It penetrated through the noisy gambling house and directly struck his ears. Chapter 36. Although Hua Cheng's words were full of contempt, he was extremely impolite, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the man didn't dare to argue no matter how the others ridiculed him. The maid who led Xia Lian over said, Young master, you're really lucky today. Xia Lian's gaze didn't shift as he asked, What do you mean? The maid said, Our city lord rarely comes here to play. It's just that these few days he suddenly became interested. Could it be that this is bad luck? Listening to her tone, it was obvious that she admired the city lord. Extremely, as long as she could see him, it would be a great fortune. Xia Lian couldn't help but smile. The curtain was light muslin, red shadows were everywhere. This kind of scenery was charming and gentle. In front of the red curtain there were still a few beautiful girls standing at the gambling table. Xia Lian originally planned to just stand outside and watch. After hearing Hua Cheng's voice, he started to try to squeeze in. But he still didn't make a sound. He squeezed to the 3rd level and finally saw the man who was betting on the gambling table. That was a living person. Xia Lian wasn't surprised. He had already said that there weren't only ghosts in the ghost city. There were also many cultivators in the mortal world. Sometimes, some dying people or people with thoughts of death would accidentally barge in. This man was also wearing a mask, revealing 2 bloodshot eyes that were so red it looked like they were about to bleed. His lips were white as if he hadn't seen the sun for many days. Although he was a living person, he looked more like a ghost than the other ghosts present. His hands tightly pressed on a black wooden gambling cup on the table. After holding it in for a while, as if throwing caution to the wind, he said, But, then why can that person just bet his legs? A girl in front of the curtain laughed and said, That person just now is the godly bandits. His pair of legs are very good at lightness kung fu. Traveling north and south is the foundation of his life. That's why his pair of legs is worth using as a bargaining chip. You're neither a craftsman nor a famous doctor. What does one of your hands count for? The man clenched his teeth and said, Then I'll bet my daughter's 10 years of life. Hearing this, Xia Lian was startled. In his heart, he thought, there's actually a father who would bet his child's life. Is this also okay? Behind the curtains, Hua Cheng laughed and said, Sure. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Xia Lian heard a trace of coldness in this yes. He thought to himself, San Lang said his luck is always good, and he always draws good lots. If he bet with this man, won't he win 10 years of his daughter's life? Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the girl at the other side of the long table shout, an even number is a loss, an odd number is a win. Once the cup was opened, there was no turning back. Please. As it turned out, Hua Cheng wasn't going to gamble at all. The man trembled violently. His hands clutched the gambling cup tightly and shook it violently. The hall quieted down a little, and the sound of the dice hitting against the cup became even clearer. After a long time, his movements came to an abrupt stop. Then, a deathly silence ensued. After a long time, the man very, very slowly pried up a corner of the gambling cup and peeked through the crack. His bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly lifted the wooden cup and said with wild joy, Dan. Single. Single. I won. I won. Ha 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 ha, I won. I won. This was not the result that the ghosts around the long table wanted to see. They all clapped their hands on the table and jeered in dissatisfaction. One of the girls smiled and said, Congratulations. Your business will take a turn for the better in no time. The man laughed for a while, then shouted, Wait. I still want to gamble. The girl said, Welcome. What do you want this time? The man's face darkened. I want all my competitors in the same line of business to die a violent death. Hearing this, the hall was filled with clicking of tongues. The girl covered her mouth and laughed. If it's this, then it's a bit more difficult than what you asked for just now. Why don't you consider asking for something else? For example, to make your business rise to the next level? The man's eyes were bloodshot. No. I want to bet on this. I want to bet on this. The girl said, Then, if this is what you want, your daughter's 10 years of life, this bargaining chip might not be enough. The man said, If it's not enough, then add more. I bet my daughter's 20 years of life, plus her marriage. The ghosts were in an uproar. They laughed and said, This father is crazy. He's selling his daughter. Amazing, amazing. The girl said, An even number is a loss, an odd number is a win. Once the cup is opened, there's no going back on it. Please. The man started to shake the gambling cup while trembling. If he lost, his daughter would lose 20 years of life and a good marriage, which was naturally not good. But if he won, would he really let all of his peers die a violent death? However, Xia Lian felt that Hua Cheng would not let such a thing happen. After hesitating for a while, he still stood a little forward. He was still hesitating whether he should make a move or not. At this moment, someone pulled him back. He turned around and saw that it was Shi Qingxian. Shi Qingxian had already returned to his male body and said in a low voice, Don't be rash. Xia Lian also said in a low voice, Lord Windmaster, why did you change back? Shi Qingxian said, Sigh, it's a long story. That group of aunties and little sisters dragged me and ran, saying that they wanted to introduce me to a good shop. It wasn't easy for me to escape, but I was afraid that I would be caught by them again, so I could only change back first. They pulled me to a place and smeared a lot of things on my face. They pulled, slapped, and hit me. Quickly look at my face, is there anything wrong? Is there anything wrong? He moved his face in front of Xia Lian. Xia Lian looked at it carefully and said honestly, It seems to be smoother and whiter. When Shi Qingxian heard this, his face glowed and said, Is that so? That's good, that's great, ha ha ha. Where's the mirror? Where's the mirror? Let me see. Xia Lian said, We'll see later. There's no way to communicate with the spirits in this ghost city. We must not get separated again. Oh right, Lord Windmaster, how did you know I was here? Shi Qingxian said, I didn't know you were here at all. I came here because I made an appointment with Qianqiu to meet here. Just now, we got separated, so I came first. Who knew that when I came in to take a look, I just happened to see you? Xia Lian said, You made an appointment with Qianqiu? To meet here? Shi Qingxian said, yes, Qianqiu is Lang Qianqiu. Your Highness Tai Hua, you should know this, right? He's the martial god who guards the east side. Since we came here, it's better to make an appointment with him. The Ghost Gambling House is one of the most lively places in the Ghost City where crooks and honest folk mingle. It's a landmark building, where people come and go with ghosts. The more ghosts there are, the more people there are. It's not easy to arouse suspicion, so I told him before to meet here. Xia Lian slightly nodded. When he turned his head, that man still hadn't opened the cup. His eyes were rolled back and he was mumbling something. He was no different from the other ghosts that danced chaotically in the casino. He sighed and said, this person, Shi Qingxian touched his face as he said, I know what you want to say, I agree. However, the Ghost City is the territory of Huacheng. The rules of the Ghost Gambling House are voluntary. If you dare to gamble, you dare to play. Heaven doesn't care. Let's wait and see first. If it really doesn't work, we'll think of another way. Xia Lian pondered for a moment, thinking that San Lang wouldn't let such a thing happen. It was good to wait and see, so he didn't move again. The man at the table seemed to have finally mustered up his courage and opened the gambling cup a little. The result was about to be revealed. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a person suddenly rushed out. With a palm, the black wooden gambling cup was smashed into pieces. This palm not only smashed the gambling cup, but it also smashed the man's hand that was covering the gambling cup. Even the entire table was smashed, creating a crack. The masked man clutched the broken bone of his hand, rolling on the ground and shouting. The ghosts also shouted one after another, some were cheering, some were crying out in shock. And that person made a move, saying loudly, You have such a vicious heart. It's fine if you want to seek glory and wealth, but what you want is the sudden death of others. If you want to gamble, if you have the ability, use your own life to gamble, use your daughter's life and marriage to gamble. You're simply not worthy of being a man, not worthy of being a father. This young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was full of heroic spirit. Although he was only wearing a simple set of black clothes and not luxurious clothes, it did not hide his noble aura. Who else could it be but the crown prince of Yong'an country, Lang Qianqiu? Seeing him, Xia Lian and Shi Qingxian, who were among the ghosts, covered their faces at the same time. Xia Lian moaned. Master Feng, you didn't tell him to be careful here, to keep a low profile, Shi Qingxian also moaned. I did, but he is such a person. I can't do anything about it. If I had known earlier, we should have arranged to come down with him, Xia Lian said, I understand. I understand. At this time, Hua Cheng, who was behind the curtain, chuckled. And Xia Lian's heart also hung in his throat. When this young man was with him, he often laughed. Now, Xia Lian could almost tell when he was sincere, when he was pretending to mock, and when he had killing intent. He only heard him say leisurely, coming to my place to cause trouble, you're quite bold. Lang Qianqiu turned to that side, his eyes shining as he said, you're the owner of this gambling house. The ghosts around him sneered, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you know who you're talking to? This is our city lord. Someone also sneered, it's not just this ghost gambling house. This entire ghost city is his. Hearing this, Lang Qianqiu didn't have much of a reaction, but Shi Qingxian was shocked and said, my god, then the one behind, could it be that? Blood Rain Tanhua. Xia Lian said, yes, it's him. Shi Qingxian said, are you sure? Xia Lian said, I'm sure. Shi Qingxian said, dead. What should Lang Qianqiu do now? Xia Lian said. I hope he won't expose his identity. Lang Qianqiu looked around, but he was getting angrier and angrier. However, he became angrier and angrier as he said, this damned place is filled with foul air and demons are running wild. What kind of things have come here? What kind of things have they done? You guys opened this kind of place, there's really no humanity to speak of. All the ghosts hissed and said, "We're not humans in the first place, why do we need humanity? Whoever wants that kind of thing can take it. Who the hell are you? How dare you come here and point your fingers at us?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "This place of mine is originally a hell of revelry. There's a path in heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door in hell, but you barge in. What can you do?" Hearing the two words, heaven, Xia Lian and Shi Qingxian instantly understood. Hua Cheng had indeed seen through where Lang Qianqiu came from. However, Lang Qianqiu didn't understand the meaning of these words at all. Another palm struck the long table. He stood at the end of the long table. With this strike, all the ghosts around the table dodged one after another, and the long table charged straight towards the red shadow behind the curtain. However, the sitting posture of the figure behind the curtain did not change. With a slight wave of his hand, the long table rushed back in the opposite direction, crashing into Lang Qianqiu. Seeing the long table counterattack, Lang Qianqiu first held it with one hand, and then seemed to realize that one hand couldn't hold it, so he immediately changed his hands. As he held it, faint blue veins gradually appeared on his forehead. The originally lively lobby was filled with people hiding and running away. Xia Lian and Shi Qingxian couldn't decide whether to help or not. After all, the two of them shouldn't be considered to have been exposed yet, and could help in the dark. If they really jumped out to help, then they would have to catch three at once. On the other side, Lang Qianqiu shouted, and finally pushed the heavy long table back once again. However, the figure behind the red curtain, Hua Cheng, still turned his body sideways. His 5 fingers gently closed, and then gently released. The long table instantly split into countless pieces of wood shavings, flying towards Lang Qianqiu. These wood shavings carried an extremely sharp blade wind, more terrifying than any hidden weapon. If Lang Qianqiu still hid his mana and maintained his human body, then he wouldn't be able to dodge it no matter what. Thus, in the next moment, a faint layer of spiritual light was released from his body. Xia Lian and Shi Qingxian immediately understood, and thought to themselves, "Not good, he's going to transform into a Dharmakaya." However, this layer of faint spiritual light immediately dissipated. It was probably because Lang Qianqiu finally remembered that he couldn't expose his identity on this trip, so at the critical moment, he quickly withdrew the spiritual light. However, Lang Qianqiu stopped, but Hua Cheng wouldn't stop. The figure in red sat behind the red curtain, and his hand gesture changed. His 5 fingers closed together, and he slightly raised them up. With this lift, Lang Qianqiu's entire body suddenly floated into the air, and he floated above the ceiling of the gambling house's lobby. After being trapped, Lang Qianqiu didn't seem to understand why he suddenly floated up, and he struggled twice with a confused look on his face. Xia Lian said with a headache, "His mana has been locked, now even if he wants to transform into a Dharmakaya, he can't." Shi Qingxian said, "The Ghost City is Hua Cheng's territory, he can lock it even if he wants to." Although at present, Lang Qianqiu could be considered to be under someone's control, there was also an advantage. That was, his true identity was probably barely kept a secret. Otherwise, if he had transformed into a Dharmakaya during the fight just now, and people knew that the Eastern martial god Tai Hua perfected lord had come to the Ghost City to cause trouble, it wouldn't be so simple. After all, for so many years, except for some special events, the Heaven Realm and the Ghost Realm could be considered to have minded their own business. The uninvited guest of the Great Havoc gambling house was locked up, and the ghosts who had originally escaped turned back and gathered under the lobby. They pointed at Lang Qianqiu, who was locked in the air, and laughed. Lang Qianqiu had probably never been in such a predicament. His face was slightly red, and he didn't say a word. He secretly used his strength, trying to break free from the invisible binding technique. From time to time, ghosts below would jump up and want to pat his head. Fortunately, Hua Cheng had hung him very high, so he couldn't be hit. Otherwise, this kind of humiliation would be great. Hua Cheng laughed behind the red curtain, "Today I caught such a thing, you guys can take it to play. Whoever's lucky enough to win a big bet can take it back and cook it." Hearing this, the lobby cheered incessantly and screamed, "Bet on big or small. Bet on big or small." The one with the biggest points, take him back and cook it. Ayaya, this little brother looks like he's very nutritious, he, ha 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 ha, are you stupid? I don't know whose territory you're causing trouble in. 4 masked men carried in a new long table. No one paid attention to the masked man who was wailing and rolling on the ground. Everyone gathered around the long table and started the next round of gambling. And this time, the bet was Lang Qianqiu, who was suspended in the air. Seeing that the gambling was in full swing, Shi Qingxian paced back and forth, anxiously smashing his hands. What should we do? Should we go up and gamble him back? Or should we directly start fighting? Xia Lian said, Wind Master, how's your luck? Shi Qingxian said, of course it's sometimes good, sometimes bad. How can there be a conclusion to something like luck? Xia Lian said, there is. For example, I've never been good. Shi Qingxian said, so miserable. Xia Lian nodded his head in pain and said, when I roll the dice, I get 2 points at most. Shi Qingxian frowned and immediately had an idea. He slapped his thigh and said, how about this, since you get 2 points at most, then you compete with others to see who gets the smallest number. No one can be smaller than you. Xia Lian thought for a moment and said, that makes sense, I'll try. Thus, he moved closer to the long table and said, how about we change the rules and see who gets the smallest number? Whoever gets the smallest number wins, how about it? The table was in an uproar. Some said yes, some said no. Xia Lian grabbed 2 dice and tried to throw one. He silently said in his heart, small, small, small. After he finished, the 2 people came over to take a look. 2 sixes. Xia Lian, Shi Qingxian, Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, it seems that the quality of my luck will not change because of the change of the rules. Shi Qingxian also imitated him and rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, why don't we just start fighting? At this moment, a girl approached the red curtain and leaned forward slightly, as if listening to what the person behind the curtain said. She nodded, then raised her head and said loudly, everyone, please be quiet, the city lord has something to say. When she said that the city lord had something to say, the ghosts immediately stopped and became extremely quiet. The girl said, the city lord said that the rules should be changed. The ghost said, the city lord is the rule. Whatever the city lord says is the rule. What do you want to change? The girl said, the city lord said that he is in a good mood today and wants to play with everyone. Everyone can bet with him, and the person who wins the bet can carry away the thing above. Whether it is steamed, boiled, fried, or pickled, it is all up to the winner. When they heard that they were going to bet with the city lord, the ghosts hesitated. It seemed that Hua Cheng had indeed never played in the arena. A few of them were bold and eager to give it a try. However, no one dared to be the first to come up. Lang Qianqiu continued to struggle and said angrily, what do you mean by this thing? I'm not a thing, what right do you have to use me as a wager? He said loudly, I'm not a thing. When the female ghosts heard this, they giggled and stared at Lang Qianqiu. Their red tongues swept across their lips, as if they wanted to tear him apart and devour him. Xia Lian thought to himself, this child. I think you should keep your mouth shut. He sighed soundlessly, then stood up and said warmly, if that's the case, then please allow this humble one to give it a try. Hearing this, the figure behind the red curtain also paused, then slowly stood up. The girl in front of the curtain smiled and said, then, please come forward, young master. Inside the main hall, all the ghosts automatically separated to make a path for this brave warrior. Xia Lian walked forward, and the girl brought over a pitch-black gambling cup with both hands, saying, after you. Previously, when she was talking to the gamblers, she had always used the word you. Although her words were calm, her tone was not polite at all. But now, when she was talking to him, she used the word you, and her tone was also very respectful. Xia Lian took the black wooden gambling cup from her hands, said a word of thanks, and lightly coughed. He had almost never touched this kind of thing before. Holding it, he randomly shook it for a while, pretending that he was very familiar with it. As he shook it, he raised his head and glanced at Lang Qianqiu, who was suspended above. Lang Qianqiu also opened his eyes wide, looking at him impatiently. However, in the end, he didn't shout out anything. Seeing his expression, Xie Lian inexplicably wanted to laugh in his heart, but he held it in. After shaking it for a long time, he finally stopped. Countless pairs of eyes were tightly staring at the cup in his hands. Xie Lian also felt that this small gambling cup had become incomparably heavy. He didn't know what posture he should use to shake it. Just as he was about to reveal the result, the girl spoke again. Wait. Xie Lian asked, what is it? The girl said, the mayor said that the posture you used to shake the cup isn't quite right. Xie Lian thought to himself, so there really is a correct posture? Could it be that my bad luck in the past was all because my posture wasn't right? He humbly asked, then may I ask, what posture is the correct posture? The girl replied, the mayor said, please come up, he's willing to teach you. Hearing this, all the ghosts in the gambling house let out hissing sounds. Xie Lian heard a ghost mumble, the mayor wants to teach him, this is really unprecedented. Is this person going to die? What does the mayor want to do? Who is this person? Why does he want to teach him? Isn't shaking the cup like that? Is there any other correct posture? Xie Lian was also thinking about this question. The girl had already extended her hand towards the red curtain and said to him, please. And so, Xie Lian hugged the black wooden gambling cup and walked in front of the red curtain. The gauze curtain fluttered, and the red shadow flickered. The person behind the scenes was standing right in front of him. The two of them were only separated by half an arm. After holding his breath for a moment, a hand parted the heavy red curtain and stretched out from behind the curtain. Covering the back of Xie Lian's hand, it held the gambling cup. This was a right hand, slender and pale. The knuckles were distinct, and the third finger was tied with a red thread. Under the contrast of the black and glossy wooden cup, the white appeared even paler, and the red appeared even more vibrant. Slowly, Xie Lian raised his eyelids. Behind the red cloud-like gauze curtain, stood an 18 or 19-year-old youth. It was San Lang. His clothes were still as red as ever, and his skin was as white as snow. It was still that abnormally handsome face of a youth that couldn't be looked at directly. Only, the outline of his face was more distinct, and the youthfulness of a youth had faded away. To say that he was a youth was also to say that he was a man. The wild air between his brows was not extinguished, but rather arrogant. His eyes were still as bright as stars, and the light in his eyes was heavy as he stared unwaveringly at Xie Lian. Only, the one that was as bright as a star was only his left eye. Chapter 37. The red gauze curtain parted only a little. This position. Only Xie Lian could see the person behind the scenes. The other ghosts in the hall were blocked by his body, so they couldn't see him. Of course, they didn't dare to look around. The left eye stared at Xie Lian, and Xie Lian stared back at him. He was slightly entranced. Hua Cheng's appearance. Not only did he look a few years older, he had also grown taller. In the past, when Xie Lian looked at him, he could barely look him in the eye. Look at him now. He had to raise his head high. After staring at each other for a while, Hua Cheng slowly opened his mouth. He said in a low voice, "You want to compete with me? It's still smaller than you." The voice was deep and melodious. Xie Lian finally came back to his senses. In any case, it was all the same whether it was big or small, there was no difference. Thus, he answered, "Older." Hua Cheng said, "All right. I'll go first." Xie Lian's left hand held the chassis of the black wooden gambling cup. His right hand pressed on the round lid of the cup. Hua Cheng stood in front of him, his right hand covering his left. It swayed slightly. Then, he opened the cup. There were 2 dice on the chassis. One was 6, and the other was 5. Lang Qianqiu, who was hovering above, could see it clearly. When he saw how big it was with just a shake, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He asked in astonishment, how could this be? Hua Qing slightly loosened his grip and said to Xia Lian, try shaking it like this. Xia Lian imitated him and shook it twice. However, Hua Qing said, that's not right. Although she was saying that Xia Lian was in the wrong, her tone was extremely gentle and patient. As he spoke, Hua Qing once again propped up Xia Lian's lower hand. His left hand also stretched out, covering Xia Lian's right hand that was pressing down on the lid. In a low voice, he said, it's like this. As such, the backs of Xia Lian's hands were covered by Hua Qing's palms. When their skin touched, it was as cool as jade. That pair of gorgeous and exquisite silver wrist guards, on the other hand, were as cold as iron. However, Hua Qing's movements seemed to be very careful, not letting them touch Xia Lian. Both of his hands were holding Xia Lian's hands as he leisurely shook the black wooden gambling cup. Once, twice, thrice. Dang dang, dang dang, dang dang. The two dice rolled around in the black wooden cup, colliding with each other and producing a crisp sound. It was only such a weak vibration, but it caused Xia Lian's palm and the back of his hand to feel slightly numb. This trace of numbness crawled up his wrist and spread out. As he shook it, Xia Lian inadvertently raised his eyes and glanced around. He discovered that Hua Qing wasn't even looking at the gambling cup. Instead, he was staring at him without blinking. Xia Lian's lips curled up slightly. Xia Lian couldn't help but smile at him, but then he remembered that there were still many people watching from above and below. He immediately retracted his smile and lowered his head to earnestly study Hua Qing's hand gestures. Like this? The smile on the corners of Hua Qing's mouth grew deeper as he said, yes. Yes, that's it. Seeing that Xia Lian was full of hope, he said, should we open it and take a look? Xia Lian opened it and saw that there were 2 white and white dice on the chassis. They were 2 3 dots. 2 3s was already an unprecedented and astonishing result. Xia Lian felt as if a spring breeze had brushed past his heart. He thought to himself, could it be that I've really grasped the knack? However, even if the result was astonishing, 6 points was still smaller than 11 points. He coughed softly and said, I'm sorry, I lost. However, Hua Qing said, it doesn't matter, this round doesn't count. I'm teaching you now, again. When this sentence was said, both Lang Qianxiu and Shi Qingxian were dumbfounded. The ghosts in the hall were even more dumbfounded, and they all started to mutter, what's wrong with the city lord? I thought that the city lord was giving him a good impression, but in the end, he was really teaching him. How can this round not count? You can even play like this? If this one doesn't count, then when will it count? It seems that the city lord is really in a good mood today. Hua Qing raised his left eyebrow, and the lady outside immediately said, everyone, please quiet down. The hall instantly quietened down again. Although they did not speak, their gazes became even more unbridled. Hua Qing smiled and encouraged him gently in his ear, again. Perhaps it was because there were too many people in the gambling den. Xia Lian inexplicably felt a layer of heat on his cheeks, and said, okay. Rumble, rumble, he shook it again. This time, when he opened it, it was actually 2 4 points. Hua Qing said, how is it, isn't it a little bigger? Although he felt that something was wrong, Xia Lian still nodded and said, yes, it's a little bigger. Hua Qing said, well done, continue. He was so patient, but for some reason, there were many ambiguous chuckles coming from all around. From the sounds, it seemed that they were all female ghosts. Xia Lian also could not figure out what posture was the correct one. At first, he was still studying how to place Hua Qing's hands, and how to grasp the speed, but now he was just letting Hua Qing lead him and randomly shaking it. As he shook, a thought became stronger and stronger. Xia Lian thought to himself, could it be that San Lang is coaxing me, and Lang Qianxiu had been watching from above, and probably felt the same as him. He could not help but say, you, stop shaking it. He is obviously lying to you, how can there be a correct posture? He must have cheated. He shouted so loudly that Shi Qingxian covered his face again. The ghosts below booed loudly, and a rain of dice was thrown at Lang Qianqiu. They all shouted, "Ignorant child, don't speak. What are you shouting for? Everyone is watching the exciting part. That Taoist is doing it according to our city bishop's posture, and the results are getting bigger and bigger every time, that is the truth." "That's right. What do you know?" Lang Qianqiu said angrily, You bunch of liars." "Ah!" He suddenly stopped talking, and his face turned red. It turned out that a few female ghosts below fiercely tugged at his dangling belt and scolded, "Little brother, don't make any more noise. If you continue to talk nonsense, the big sisters will pull your pants off." Lang Qianqiu had never been threatened like this before, and he was so angry that he could not speak. You. It would be fine if he was only beaten up by a group of ghosts, but if his pants were really pulled off, as a dignified martial god, he would lose a lot of face. At that moment, Lang Qianqiu did not dare to say any more. Xia Lian raised his head and saw that he was desperately looking at him. He found it funny and pitiful. He could only lower his head and whisper to Hua Cheng. "San Lang." Hearing him shout like this, Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry about him. Let's continue." Xia Lian was helpless. He held the gambling cup and shook it twice. As expected, this time, he shook out 2 5s. Seeing this, the ghosts were even more amused, and they teased Lang Qianqiu even more crazily, saying, "See? It's getting bigger and bigger." And Xia Lian had long realized that Hua Cheng was playing with him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that there was no such thing as a correct posture in this world. For a person like him, any posture was wrong. From now on, he could completely give up on any thoughts of changing his luck. Just as he was about to give up and shake the last time, Hua Cheng said, "Wait a minute." Xia Lian felt that his palm on him was pressing down a little harder, and he stopped and said, "What's wrong?" Hua Cheng said half-truthfully, "This brother, I don't think you've said it yet. If you lose, what will you do?" Hearing him call Xia Lian brother, Shi Qingxian and Lang Qianqiu's expressions were really indescribable. The group of ghosts also felt their hair stand on end, and a few of them were so scared that their heads fell to the ground. Speaking of which, it was embarrassing. Just now, in a hurry, Xia Lian really did not think about the problem of the bet. He said, he originally wanted to bet 10 years of his lifespan, but the lifespan of a divine officer was too long. 10 years was probably nothing at all. Money and treasures? No way. Magic power and spiritual power? No way. For a moment, Xia Lian could not think of anything that could be bet, so he could only ask the owner of the gambling house. He said, "What do you think I have on me that is worth betting?" Hearing this, Hua Cheng laughed. He said, "I don't care. What did you bring on you?" Xia Lian thought for a moment, coughed lightly, and said honestly, This time, only brought an unfinished steamed bun with me." Hearing this, Hua Cheng burst out laughing. He laughed, but the others wanted to laugh but did not dare to. After laughing, Hua Cheng nodded and said, "Okay. That steamed bun." When these words came out, not only the group of ghosts, but even the girls in charge of the gambling table were shocked. Since the opening of this gambling house, there had been countless kinds of incredible bets. There were internal organs, lifespan, emotions, and abilities. However, no bet was as incredible as today's, an unfinished steamed bun. Even Lang Qianqiu could not help but say in shock, "What do you mean? You mean that I'm only worth an unfinished steamed bun?" The group of ghosts laughed and someone shouted, "What's wrong with a steamed bun? You're lucky, hurry up and shut up." Xia Lian heard that the voice of this collapse belonged to Shi Qingxian, who was hiding in the group of ghosts. Just as he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, Hua Cheng said to him, "Come. This is the last round, don't be nervous." Xia Lian said, "I'm not nervous." The two of them still maintained the posture of their palms covering the back of their hands as they shook a few times. Although Xia Lian indeed wasn't nervous, the palm of his hand that was pressed against the gambling cup and the back of his hand that was pressed against Hua Cheng's seemed to be dripping with a faint layer of sweat. Finally, the two of them stopped moving. It was time to reveal the winner. He took a light breath and opened it to take a look. 2 dice, 2 sixes. Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he knew what was going on, so he raised his eyes to look at Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, I lost." Although he said he admitted defeat in a serious manner, there was no sincerity in it. The crowd of ghosts in the hall was also silent. Just now, there were still people muttering, "If this round doesn't count, then when will it count?" Now, the answer was out, it would only count when this person won. Wasn't this throwing the match a little too deranged? However, no one would say anything about this. The girl took the black wooden gambling cup and raised it up high. She said, "Congratulations, young master. This round, you win." Everyone gave him face and one after another shouted, "Even if the city lord lost, he lost perfectly." Beautiful. Wasn't the person who won taught by the city lord? Even if he won, it was also because the city lord taught him well. That's right. Today was really an eye-opener. I learned the correct way to shake the dice. I benefited a lot. I won't be able to finish it even after 10 years. Listening to the sound of demons dancing around him, Xia Lian couldn't help but laugh. Seeing him smile, Hua Cheng also smiled and adjusted the red gauze ribbon. At this time, Lang Qianqiu said from above, "Since you lost, you should let me down." Hua Cheng still stared at Xia Lian, his smile unchanged. He didn't even raise his eyes. He just raised his hand and casually waved it. Lang Qianqiu immediately smashed down heavily. That loud sound made Xia Lian's eyes twitch. Shi Qingxian couldn't be exposed, so he couldn't rush over. Thus, Xia Lian turned around and bent over to check. He said, "Are you okay?" Lang Qianqiu got up and patted the dust off his body. He said, "I'm fine, thank you." He definitely let you go up to cheat and make you lose. Fortunately, you won the bet. Xia Lian thought, "You're completely wrong about this. If he didn't go easy on me, I wouldn't be able to win you back even if I gambled until the end of time." Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a few ding-ding sounds. Following that, there were low exclamations from the surroundings. Xia Lian turned around and saw that it was Hua Cheng who had finally walked out from behind the red gauze. Previously, when he was in his youth form, Hua Cheng's long hair was tied up in a crooked manner. At this moment, his red clothes were hidden and his black hair was loose. His handsomeness was overflowing with demonic aura. Only the right side of his hair was tied up in an extremely thin braid with red coral beads hanging at the corner. However, it looked a little mischievous. The bracers were silver, the boots were silver, and the belt was also silver. There was a slender curved blade hanging from his waist. The arc was smooth and treacherous. It was also silver. The blade was slender and so was the person. He leaned against the half-opened red gauze and crossed his arms. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "Brother, you won against me." Xia Lian naturally knew what was going on just now. He said helplessly, "Don't laugh at me." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "No. How could that be?" As for the group of ghosts below, they were extremely excited. They were rolling non-stop like boiling water. They were all extremely excited and whispered, "Why did the city lord change his skin again today? I'm going to die. The city lord's new skin is so handsome that I'm going to die. It's fresh and energetic." Die what die? Didn't you die a long time ago?